I'm live on a live, and I look like shit right now. I look so much like shit. I look like Dookie. I am live. I'm alive. I have to fix every fucking time I start this goddamn broadcast. I have to fix this thing. This mic arm is going to be the end of me. It's going to be the end of my life. I'm also trying to run through the motions really quickly as best as possible because today we have a really special episode. We have a lot going on in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, also known as Pretty Boy Piker, now also known as Zayn Malik, which is funny because I'm nowhere near as hot as Zayn Malik is. So, Timu Zayn Malik. Like when I say Zayn Malik, I don't want people to think that I think I look hot because I don't. I did horrible things to myself. I do a lot of stupid shit for content. But I think yesterday's incursion takes the freaking cake. For those of you who didn't watch the IRL portion of yesterday's stream, you didn't get to see the full glory of Zayn Malik. You didn't get to see the transformation, which is fine, I guess. Every song will feel like... Oh, okay, I think I squeezed it hard enough. All right. Yeah, folks, here it is. Here, this is it. This is me. New me, baby. I don't even... Do you have control over the overlay? I think Haas left it on when he left. Oh, I do. Yeah, hold on. Dummy. He just left the overlay on. Wait. The overlay stays on for my... What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Oh, he might have added it to... All of the ingest, maybe? Where the fuck are my glasses? I don't have control over the overlay, I don't think, but I can turn it off, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Haas. Oh, Haas. What are you doing to me? Cooking my ass, dude. That's so fucking funny. Okay, hold on. Scene collections. Nope, not the right one. OBS. Remote. Mm-hmm. Is it gone? Is it gone? Is it gone? Oh, yeah, it's gone. Yeah, I fixed it. Why did he put an overlay on my desktop ingest? I don't understand. Like, I purposely didn't do that. But I gave him access to the back end and he just put the fucking overlay on my... Anyway, it's fine. Looking flex again. Dude... I don't know. He did it during the intro. No. That's different. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine. I took it off. Or at least I just turned it off, rather. For my IRL. Got the Chola eyebrows? Dude, I know. I know it's a different look, but it legit looks good on you. It does not. It does not. Guys, let's be real, okay? Let's be really real. Let's be really real. It's fine. I know it doesn't look good. It's okay. I know it's gonna be fine. It doesn't look terrible. And it would have been amazing if I actually just got the haircut and maybe, well, not even the beard cut that much, but like it would have been amazing if I just got the haircut, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but like it's fine, it's workable, it's manageable. Um, and the beard cut. But the eyebrows, the AI, I mean, dude, it was a I don't hate it. Look. I'm not hating on it because it was a banger stream. Okay, it was a fantastic stream. It was a banger stream. It was an amazing stream, and I will do anything for content. You know, I will make a fool of myself. I will humiliate myself. Like, as long as I can make people laugh and as long as I can entertain people, I will do it. Okay. It's not just about politics around these parts. As you guys know, I am first and foremost a political content creator, a political commentator. Having said that, I will engage in humiliating things with regular frequency as long as it's actually something that you guys will enjoy. And it seemed like you guys definitely enjoyed this one. Now, the issue is this is the gift that keeps on giving, because now I have an Edgar cut, kind of, or it's like very oi bruv. From right now, I can't really tell what it looks like from over from the stream's perspective, but like in the real world, it just looks very much like I'm oi bruv. It was a Hollywood humiliation ritual. Yeah, dude, that's what it was. Your hair looks like you play soccer. Will had his own sussy moment. Uh-oh. Oh, yesterday we had gay sex on Will's stream. Yeah. I forgot to mention that. I got pretty boy facial, and then I also had homosexual sex. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, you might have missed out on that one. Here it is.
You want to be a sumo?
Punch it.
Come on.
Cute. That's one.
Harder.
That's right. We were having gay sex yesterday. Careful, that'll be illegal soon. Yeah, it's fine. It was shocking. What does that mean? I love that response. It was shocking. You were having gay sex. But yeah. I mean, dude, we did so much yesterday, dude. I didn't even get to fucking do the news coverage that I normally do. Today, I'm not going to be able to do the news coverage that I normally do. I'm going to have to dive directly into GeoGuessr, which is crazy. I have a GeoGuessr #ad sponsored stream, and we've tried to change the time frame of it. So gaming is back too. Like, I'm doing everything. You know, Bernie vid on Twitter is a must. Yeah, we'll do all of that. I'm depending on what time they actually set it up for. Because I told them like, we went back and forth a lot because the Communist Party stream. The Communist Party stream is at 10:30 Japan time, so I have to like go there. I have to be on time. I can't be late, right? So I told GeoGuessr, I was like, I can't do it at like 8 a.m. maybe. And then I pushed the Communist Party stream a little bit back. So then I could do it at 8 a.m. But then they got back to me and they were like, okay, you can do it at 6 a.m. So I don't even know if I'm supposed to be doing GeoGuessr right now or if I'm doing it later. But wait, will I gay sex too? I was on Asman's channel whilst waiting for you to go live. Twitch could be messing with this channel. What? Twitch could be messing with Asmongold's channel? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I can't be late for the Japanese Communist Party. I know. Don't worry. I will not be late. Twitch is messing with Asmongold's channel so hard that he he's consistently the largest content creator on the platform and the largest political content creator on the platform, and will have like 50K people watching him every day, 60K people watching him every day. This is like when I have like 40 people watching and people go, hey, Hasan, I think you're blacklisted. Like, it's just, I'm not. I don't think I'm blacklisted. Dude, he's not political. I agree. I know. He said no upper body moving. Meanwhile, you.
Again.
Wait, what? Wait, what are you like? What are you making fun of? Dude, this is pretty good. He literally said, my bad. First of all, okay. You guys are such fucking haters. Okay, number one. He said my suradachi or whatever it's called is actually pretty good. Okay. Number two, I literally was able to, in the practice rounds, beat my senpai. Okay. Did you guys watch the fucking VOD? Did you watch the VOD at all? Or are you just talking shit? Because it seems like you're just talking shit. The dude straight up was like, yo, you're actually very good. Okay, I'm so annoyed. I'm annoyed. You are heavier than him. It doesn't matter. Sumo doesn't have a fucking weight class, dumbasses. You don't know anything. Sumo doesn't have weight classes. He's beating the asses of way bigger people than me. He literally said, you're very powerful. Yo, I can't even have a fucking, I can't even have a serious moment. Y'all are so fucking cringe and lame and immediately have to be like, nah, dog, you suck dick. You suck. You fucking suck. You fucking suck. Y'all, you fucking suck. He did not go as hard as he could on you, but you did good. You did put up a good fight. Got him once. Bro, give me the VOD. Give me the fucking VOD.
Feel like
That's like 4 people. Most of us like you, man. Dude, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you. The ground was so heavy. No, I know. Most of us like you is correct, but also at the same time, it's not that most of you guys like me. It's that you guys are still fucking assholes, and you think this is the only way to communicate with streamer in a fun, cute way. Haha. That's it. Are you really doing this? Okay, at HasnAbi. Are you really doing this at HasnAbi? Someone send me the goddamn link. I can never get any fucking normalcy in here, okay? Do you have back pain? No, not right now. It doesn't, and he lost like 30.
Good.
Oh, this is where I threw Will. So then we fought. Will and I fought.
Then bow together. And squat down. Do reach roll together. 1, 2, 3. Crop. 4, 5, 8. And stand up. And come here. And put your feet down behind the white line. When I say go, you start. Go! No bata! No bata, no bata, no bata, no bata, no bata, no bata. No bata, no bata, no bata, no bata. No bata, no bata, no bata. Well, okay. Oh, no, step back here and then bow together.
Oh, I thought I was bowing after the match.
No.
Oh, well, after the match, you
Yeah,
step back
after
out.
match. You guys stay here and then bow together. Winner. Let's go one more.
Didn't the fashion lady Didn't the fashion lady tell you learn how to laugh at yourself? What? No, the fashion lady literally said you got to stop putting yourself down. There's a lot of bitch asses that are also putting you down. The fashion lady literally said the exact opposite. She said it's cringe that I put myself down all the time. And it is cringe because when I fucking, take ownership over something cool that I did for once, chat literally immediately goes, "Nah, dude, you still sucked actually. Here are a million different reasons why you actually suck." Like, calm down, dude. Let's be real. I couldn't even be like, "Hey man, it was kind of cool that like I did something for once on stream and I was good at it, Without everybody coming up my asshole and being like, "Nah, dude, you suck. I promise you still suck. You suck. You ain't shit. Boy, you ain't shit." Anyway. Dude, but yeah, my eyebrows and everything else looks ridiculous, so it doesn't even matter. If I look good or not. Oh, this is the wrong cap. Whatever.
Yes.
All right, ritual.
Ritual. Step up. Step in. Go together. Let's go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hold on. The glasses block the brows. Good.
Whenever you're ready, put your face down. No da. No da. No da. No da.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm good.
You ready?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Oh. It feels good. It's.
Okay, bow together.
Oh.
Show respect, please.
Yes.
Bow. Winner.
Oh.
You alright?
Yeah.
One more?
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay, bow together. Okay, let's go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, whenever you're ready, put your face down. Go!
You're so much bigger than me. I have to use wrestling.
I know.
You're so
Okay.
pushing me out.
That's why it's easier because I don't move at all. His brother is literally Enyo, a sumo weighing 220 pounds and standing at 5'7", and formerly trained at the previous Yokozuna stable. His highest rank was Magashira 4, and he's a beast. So your senpai knew his stuff, and you should be proud you got to train with him. HasnAbi, I am. Not only am I proud I got to train with him, not only was he a fantastic trainer, but I'm also super stoked that owning the look is 1000% sexier than feeling embarrassed by it. Yeah, it's a little hard to own the look, dude. What are you talking about? it's just not my look. Okay, calm down. Wait. Wait. Oh my God. I was worried for no reason. GeoGuessr is not on today. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. I was so scared about doing it. Here's the moment where you beat him. Yeah. Like, obviously it's not real. It's not real. It's not real because, you know, he's so strong. The Will one was not. I mean, the Will one was normal. That was like, yeah, Will's much smaller than me. This is the sumo is the one sport where I have applicable skill, being big, having a decent control over my legs, and also you know, from basketball, I guess. But it was awesome. I'll say it like this. I think wrestling, doing sumo wrestling with my coach, with my senpai, definitely gave me a lot of confidence. And he beat my ass, of course.
Oh. Okay,
What's that?
Look, listen. He's a professional, okay? He's a professional. Of course he can beat my ass. Of course he has a lot more experience. All I'm going to say is this, okay? He was tired by the end of the first match. I think I gave him a pretty decent run.
Bounce off concrete like a fucking skipping stone.
Okay. Like, yeah, of course. He didn't charge me. He didn't do shit. He's like playing with his food. Okay. You're a foot taller. There is no weight class in sumo. He's beaten the asses of much larger people than me. Look, you can tell he goes in and out, where he's just like, I'm just fucking with him. And then I do something and he's like, okay, never mind. And then he takes it seriously for a second, but not that seriously. And then he's back to playing with his food.
Oh my god.
Oh, he stepped out. I didn't even realize he stepped out there.
Yeah, he's in.
No, he didn't. I think he did. He didn't. His foot is on the rope. Yeah, he then tosses me out.
Be honest, was that hard for you?
Yeah,
It is?
you're very good.
He kept it on the ring. How do you get him over the ring? He's using your weight against you. He's a lot stronger than he looks. Yeah, I think people don't realize like how much technique matters. Okay. I think people don't realize how important technique is. Like they just literally think it's all size and weight. And also people don't understand how size and weight works either, where they just don't understand that a dude that looks like that, like I could tell that a dude that looks like that is brolic by looking at his lower body, by looking at the musculature and how like muscles, even if there's fat on it, how like former muscles existed on the body and how they sat on the body, or how fat covers their muscles. Like that dude is a strong ass dude. I mean, you can tell. He's built like a pear, first of all. Like he's very, very bottom heavy, you know?
There goes the results. Ooh. Nice.
Wow.
To translate what you're saying in the chat, is this like being a casual? This is like being a casual fighting game, playing several rounds against your friend who's competing in the FGC regularly. You get a set off him, And he lets you know you're getting better / good fundamentals, but you know in a serious match you wouldn't beat him. Exactly. Wow. That's such a thank God. Dude, I need like a fucking nerd translator. You're not wrong. That's what I need to do. I need like a nerd translator to give great analogies such as that one that specifically pertain to fucking annoying sweat lord nerds, dude.
Okay, that was tough.
Yeah.
Whew. How you say how much you weigh?
Saying bottom heavier.
95 kilograms.
Oh. Okay, you're.
What's that?
He's my size.
No, I think he's heavier than you.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, he's heavier than you. I'm 104 kilograms. So we have
10 kilograms.
10 kilograms between us, which is 25 pounds. But
You got Style by Drake. Nice. This is when I beat him. Here, watch.
works to my advantage. Maybe I'm a little too tall though.
Hold on. I'm going to be back in a second.
Bottom
1
heavy
second.
enough.
Yeah.
I feel like sumo is very bottom heavy.
Mm-hmm. True.
He didn't want to flip me. That's why he didn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. If you use any of the wrestling, you like throw people.
No.
That's right. I beat him. It's true. It happened. You should do it more. He didn't want to flip me, as in you know how I threw Will out of the ring? Like around here somewhere. He did not want to pick me up. I realized the reason you're good at dealing with haters is because your chat is constantly keeping you sharp against your will. Is really annoying. But like right at that point where I threw Will off, he didn't want to injure me. He didn't want to pick me up and injure me. For people that have never grappled with another person in any meaningful capacity, that shit is hard. Yeah, I mean, look, every single one of us was, we were all over the place. We were so tired by the end of it. Yeah, Scum Art made an art of my hair. I saw. I look like, I'm not going to say I look like shit, because I know that this is like a look. You know what I mean? It's just a very gay one. Okay? It's just a very gay look. And it's just not for me. You know what I mean? I just don't think I look that good. And I have to fix it somehow. And immediately I ran home and I washed my hair and my eyebrows basically. But it just wasn't for me. The Macy's, do you have a playlist? Wife and I are going to Japan for our honeymoon. Any spots you recommend? Everything I've been doing, big dog. Go get sexy man, handsome man. The sharp beard looks so much better this way. I don't really agree. I look like I'm I look so ridiculous, I think. I just look so ridiculous. The sharp beard looks so much better this way. I don't think so, but blast off? Yeah, I'm gonna blast off. Hold on. In the pic, you were trying to look Japanese. Yeah. Well, It's giving crypto. You really look your ethnicity. Yeah, I just look very like, I look like Lebanese beauty. That's what I look like. Okay. Trump. Burger. Right. Continued. DC crash. DEI. Visiting the Japanese Communist Party HQ later. Get in now. Okay. Twitch.tv/HasnAbi. Every song will feel like. Trump is signing executive orders. And Trump is blaming the crashes on DEI. I didn't get to do all the news coverage yesterday, so I'm going to do it right now. Okay. Luckily, we don't have GeoGuessr today. I was wrong. So let's get started.
We saw
ASAP.
the NTSB not ready to make conclusions about how this happened. Yesterday, President Trump did.
I'm also going to show you the cool jacket that I bought in the process. And I'm also going to shave my beard a little bit in the process as well. I got these cool ass shades. First of all. Okay. I think they're called Kearney. I don't know. Japan has so many sick things. And I found this new Japanese brand called Color that is also amazing. And I'm going to show you that too. They're investigating Candace Owens. I love that.
Investigators are racing to determine what caused this tragedy. The president is making these unsubstantiated claims, blaming his predecessors' diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, using this moment to underscore his own agenda. This morning, with the investigation just beginning, President Trump is claiming without any evidence that Democrats' diversity programs are to blame for the tragedy.
We are going to have the most competent people in the country in our control towers, not people that are there for any other reason.
Are Karen Travers pressing him?
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are.
In the briefing room, the president accusing his predecessors of hiring air traffic controllers based on diversity goals, not qualifications. I asked the president, where's his proof? Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality.
But Trump also acknowledged he doesn't know if the air traffic controllers made any mistakes.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
Former President Biden's Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg responding, despicable, saying as families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first. Democratic lawmakers say Trump owes the public an apology.
It's one thing for internet pundits to spew off conspiracy theories. It's another for the President of the United States to throw out idle speculation as bodies are still being recovered and families still being notified. It just turns your stomach.
And the president is also facing questions about his plans to slash the federal workforce. The FAA has been struggling for years with a shortage of air traffic controllers. Of course, Donald Trump has offered federal workers this buyout. And the union that represents air traffic controllers tells us, quote, they are concerned about the potential effect to public safety if FAA were to lose experienced aviation safety personnel. Rebecca.
All right, Mary, thank you.
Meanwhile, while investigators work to find the cause of the deadly D.C. crash, President Trump is ordering a review of DEI in aviation, warning it may have played a role in this tragedy.
Peter Ducey is at the White House with all the details on this story. Peter?
Good morning, and President Trump is saying he thinks he inherited a transportation system that was made less safe by the last transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg.
Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run the Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity.
Buttigieg responded to that, saying, despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. That is something that White House officials dispute. And you look at this full screen, there have been a lot of changes in federal hiring practices from Trump 1 to Biden to now Trump 2. The president is saying, though, he thinks DEI hiring practices prioritized placing unqualified workers in jobs over safety.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
President Trump knows more about the players involved in this midair collision than we do. And we just don't know exactly right now what he knows about the players involved that is helping him reach this conclusion that he thinks that DEI practices contributed to what happened. Back to you.
Hey, Peter, were you astounded by the level of communication? I mean, I was blown away.
Yeah, we don't normally see the president in the briefing room.
And cabinet members.
Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Transportation,
the Vice President,
NTSB. It was amazing.
Well, yeah, and it took us 3.5 years to get Joe Biden into the briefing room for any reason, and it was after he had already said that he wasn't going to run for anything anymore. But President Trump wants to, and it's not just because this happened pretty much literally in his backyard, like within view of his balcony from the White House residence. He just is showing us that he wants to have his fingerprints on every big national story. And this is something that he and his team, Sean Duffy and Pete Hegseth, their first hours on the job, are going to have to deal with immediately to make people feel safe. And it is a change. I think the way that this used to work for the last couple of years, we would probably get a lot of lower level communication staffers briefing us, doing a telephone background briefing, something on Zoom where we can't show their faces or use their names, but we can say we got information on background. Whereas Trump is doing it essentially upside down. Start with the people at the top. This guy's in charge of the Pentagon. This guy's in charge of the Transportation Department. I am the commander-in-chief. This is what we think. And so, and now they are going to let us know in real time what they're going to do.
He'll let you do a story and actually complete it by 6 o'clock.
Well, yeah, if your job is to cover what the president says, it helps a lot if the president says a lot.
Something.
Thanks, Peter, for breaking that
Peter.
down.
We appreciate
it.
Peter was talking about DEI, and we heard the president saying that might be an issue here. The FAA launched a national outreach program under Obama for DEI, and it included a push to hire workers with severe intellectual disabilities and psychiatric problems. There's also a lawsuit from last year, 2024, that alleged that the FAA turned away nearly 1,000 air traffic controller applicants solely based on race.
That is insane, to be low on people on a high-impact job and to turn people away. Meanwhile,
go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say that Troy Nails was on with you earlier, and he said this about the air traffic controller situation. Keep in mind, the federal government's running the Reagan Airport. Watch.
The DCA, which is the Reagan Airport where this took place, their air traffic control staffing shows that they need 30 personnel to
I saw and heard everything while I was shaving. Is this better, by the way? Please tell me this is better. No. You look more gay. I'm done. You missed some hairs on the left side, did I? Yes. I mean, I had to do this fast while I was listening to the DEI shit. What are you trying to accomplish? You just gotta wait until your hair regrows. I mean, the beard was annoying me. Like this is too sharp of a line. So having it be like long was annoying me. I think it just looked silly. Have you seen the new Amelia Perez drama? The lead actress has lots of racist tweets. Yeah. Your face is better balanced with your facial hair shave, but I think you gotta go fully clean shaven to do that. The girlies are saying better, so it's better. So, once again, going back to what's actually happening in the world, all of this conversation that revolves around DEI is actually silly, nonsensical, completely ridiculous. People are like, oh, they lowered the standards of eligibility to let in people with like severe intellectual disabilities. And it's like, okay, yeah, except the air traffic control still has a incredibly severe problem with understaffing. Interesting. Hogs mad. r/conservative users are really not happy with the DEI angle. Not the time to do this to score political points. Let the investigators do their job and families mourn. Trump will never not use a moment to promote his political points or opinions, no matter how irrelevant the situation they are. Same old Trump. He can never keep his mouth shut. I mean, one, these guys are still absolutely going to be Trump voters, Trump supporters, whatever. Also, y'all so fucking weird, worried about looking gay, conservative sounding ass motherfuckers. Oh my God, bro, this man. Oh, my beard looks too sharp and sexy. I'm going to be perceived as gay. Oh no, what a terrible thing. Shaking my fucking head, bro. Yeah, okay, dude. I don't think you understand. I never said that I don't look good with this like hairstyle or whatever. It's just not what I think looks good. Okay? That's it. You might go to a stylist and the stylist might put you in like incredibly expensive clothes that they think looks good. Those clothes might be appealing to a bunch of other people, but they might not be appealing to you. Okay? One of the things I've always maintained is natural. I don't get a low taper fade because I like having it look natural. I don't shave my beard down and ever, like, look, there's an angle on my face, dude. Look at this. Like, look, do you see this? Like, that shit is hot for some people. It's just not good for me. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm trying to fix it to the best of my ability. When people say, oh, you look gay, they don't mean like, first of all, they're gay. This community is gay. This community is the gayest fucking community on the planet. What the fuck are you talking about? That's why your gay ass is in it, okay? When it's someone saying, yo, you look gay as fuck, they're gay and saying that, okay? That's it. What is this? Why Lucci was released from prison today. Here's a short video of his biggest hit over some Soviet state bus stop as a tribute. Dude, why over the incredible Soviet bus stops? Bro, these people are gaslighting you. You look weird. It looks too artificial. Like people who do face harmonization and shit, your instincts are on point. Yeah. Line up the part under your beard to your jawline. It might look better. But you're right. If I was you, I would hate it. I like a natural look so much better. That's it. I just like, I prefer a natural look. Okay. That's it. I prefer a natural look. And this is a little bit unnatural. And, I mean, it's not a little bit unnatural. It's very unnatural, but it's all good. I mean, this is a look for a lot of people. And I'm sure I'm not like shitting on the place. You know what I mean? I'm sure they are helping fix the Japanese declining birth rates, like all that good stuff. Okay, that's it. And I think like me, obviously washing my face. Me washing my face was good. And then me washing my face was good. Me shaving was good too. I think it helped. Or maybe it made me look more gay. I don't know, but it's whatever. Too manicured for your taste. Yeah. Just say you don't want to look like us, the F words. Stop the rationalizing. Yeah, that's what it is. What is this? Here's a good analysis. Oh my God, this shit has 2.9 million views in one day. What is happening? Analyzing the mid-air collision over the Potomac. A detailed examination of ATC communications. Bro, it's so funny. Dude, I love my job. I'm the most fortunate person on the planet. I'm so fucking privileged. You guys know this. And I love my community. But it is hilarious that I can't even be like, hey, man, I like a rugged look. I like a natural look. I can't like a polished look without chatters being like, wow, I can't believe you're saying the F slur over and over again to me. Particularly to me, just to me. I'm sitting in my living room looking so polished, and you have now called me the F slur multiple times. It's like, no, dude, I'm just saying that like everybody has their own fucking preferences, you know? God damn. I can't tell if that dude was joking or not. There's hella dudes who are not joking, though, in the chat that are like, you're using gay as a pejorative. I think we as a community need to understand that there's a reason why a lot of other Twitch streamers think that this place is incredibly hostile. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. We will never take ownership over it, of course, especially as a community. But like anytime where I'm not in the fucking wheelhouse of talking about politics directly, anytime where it's not just politics, all hell breaks loose, baby. All hell breaks loose. It could be me talking about my fucking haircut, and chat will be in their feelings about it. Is literally this TikTok the live stream is not working. I don't know why.
Hear a character say something in a show and listen to it, hear it back, and go, yes, that is what they said. And take a pop quiz after the episode, an episode of fucking Succession. This is what he said. This is what this guy wants. This is what this guy probably wants. This is what he said. That's what she said. But suddenly, when you get into a real life situation and you hear the words that come out of my mouth, and I say, you can't just close the Department of Education. That's a terrible plan. And everyone who hears that, who's on Trump's side or conservative, whatever, spins around with their head on a swivel like the fucking bitch from The Exorcist and goes, oh, so you think the Department of Education is perfect? You think it's so fucking great? You think it's literally amazing and incredible and gorgeous? You literally think it's perfectly fine and shouldn't be fixed? Babes, that was a completely new sentence. Those were new words introduced to this conversation. Nowhere did that entirely new thought come out of my head. That came out of your mouth. And I'm
Yeah, chatter saying you don't want to look gay is that's actually, thank you, Rizzy D. What a great point. Chatters would be like, oh wow, Hasan is really homophobic. Meanwhile, I spent yesterday with this face, with the pretty boy face, and the day prior, I did a fucking maid stream. I was in a maid outfit the entire goddamn day, okay? On the streets of Tokyo. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay? Does this strike you as a person who is afraid to express themselves in a way that is not, in a way outside of the confines of heteronormativity? The fuck are you saying? Yeah, also, Nazis lost their fucking minds over it. It was really funny. Yeah, Red Pill Twitter won't shut up about it. Yeah, because Red Pill Twitter is comprised of 12-year-olds and dudes who are mentally stunted into being 12 years old. That's the problem. Do you not understand that? You're not afraid of looking gay. You're afraid of looking Mediterranean. Thank you, Emhud. Thank you. Finally, someone understands. This, what I saw, the reflection that I saw looking back at me in the mirror was something that I was afraid of, okay? Something that I have strayed away from my whole fucking life. A dude that goes to the fucking Nargile Cafe, okay? I was looking like I was ready to rip shisha. I was looking like I was ready to rip fucking shisha with my Persian brothers, okay? After a long day of doing real estate licensing. That is terrifying. I like, my shit was coiffed. I was Lebanese maxing. It was unacceptable. And the brows are still there. Look at this. You know the joke I always make about, like, is this person gay or are they simply Latino? Okay? This is it. This is what I'm talking about. There is an entire globe of men out there, okay? All the way from Latin America to MENA, where dudes will pay a lot of money to look like this, okay? My Mexican girlfriend heard that and feel attacked. You're getting deported when you go back home, buddy? Yeah. Anyway, I'm actually feeling a lot better now with the beard shave. Like, I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm more confident in the look now. They turned him into an unfuck boy. Anyway, it's called Habibi Maxing. Exactly. Link works now. Oh, he's finally live.
Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic. We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them. And in one case, they're sending massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year with the fentanyl. And in the other two cases, they're making it possible for this poison to get in, number one. And number two, we have big deficits, and it's something we're doing. And we'll possibly very substantially increase it. We're not. We'll see how it is. But it's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly. And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? They, you know, it's wonderful.
True, King. Why should we?
Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession you're looking for, sir?
No, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. And with Mexico, it's the same thing. We have a $250 billion deficit, and we have a lot of people coming into the border, and now we've largely stopped that, but we've stopped that ourselves. I think they've done a fantastic job. You've seen the numbers; they've dropped to almost zero. But we've suffered under the past administration for years and years. We've suffered with millions of criminals coming into our country. Criminals, people from jails from all over the world. They come through Mexico and they come through Canada too. A lot of them come through Canada, and a lot of fentanyl comes through Canada. And China makes the fentanyl. You know, China makes the fentanyl, gives it to Mexico, puts it through Canada, puts it through different places, mostly Mexico, but also a lot through Canada. And so all three haven't treated us very well.
There are significant.
Can I ask you about your meeting with NVIDIA? What did you talk about, and do you think you need to ban more of the chips that they're selling to China?
Well, he's a great gentleman, and I hadn't met him. He's the biggest in the world in terms of chips. And I can't say what's going to happen with it. We had a meeting. It was a good meeting. But eventually we're going to put tariffs on chips. We're going to put tariffs on oil and gas. That'll happen.
Oh, the audio is on.
Fairly soon.
Okay, I'm going to hit it on mono. Don't worry. Hold on. I'm going to fix it.
And we're going to put a lot of tariffs on steel. We already have tariffs on steel, and we've saved our steel industry, but that was relatively small compared to what it'll be. But we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum.
It's good.
Copper.
I fixed it.
Copper will take a little bit longer, and that'll happen pretty quickly. It'll mean it'll be a great boost for our steel industry. It'll make our steel industry very strong. If I didn't put the tariffs on years ago on steel, which actually Biden left because there was so much money that they couldn't do anything about it.
I fixed it.
I think we would have lost. We wouldn't have one steel mill in this country if I didn't do that. We saved the steel industry. So it was an honor to do it. And I think the people that love me most in the whole world are people that make steel. But we're going to be putting sometime this month, next month, we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum. And we'll give you an announcement as to what the exact date is. But it'll be a tremendous amount of money for our country, a tremendous amount. These are big numbers. And in addition to that, and you see the power of the tariff. I mean, the tariff is good. And nobody can compete with us because we have by far the biggest piggy bank. And so that'll take place very quickly. But also we'll be doing pharmaceuticals. And to bring our industry back, we want to bring pharmaceuticals back to the country. And the way you bring it back to the country is by putting up a wall, and the wall is a tariff wall. We were the richest country in the world. We were at our richest from 1870
Tariffs,
to 1813.
my favorite.
That's when we had,
Tariffs,
we were
my
tariff.
favorite word.
And then they went to an income tax concept, and you know, how did that work out? It's fine. I mean, it's okay, but
Yeah. I said this like fairly early on, but I think he's using tariffs as a way to offset taxes. Like they want to cut taxes in its entirety and then use tariffs as a way to make up
we'll also be doing chips and things associated
for
chips.
make up for the revenue loss, which is crazy because it's just a significantly worse regressive sales tax on the working poor.
Robbie was a very close friend of mine. What happened to him was so sad, one of the saddest days. But they're coming in to speak to me, and I look forward to it.
Mr. President, on the crash, do you have any concerns that your commentary about things you have described as common sense or your observations could in any way interfere with the thorough investigation of the crash?
No, I think they'll do an investigation. It'll probably come out the way I said it. I like to put it up front. I'm so tired of listening to things happen to our country and then people say we'll do an investigation, and 3 years later they come out with a report that nobody looks at. Especially, not in all cases can you do that, but in this case, you know, you had a helicopter that was, the Black Hawk was too high. It was above the 200 limit by double. Shouldn't have been there. And there were some other mistakes made too, and I pointed them out also, and I was right on all of it, but they'll still do an investigation just to check it out, but I think that's what
Yeah. They'll still do an investigation, don't worry guys. I mean, even though what I said is correct. And there probably doesn't need to be an investigation because what I said is correct. But they'll still do one, don't worry guys. But I got it. I got it. Me, the president. I got it. I figured it out. It's the black people.
And when you look at the way they run things, in fact, if you look,
it's black people. It's the it's the intellectual disability.
Talented people.
It's the intellectually disabled.
Always overlooking runways. you better get them in there fast because we don't have people there that are qualified. And you knew that because planes were landing very, very late. They were circling all over the place. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
And so there are planes in the air everywhere, and there are other air traffic. Pardon me, sir.
We have to have the best people, the smartest people, the sharpest people as control tower experts. And that's what they have to be. They have to be experts, and they have to be very smart. And we didn't have our best. And if you read the quote that I read yesterday at the news conference, it talked about people that were psychologically injured were okay, and people that had lots of problems were okay. I'd read it again if you'd like me to, but I don't think I have to waste your time.
Does that give you concern, though, sir, with planes in the air all around the country, people relying on that as safety? Are you suggesting there's an ongoing risk?
No, I think there's very little risk, but I think that we have to make sure that this never happens again. Very, very little risk. And we're taking actions that this can't happen again. The helicopter, as you know, was out of its zone. Shouldn't have been out of its zone. It was at the same height as the airplane. Now, the airplane was coming down on its track. It was perfect. It was in perfect shape coming down, and something was in its way. You can't let that happen. And it won't be happening again. And this was all because of weak rules in the Biden administration. And we're just not going to let that kind of thing happen again. And again, I could wait and I could, give a report in 2 years like they always do. And sometimes it's obvious. In this case, to me, it was very obvious. And I think I've been proven to be very correct. Yeah.
Mr. President, what do you expect from your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu next week?
I expect a lot of good things. From all meetings, I expect good things. Marco Rubio, as you know, is going to make a tour of various countries in South America. He's going to be meeting in Panama, where Panama's treated us very badly. They gave him, rather foolishly, a thing called the Panama Canal, the most expensive project we ever built, if you look at today's numbers. Most expensive ever built. We lost 38,000 men. In that case, all men, just about all men. 38,000 to the mosquito, to malaria and various other problems that you get from jungles. It was a tremendously costly event. We built the Panama Canal 110 years ago. Think of it, the most expensive development we ever did. And really one of the wonders of the world, one of the great wonders of the world. And we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama. And Panama's been ripping down all the China language signs. They've been working like mad to try, but about 70% of the signs were up and they were written in Chinese, and that's not the deal. So we're going to take it back. They've already offered to do many things, but we think it's appropriate that we take it back. They've totally violated the agreement. We have an agreement. They violated the agreement, and Marco Rubio's going over there to talk to the gentleman that's in charge.
Mr. Gaza, do you still think it's a good idea for Jordan and Egypt to be taking in Palestinians when they reject the idea and the Palestinians who are living now in Egypt?
I think Jordan will take people from Gaza. And I think Egypt will take them also. I mean, I heard somebody said they're not going to, but I think they will. I feel confident they will.
Mr. President, will tomorrow's tariffs include oil?
What?
Will tomorrow's tariffs be inclusive of Canadian crude?
I'm probably going to reduce the tariff a little bit on that. We think we're going to bring it down to 10% on the oil. So it's 25% on the Canada side.
Mr. President, are these tariffs stacking on top of already existing tariffs? Or
Yes,
this will be the
on top of whatever may be existing.
Mr.
President, ask you a question about Venezuela. Rick Cornell was seen on state TV shaking hands with President Maduro. Is there any concern that there's legitimacy to the Maduro administration?
No, we want to do something with Venezuela. I've been a very big opponent of Venezuela and Maduro. They've treated us not so good, but they've treated, more importantly, the Venezuelan people very badly. We have tremendous Venezuelan population. I got 92% of the vote, the Venezuelan vote. Now we want to see what we can do to get people back in their homeland safe and free and all. He's meeting with a lot of different people, but we are for the people of Venezuela. We're for the Venezuelan Americans. If you look at it, we have them all in Florida, right around the Doral area. That's really, they call it Little Venezuela, right? And they voted for me close to 100%. So we'll see what we can do to straighten out the situation in Venezuela. Venezuela has been very unfortunate. I was very surprised when I saw that Biden agreed to buy a lot of oil from Venezuela, because Venezuela...
By the way, there are 200,000 Chinese people in Panama, and some families have been there for 170 years. They make up 4% of the entire population. Trump is a dumbass. I did not know that. That's crazy.
They buy...
What is happening right now? There's just a phone ringing in the background. This is such a boomer moment. What the fuck?
So we're not going to let that stupid stuff happen. So we'll see what happens. We're not happy with Venezuela. We don't like the way they've treated the Venezuelans at all.
Mr. President, there have been some warnings or messages that government websites will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm if that's accurate?
Shut down?
Government websites, excuse me, will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm whether that's accurate and if there are any concerns?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. DEI would have ruined our country, and now it's dead. I think DEI is dead, so if they want to scrub the websites, that's okay with me. But I can't tell you. I guess probably certain people handle it certain ways. But I'll tell you who's very happy about it: the military. The real leaders, the real generals in the military, they're very happy about it. Doug is very happy about it. He's got a big group of people that are going to be working for him, really starting right now. He just got signed up, and they're very happy about it. He had a lot of DEI. Everybody did, but he has not been a fan. It was really hurting our country badly. It's costing a lot of money too. You see the kind of money we're talking about? Hundreds of millions of dollars for nonsense. Now we have our country back now. Our country is back, and it's a nice thing to say. I've never seen such love. I've never had anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. People are coming up, sir, thank you for bringing our country back. We were losing our country, and I think we're stronger now than we've been in many, many decades.
And the department update on your call with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we'll be speaking. We'll be speaking, and I think we'll perhaps do something that'll be significant. We want to end that war. That war would have never started if I was president, and we want to end that war. That war is a horrible war. Millions of young people are being killed, mostly on the lines now, mostly soldiers. But the cities have been largely destroyed, many of them. They're like demolition sites. But the soldiers are just shooting at each other. You know, it's a very flat land. I said this the last time, very, very flat land. The only place that a bullet stops is when it hits a person. And they're hitting a lot of people. They're hitting a lot of soldiers.
Also, I posted on Instagram, just letting y'all know.
On both sides, you know, I think Russia would probably say close to 800,000, and Ukraine 600,000 or 700,000. And it's just a senseless situation, and it's got to stop. So whatever I can do to stop it, and we are having discussions, yes.
Ongoing, already scheduled and ongoing?
Already talking, yes.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin?
I don't want to say that, but we are having very serious discussions.
Is there a reason you don't want to?
We are, well, I just don't want to say that. We're having very serious discussions.
Dev here. There's a reason to shut the website down to scrub DEI content. It's just an excuse. There's no reason to shut down a website to scrub DEI content. It's just an excuse to shut it down and then hope people forget. The standard, shut it all off and see what kind of pushback happens in hopes you don't have to turn it back on for efficiency. Yeah. Makes sense.
People over there was weaponized at a level that nobody's ever seen before. They came after a lot of people, like me, but they came after a lot of people. No, I wasn't involved in it. I'll have to see what is exactly going on after this is finished. But if they fired some people over there, that's a good thing, because they were very bad. They were very corrupt people, very corrupt, and they hurt our country very badly with the weaponization. They used the Justice Department to go after their political opponent, which in itself is illegal. And obviously it didn't work.
Are you going to impose tariff on the European Union?
What does that mean?
Are you going to impose tariff too on the European Union, like you are going to do for Mexico and Canada?
Well, you're asking me a question because I'm sure you didn't hear Am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer?
What does that mean? You're the fucking president. Answer normally. What is happening?
The European Union has treated us so terribly.
Oh my
You
God.
promised Americans to try to reduce costs, and so many of the products that would be tariffed when they come into the country, the outgoing country is not paying the tariff. The buyers in the United States pay that, and then that's passed on to consumers in most instances.
Sometimes.
How would you expect to have prices come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs?
Well, let me just tell you that I got elected for a lot of reasons. Number one was the border. Number two was inflation, because I had almost no inflation. And yet I charged hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs to countries. And think of it, I had almost no inflation and took in $600 billion of money from other countries. And tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success, cause big success. So we're gonna have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that. I had that when I negotiated some of the good deals for the farmers. And unfortunately, those deals have been led astray by Biden and his people because they didn't enforce the deals. We have a deal with China, which is phenomenal for the farmers, but there was nobody to enforce it in the Biden administration. They let them get away with murder. So that's another thing we're going to be bringing.
Do you accept the principle of costs being passed
committed to
on?
buying $50 billion worth of farm product, and they did it when I was president. And as soon as I left, they stopped doing it because there was nobody in Biden to enforce it. But the tariffs are going to make us very rich and very strong, and we're going to treat other countries very fairly. But if you think about it, other countries charge us tariffs. We don't charge them tariffs. And it's about time that that changes.
Sir, are you concerned about the market reaction around tariffs?
No, no. Tariffs, the word tariff is a very misunderstood word. You've heard me say, I say it kiddingly, but it's one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary. It really is. And we've been taken advantage of because others have charged us VATs. As an example, the European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar. And it costs us an absolute fortune.
It's JD Pondon, baby. I'm telling you. It's JD Pondon. It's JD Pond freaking Don.
Don't take almost anything.
Destruction of global trade and American global trade superiority happening right in front of our eyes, dude.
European Union, we're going to bring the level up to where it should be. And if you think of the European Union, then you go to NATO, it's largely the same group of countries. Until I came along, I mean, we were paying almost 100% of NATO only to get bad trade deals. And now it's been evened out, but very unfair having to do, it was evened out pretty good. Actually, I did a good job. They paid $440 billion if you look at the Secretary General's report, and he was here recently and he said that. He said one of the most amazing things I've ever seen is what President Trump was able to do with these countries of Europe, of which he was in charge of them, but he couldn't get them to pay. I went over, I said, you got to pay, and if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. It's very simple. But very unfair is with Ukraine because we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in probably for $100 billion. There's a $200 billion difference, and they need it more than we do. You know, we have an ocean in between. They don't, and so they're going to have to step it up a little bit.
With efforts to reduce the federal workforce, whether it's offering what we've called the buyout package or other efforts, do you have any concerns that there will be employees broadly across the federal government who might take that up? And they're a part of the many different ways that agencies protect the public, from food inspections to water safety to the air traffic
everybody's
controllers.
replaceable, and we'll get very good people to replace them if it turns out to be more than we thought. It could be a lot, it could be a little, we don't know, but we'd love to have them leave. We're trying to remember this. We want them to go into the private sector. It's our dream to have everybody almost working in the private sector, not in the public sector. We have many people, very few people came to work. They were, you know, it started more or less with COVID, but actually even before COVID. But it started with the COVID, they didn't come back. And then Biden let them get away with murder, and they, you know, we had federal workforce, like 4% coming into the office. And that just doesn't work. You know, people can say it does, but it doesn't work. You have to be unified in a group in the office. It's just, it was crazy. You don't know what they're doing. And then at some point, we may ask them to certify that they didn't have two jobs, meaning were they really getting a check from us, the government, and then were they also working a second job and a third job, and, you know, on government time? And many of them will say that they did, you know, which is not legal, but it's a problem. It's a problem. No, we want to get that out. We want to clean it out. You know, people have been trying to reduce federal government now for 40 years, 45 years, and they haven't been able to do it. And this is a way of doing it, I think, very nicely. It's sort of a buyout, too. I think we're treating people very good, but people don't come to the office. They won't have a job starting on that very special date, so we'll see how that works out. I mean, nobody knows how that's going to turn out. Everybody might show up to the office, and maybe a large number won't show up. But if they don't show up, we've accomplished a very serious goal. We're trying to reduce government.
Does Mr. Musk or any of those associated with your DOGE effort, do they have any direct access through the government systems to how money is dispersed?
No, nothing. No, they are. This has nothing to do also with the federal cutting, you know, with this federal cutting. This is very separate. This is if you don't show up, you don't get paid. But DOGE, I think great progress has been made. We're talking about cutting over $1 trillion of waste. We're talking about waste. We're not talking about we're going to love and cherish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're not going to do anything with that other than if we can find some abuse or waste, we'll do something, but the people won't be affected. It'll only be more effective and better. And our country, as our country gets richer, the people on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, those people are going to be more secure. If Biden had gotten elected, Social Security was going to fail because the country was failing. It was going to fail. The country was going to fail. And therefore, the Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and all of the other things that you may get would not be able to be paid. Our country's getting very strong, and you see it. I think more progress has been made in the last 2 or 3 weeks than has been made in the last 4 years. I think not only has more progress been made in the last 4 years, it's, I'll call it deprogress. We went way backward as a country in so many different ways, from woke to all of the other things that took place that were so bad. You look at Afghanistan, how embarrassing that was. I think Afghanistan really started the problem with Russia and Ukraine. When Putin looked over and he saw how incompetently that was handled, I was getting out, but I was going to keep Bagram. Right now, China has Bagram. I was going to keep one of the biggest air bases in the world. They left it. But I was, other than Bagram, I was going to get out. And I wasn't keeping Bagram for Afghanistan. I was keeping it for China because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we were keeping it. So we have a lot of great things happening in our country, and we appreciate that you're here. And I'm really thrilled about Doug, and I'm really thrilled about his friend, Chris Wright, who's a legend in the oil business, right? They keep telling me, Catherine, he's like a legend, and he's a legend too in a lot of businesses. And we have an amazing group of people working with us. There's a man behind me who became a tremendous success. He was not a wealthy man. He didn't start off a wealthy man, and he ended up a wealthy man. And you know, that's a great talent, and he's willing to sacrifice so much and to put it to work for our country. Watch the job he does on the interior, but in particular on really making our country very, very wealthy by utilizing it properly. And at the same time, environmentally, he does it he's very much an environmentalist. He's going to do it very carefully and very painstakingly good. But you just watch what happens. And working with the Department of Energy, where his compatriot, his friend, and also considered the most talented man in the oil business, is the head of the Department of Energy, and they work together. It's almost like a partnership. It really is a partnership. And watch what that does for our country. It'll be a fantastic thing to see. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
Tulsi got it up. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for heading up. Thank you, Fred.
We're going.
Okay, as a Bergamaniac, it does make me happy to see him take a more active role in the administration, I will admit, okay? But that's just me personally. I know that you know, trans people's passports are getting confiscated. ICE is doing raids in every single community. And, you know, ICE is doing raids in virtually every immigrant community. Things are looking horrible across the board in the United States of America. Things are about to get a lot more expensive fairly quickly with all these tariffs if they actually do get kicked in. But also Doug Burgum, the legendary governor, Microsoft adjacent tech billionaire, Doug Burgum, the legendary governor of North Dakota, who I am a big fan of, I am very fond of, is getting more of a prominent role in this administration. So that's just something to consider. You know, we got to take the good and the bad. Eyebrow man, I know. I'm very jealous of his eyebrows. Yeah, I'm hearing stories so far. I have not seen any anything legitimate about this other than like personal anecdotes, but trans people are reporting that like there have been not one, not two, but numerous trans people have reportedly had issues with the passport office. And I don't know, could be an issue with oversight so far. And we'll get into it in a little bit. But as you guys know, one of the problems or one of the major things that the Trump administration has wanted to do was engage in trans erasure. You have to have your gender be the gender assigned at birth. Only man and woman, that sort of stuff, you know? I am so cold in this room, and I literally have turned off the AC, and it's still cold as shit. Okay. For someone that does not know anything about him, can you explain why you like him? Oh, I'm just memeing. Every Republican primary cycle and Democratic primary cycle in the general election oftentimes yields tremendous bounty in terms of new characters. And I like to jokingly choose one to be my favorite. Doug Burgum was the man this year. Federal employees are told to remove pronouns from email signatures by end of day, apparently. Yeah, they're doing really stupid things. Like, they're doing really aesthetic focused, stupid things. But part of that is also deliberate, where they're what do you call it? They're like doing this at the behest of like hurting trans people, harming marginalized communities in general. So it goes beyond aesthetics. No, I mean like aesthetically, as in like demanding that you remove your gender pronouns from your email signature is aesthetic. That is like, that's just the most bottom of the barrel. Like, it's something that you do because you're just like, yeah, we're really going to stick it to the trans people like that. That's it. That's what it is. It's just like bullying, right? But there are far more consequential, far more impactful aspects of the trans erasure that we are talking about. So they're hitting it from every angle. Does that make sense? Where they're doing like silly things, but then they're also actively trying to do much larger, much more harmful things, such as, banning any sort of hormone replacement therapy. Any sort of hormone replacement therapy. It's going to lead to massive, massive problems. Like, if your goal is to simply dunk on some trans people, in that process, you're going to end up harming every American. You're not just going to harm trans people. You're going to harm cis people as well. There are far more cis people than there are trans people out there. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let me. Like, look. Health resources vanish following DEI and gender orders. Vague federal directives have led to frantic action and perhaps overreaction before a Friday deadline. Federal and state health officials and staff members scrambled on Friday to comply with a 5 p.m. deadline by Trump administration to terminate any programs that promote gender ideology and to withdraw documents and any other media that may do so. Federal workers have already been ordered to halt diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to scrub public references to those efforts and to place employees involved in them on administrative leave. Known TRT users like Rogan and Hulk Hogan will have a hard time getting testosterone therapy. Yeah, probably not. Because the reality of the matter is their job isn't to like undercut HRT in its entirety. I think that like I think their goal is to specifically stop trans people from existing. Those pieces of shit will always be able to get their steroids, unfortunately. Yeah, by the way, of course, classic fake news moment. My brother Jack Wallace just found out the helicopter pilot was a transgender. They aren't going to be able to hide this much longer. A transgender Black Hawk helicopter pilot for the military wrote a long letter about gender dysphoria and depression one day before the fatal crash. Virginia pilot responds after she's falsely targeted over Black Hawk crash. Joe Ellis, a National Guard pilot who was transgender, was falsely identified as the captain of the crashed military helicopter in thousands of social media posts. Yeah, you are the media now. I just... Like, she's alive. Yeah, of course she's alive. Because she wasn't the helicopter pilot for this helicopter crash. I can't stand this shit. It's so insane. It's so incredibly stupid. And like, I can't begin to talk about how disrespectful this is to the victims. I can't begin to talk about how hateful and stupid such an attitude is, like demonstrating such an attitude is, because none of that matters. These guys have one goal and one goal only. Okay. And then you got like absolute morons in here. So you're saying that trans people are actually better pilots? Did I ever say that? I don't know. I have no opinion. I don't think trans people are magical beings. I think they're just, you know, just like every other type of person. Okay. I'm joking, bro. Okay. Well, don't crack jokes like this right now. You know what I mean? There's hella people who do that. It's just crazy. Every single person involved could be white. Every single person involved could be a white man, right? Like just a straight up white dude. And these guys will still say DEI, as is the case with this situation. What we're talking about here with this specific crash is literally that. Virtually every single person involved in it is a white dude. And it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if they were, you know, if they weren't all white. Like, my point is DEI is a ridiculous argument to make regardless. It comes with the notion that like people who aren't white men are actually somehow being uplifted to these positions that they don't deserve because they're not white, because we have like racial quotas or whatever. That's what it is. And the irony for the ATC especially, and even the military, because they say they're DEIing the military too sometimes. But the irony is that these towers are so consistently understaffed. So if there's any sort of lowering of the hiring standards that anyone has ever, lowering the hiring standards that they've had in the past, it is directly due to the need for more hired help on this side. Okay? It is fucking insane. It's understaffed and it's underfunded, and these guys are, in spite of these potentially quote unquote lowering of restrictions that people are claiming is occurring, they're still understaffed. Why the fuck U.S. people are so addicted to skin color? People, it doesn't mean shit. Culture that matters. That's funny. It's just crazy to me because, like, God forbid there is a woman or a black person involved in any high profile incident. Oh my God. That's all. Like, these guys lie about it when there isn't a black person or a woman involved. I don't know what's going to happen when there is one. You know what I mean? Yeah, here it is. I can't remember the last time I've seen the military withhold a casualty ID. Unfortunately, the reason the family would make this request is all too clear and credible. The U.S. military official told NPR on Friday that at the request of the family, the Army is not going to release the name of the female member of the 3-person helicopter crew. The official was not authorized to speak publicly on the matter. Yeah. You know why. What are they hiding? What? America first? What are they hiding? Says Patriot Vac Services. HVAC, Patriot HVAC Services. Okay, no. This is a chatter. This is a, you fucking asshole. Stop. Patriot HVAC Services? Come on. This is definitely a HasnAbi head who made this account, right? Like, as a meme, as a joke about like something I joke about all the time. Rare Tyler on political take?
Actually, I feel like after CNN started popping off is when a lot of this started happening. Maybe CNN is the problem. Because it's like how old people like have like Fox News open all day, right? And then Donald Trump will like come up there and
what is CNN?
And be like, the earth is flat. And then everybody who watches Fox News is like, the fucking earth is flat, baby. Let's go. The earth is flat, pussy boy. I told you. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like CNN is might be the problem.
What is CNN? Zico streamer has been doing news, hence ZNN. It's Zico news on drama in OnlyFans. ZNN is Zico's news channel about classic WoW. Okay, while I have no idea what the hell any of that means, I do like that Tyler understands the mind-melting powers of Fox News. And he uses it as a negative. So both of those things are great. Tyler wants still the GOAT. You already know what it is. Anyway. Bro's a boomer. Every single person involved in WoW Classic or Hardcore, whatever it's called, is literally 40 years old. This game has been out since I was a child, and most people in its player base are at the average age of the World of Warcraft. The average player base of World of Warcraft Hardcore Classic is quite literally 43. Why is it 43? It's classic, as in it's the original version, as in they brought it back so that all of the 43-year-olds who constantly complain about I don't know, video games no longer hitting as hard because now they have bills to pay and taxes to pay and how much that sucks, can feel like they were a child once again for the 6 to 10 hours a day that they consistently grind that makes them forget about the monotony of daily existence. So when you say, oh, you're a boomer for not knowing insert Warcraft meme, you're out of your mind. And yes, There's nothing wrong with it. I apologize for basically attacking every single one of you, especially MHUD. Okay? But I think if you were being honest with yourselves, you would know exactly what I'm saying and you would agree with me. You would recognize that I am correct. Now let's get back to Peter Douchey talking about Trump turning things upside down.
Operate that air traffic control tower. It's a very busy airport. They say there are about 19 currently on staff. So we have a staffing issue at the Reagan Airport, DCA. DCA, very busy airport. We have 800 flights inbound and outbound each and every day at Reagan Airport. And overall, I believe our record, our safety record, is the gold standard. But when we have an issue like this, it needs to be addressed. There needs to be some oversight from Congress. We need to make sure that if these airports are struggling with air traffic controllers, they bring it to our attention and we can try to encourage more younger people to get into that field.
I struggle with this DEI stuff. I covered DEI when I ran campus reform.
Dog, I'm sorry. Oh, man. That's... No. It's not a as a black man moment, okay? Because it's not being black and working a normal job is entirely different than being black on Fox News, okay? These are two entirely separate planes of existence. When conservatives talk about tokenization or DEI or anything of that sort, okay, they're projecting, because the only way conservatives utilize black people is to have them sit there and say, my co-hosts are not racist. I, as a black man, know what real racism is, and that is not Donald Trump, or that is not insert conservative public figure, okay? It's ironic because he's performing that duty, performing that role right now. Now, this doesn't mean that it's like, he doesn't have merit or whatever. I think that his willingness to play the role of a black man that will defend white supremacy is the merit for Fox News. It is the job for Fox News. It's just that, it's just kind of funny to see someone being like, yeah, I don't think we should hire. Oh, he has no merit. Trust me on that one. No, the merit for us is different than what the goals are with Fox News. The role that Fox News wants him to play. That's it.
Maybe it had the original intent was good, but it's gone way too far. I understand organic diversity. I understand that some people at one point in time in history, or maybe today, were denied jobs because they're qualified, because of the race, sexual orientation, or whatever. I understand that. But why are we trying to...
What was that?
In history, or maybe today, were denied jobs because they're qualified.
It's crazy to hit a maybe on that. Like when you're talking about historic job discrimination, like you're literally black, dude. Like what is happening? What do you mean maybe? Like you have a black mother and a black father. You have a black grandfather and a black grandmother, two of them. What the hell are we talking? You got relatives. Like it's not that long ago. I just don't get it. I don't know how you can still hit that with a maybe. But then again, that's his job. That's his job here. Okay. That's the role. That's why he's there. And he's playing that role. I'm just saying. He's like, oh, yeah, it's DEI stuff, man. It's crazy. Let me see. Is this better? Okay, this is better. I think. It's too dark. I have to fix this. Anyway, I think it's a little bit better. Yeah, let's continue.
Because of race, sexual orientation, or whatever. I understand that. But why are we trying to...
Why are the .govs going down? They're just that's crazy. FAA.gov is down. They're taking out all the federal. They're taking out all the federal. Wait, is that? I can't tell if. Is it real? MHUD? Is FAA.gov? I can't tell if you're baiting me or not. They're taking him down because Donald Trump issued a mandate saying you got to delete all of your DEI stuff. But I don't know why. I don't know why they would take it down. It's still up. Oh, it is up. Breaking: Trump administration officials are putting a pause on most federal government websites. They're expected to go dark at 5 p.m., Trump officials told me.
Get people with mental disabilities to work air traffic control. I mean, there is a place for them in society, but a lot of the diversity push just doesn't make sense. It's not a value of diversity in air traffic control. It just doesn't. The one thing that we need to focus on is the person qualified for the job. Yep. Does their diverse background bring them some additional information to the job? But just hiring people to meet different metrics doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry.
Right. The last thing I would say, it reminds me of the story we had the LA fires, where that fire chief was saying.
I do love why. I do love, one, explaining the historic necessity for why like DEI initiatives originally started, whether it be affirmative action or whatnot, which is to, combat racial hiring discriminatory practices, right? Hiring discriminatory practices on the boundaries of like race, gender, whatever. And then turning around and saying, but it's really messed up that they're doing this other thing, which is like not the case, right? Standards being lowered or whatever. And admitting that there's a problem that exists, explaining what the solution to that problem is, and then simultaneously pointing to the solution to that problem as a bad thing by explaining something entirely different. That's what he's doing here. He explained the historic reasons to why DEI and those sorts of initiatives exist, which is, once again, to combat historic discriminatory hiring practices. That's it. It doesn't mean there are racial quotas, or it doesn't mean that there are like intellectual disability quotas where they're like, we need to hire 10 people with Down syndrome or something. Like that's not how this works at all. Okay? Especially on the racial or gender boundaries, DEI, or rather like HR practices that focus on hiring from all different backgrounds, is just that. A way to improve the hiring practices so that you don't immediately disqualify certain groups of individuals, as was done historically. That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
We want people to know that if you're in a fire, there's somebody coming to save you that looks like you. No, I'd like somebody that's good at
I just don't want to burn.
Right. Yeah.
I just don't want to burn.
I want to live. I don't want to burn to death. All right, so NBC has a story, and the headline is, "Fear and chaos grip federal workers as Trump rapidly remakes the government." Donald Trump has said, as you know, we've been covering this, he wants to...
I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, I guess like if you have nothing, this is like exciting for you. I don't know. They're like, yeah, we're lighting everything on fire. It's so sick. It's like, it's not. I don't think it's sick. I don't think this is good. I think this spells disorder and chaos, which is bad. But what do I know, you know? But I guess when you're a rudderless ship, when you are a rudderless ship in terms of your politics, in terms of your political ideology, you're, I don't get it. You're just, the only thing you care about, I guess, is that you're, you know, the only thing you care about is, oh, fuck. Trump is removing HIV data sets from CDC. Could seriously affect HIV prevention efforts. What happens if all the people in these federal jobs say fuck it and walk out? Full collapse. I'm kind of stoned right now. Yes, that's not going to happen. Damn, do they tint your brows? Hold on. I'm so tired this morning. Holy shit.
in the work from home practices. So he offered the deferred resignation where you get paid through September if you resign by February 6th. There are only 6% of our federal workers that are working full time in an office. So that's why Donald Trump is doing this. Now you have these Democrats that are saying we're living in fear. Everything's so chaotic. But my question to them is, are you fearful about lower prices? Are you fearful about tax breaks? Are you fearful about not paying tips? Not paying taxes on tips or Social Security checks or on your overtime. Many of you work overtime. Are you fearful that Donald Trump's going to get rid of criminal illegal aliens? Why are you scared?
And they're worried about, if you're a federal employee, they're worried about their future. Well, because Donald Trump asked Elon Musk to cut $2 trillion out of the budget. They accused Donald Trump of the first 4 years of not cutting like he did. Tax reform, I believe, was working to do that, bring more revenue in, but they never got to the tax cut because of the pandemic. So what he's doing now is to look at the 2.3 million people working for the federal government. They all got emails saying you can quit, we'll give you 6 months, which, by the way, is way too generous, I think. But come to work, you're fired, or take the 6 months and just write in your subject line, say resigning. So that you should feel fear and loathing if you're not doing a good job. But if you like your job and are doing good at your job, you can keep your job. But this is part of a whole of government push to lean it out and bring our budget in line with $36 trillion in debt. You should not be fearful unless you're coasting. If you're coasting in your job, be fearful. But this is Elon Musk sleeping in the Eisenhower in the office, on the couch, like he did with Tesla, trying to fix it. He's trying to fix the government the way he did SpaceX.
Well, something is obviously going wrong, Ainsley. We just had Americans die because it wasn't properly staffed and they weren't focusing on the right thing. Other agencies are going through something similar. It's just not a harsh job or a deadly job that could cause death, but other harms are happening in the government currently.
It's just sad we had to figure it all out this way.
We begin this hour with breaking news. Minutes ago, CNN confirmed that the FAA has indefinitely shut down the low-altitude helicopter corridor that was in use at the time of Wednesday's mid-air collision that killed 67 people. CNN has exclusively obtained 2 videos that show the crash from angles we had not seen before. They're right here on your screen. You see the Army Black Hawk helicopter on the left, apparently flying right into the path of the American Airlines plane. And here's another video capturing the moment before the impact. The helicopter is traveling over the Potomac River as the plane makes its descent to Reagan National Airport. And some experts are wondering if the Army pilot was confused by the other bright lights and didn't see the approaching plane, perhaps confusing it with another plane. Also this morning, the New York Times is reporting that the Black Hawk may have strayed off course. Quote, the military helicopter appears to have been flying too high and outside its approved flight path at the time of the crash, according to 4 people briefed on the matter, but not authorized to speak publicly, end quote. NTSB investigators have recovered both the voice and data recorders from Flight 5340.
This also is like breaking people's brains because it's a military helicopter that crashed in and that crashed into the commercial airliner. Also on top of that, it was, I mean, it's in DC. Also on top of that, they were saying that they were doing like a regular training session or something like that. What is it, like a continuity plan? So all of the, I suspect, greatest, all of the greatest minds, all the top minds of conspiracy are aching to make this into a very, very big deal. I mean, I get it. If I was a conspiratorial person, I would look at the situation and go, this is it. I've hit it big. Continuity of government. Yeah. It's just like fatal training accidents happen. Oftentimes it doesn't lead to this many civilian casualties. And oftentimes it doesn't lead to this public of an affair. Right. But goddamn, dude, this is like, oof. For conspiracy talk, this is the greatest day of all time. Okay. Hey, go to census.gov. Yeah, they're taking out all of the websites one by one currently. Okay. I think, at least, it seems like some of them are coming back.
And hope to have a preliminary report ready within the next 30 days. CNN's Renee Marsh is at Reagan National. Renee, what are we learning about this FAA action to close the helicopter corridor?
Right, Pamela, that is the latest development here as this investigation is underway, and this is quite a significant move, the first significant aviation safety move since this mid-air collision outside of Reagan National Airport concerning the airspace surrounding the airport. Now, this airspace that has been shut down by the FAA is used not only by commercial airliners coming and going from this airport, but also military aircraft as well as law enforcement aircraft. But in light of that mid-air collision, the FAA has made the determination to close traffic to anything except for those commercial aircraft. And you talked about this other new reporting that I'm sure investigators are also going to be looking into, which is whether or not this helicopter left the proper altitude that it should have been. And if this deviation away from the altitude that it should have been at, this Black Hawk, is actually confirmed, it would certainly mean that the pilot of that Black Hawk was not following flight regulations at that time, because these helicopters are supposed to be flying at very specific altitude, 200 feet or less. And so that is certainly something that investigators will be zeroing in on when they retrieve the black box from the Black Hawk helicopter. That has not been retrieved yet, but they have retrieved the black boxes from the commercial passenger plane. They are already starting work on that. It is in their labs. They have opened it and they've begun the process of reviewing the data from those black boxes. We know that investigators say that they are confident, based on the condition of the black boxes from the commercial passenger plane, that they will be able to get data from it. Also, the NTSB is tapping into their expertise across the country. We got word today that they have tapped one of their members from Alaska. They have flown that individual in. He's a former pilot of a Black Hawk helicopter, so tapping into his expertise on that. And of course, another crucial part of this investigation, Pamela, is going to be the air traffic controllers. We do know that the NTSB at this hour, they have not yet had interviews with the air traffic controllers, so that is soon to come. Pamela?
And there was this near miss the day before the collision between an airplane and helicopter. Tell us about that.
Right, just further highlighting the complicated airspace that is the airspace around Reagan National Airport. It was just the day before this mid-air collision that another passenger plane coming in for a landing had to actually abort landing because another helicopter had come too close into its path. We have the sound from the air traffic control for that incident. Let's take a listen.
I just traveled a helicopter over Georgetown, northbound, 300 feet.
Hey, Tower, we had an RA, but 4514 is going around.
We had an RA with the helicopter traffic below us.
So clearly with this, the incident that is being investigated today, you have that previous incident. It has clearly become evident to investigators that this complicated airspace, something needed to be done more immediately, even though this investigation is ongoing. And Pamela, again, that headline today, the FAA shutting down this airspace around Reagan National Airport to those military helicopters.
Yeah, that's a big development. Renee Marsh, thank you. And our next guest is a former air traffic controller who personally shut down New York City's airspace on 9/11, and he may have been the first person to realize America was under attack that day. Michael McCormick joins us now. Thanks for your time. So as a former air traffic controller, what was your immediate reaction when you learned about this crash and subsequently as more evidence is coming in to process?
Pamela, just like the rest of the country, I was absolutely shocked when I learned of this mid-air collision, especially with the loss of life on board.
Conspiracy talk is booming.
You expect me to believe that a Black Hawk helicopter...
This has 945,000 likes, dude. I'm so cooked. We are so cooked. Dude, we're done. We're done. We're done. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's over. Wrap it up, dude. Yo. Is satire?
Collided with an American Airlines flight in DC's most modern and secure airspace. An American Eagle flight that was en route from Wichita, Kansas. Does anybody know about what's happening in Kansas right now? You know, a major tuberculosis, you know what outbreak? Putting that aside, I just so happened to track the helicopter's path as well before you were unable to all of a sudden. And boy, did I discover a lot of very interesting information.
Was he? Did he? What, a tuberculosis? Is that? Why didn't he say tuberculosis? Can you not say tuberculosis on TikTok? Are you not allowed to say tuberculosis on TikTok? The reviews are rolling in. While obviously many of you are wondering, Hasan, are you going to be watching Ethan's content nuke? The answer is, of course not. But many people have texted me so far being like, dude, this is the dumbest fucking thing. Why did he spend months of his entire life making this video? From what I understand, the reviews are not great. Turns out when you're not particularly smart or particularly knowledgeable about politics and you try to do a, political takedown, people are going to look at it and say, yeah, you're kind of stupid, especially if your big reveal is that I am a socialist. We literally had a political podcast together. and have had numerous conversations on that political podcast in front of tens of thousands of people about my political perspective, clip chimping me into oblivion is not going to take away people's understanding of your lack of intelligence, especially as it pertains to politics. Like, you did a political podcast with an anti-capitalist co-host for a year plus, and I guess you were so oblivious to how things work that in your mind you thought I was something different. I don't know. I thought you would visit the Japanese. Yeah, ironic, because I'm literally going to interview the Japanese Communist Party in 2 hours. Like that is, it's so funny. It's so funny to be like, oh, dude, this guy Hasan, I'll have you know, he's a commie. And it's like, I'm about to go interview the Japanese Communist Party in literally 2 hours. I am going to go to the headquarters of the Japanese Communist Party to interview them. Unprecedented access. What a shocking revelation. Chatters are like, God damn, you're not a right-wing Republican? What the hell is this? I'm out, brother. What the fuck? Wait, you been a commie this whole time? Do you interview Kohei Saito today? No, I think he's back from Berlin, but I don't know if I have an access. I don't know if I have access to Saito. It would be sick. I would really love to talk to him. But for those of you who don't know, Kohei Saito is a very famous degrowth Marxist academic from Japan. He was, I believe, in Berlin for something going on in Berlin. I forget what it was. Until recently, I think he just came back. So it would be great to interview him. But I mean, to be fair, I think we'll have our disagreements. But he knows more than I do. But, obviously he's infinitely more knowledgeable than me. What does degrowth mean? Do you like Marx? Just admit it. I would never admit that. Anyway, Ethan is wrong. I love capitalism. Literally says capitalism on my shirt. It says capitalism is voluntary. Get bread or get dead. So obviously Ethan is wrong. So I don't know where he's coming from. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the JCP interview to do this. No. I'm gonna do this the entire time. Yeah. ちょっと待って。わかりました。Also calls you a terrorist. Yeah, rehashing all the Palestine stuff is also pretty funny in general, because it's like, yeah, dude, we know. The podcast ended over it, okay? He said he mainstreamed you. Yeah, he made me. Ethan Klein made me. While he was working on that garbage, you were interviewing and humanizing incarcerated firefighters and having the time of your life with your best friends in Japan. Says a lot about your respective characters. Yeah, it is what it is. From what I understand, he also is like demanding that his audience go, and he's implying that I'm being funded by the Houthis, which is really funny. Yeah, they are really caked up. I suspect that he'll throw in he's being funded by the Qatari government in there too, because I watch Al Jazeera a lot. And then just all kinds of dumb shit. He had you playing Marvel Rivals with friends in the background while he rants? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I wish I was funded by Uncle G. That would be sick. Do sad song. You do not deserve to be treated that way by anyone that used to call you a friend. It's okay. Didn't Dan and you get along? I haven't been following. How does he feel about all of this? Brother, that's their boss. What do you want him to do? Like, I get it. Dude, Dan, I think recently got married too. Congratulations, by the way, on that front. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, a lot of you are like, oh, they should exhibit bravery and they should quit or whatever. Like, you're ridiculous. Okay. Like, they're trying to do their best. Okay. I think, I don't know. But all things considered, they're just managing the situation to the best of their ability. It is what it is. He couldn't hurt you half as much as your stylist have if he had spent 10 years in his basement conjuring and editing. Okay, calm down. All right, I fixed it. I literally fixed it. Okay, I fixed it. Shut up. That's crazy. Don't say that. I fixed it. I fixed it. And it's going to grow back. It's going to take weeks, but it's going to grow back. Everybody calm down about my eyebrows. Everybody stop about my eyebrows, please. In Tokyo. But yeah. AI brows. I know, they're not even regular eyebrows, they're AI brows.
Both aircraft. This is not something
Let's
that
continue
you
with this.
would expect to see within the air traffic control community. And my thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the passengers and crew on board both aircraft, and also to the air traffic controllers at Washington National, who I'm sure are having a very difficult time right now.
My heart feels for them because I think about that moment when the collision happened and then the air traffic controller had to see the collision and then immediately pivot and deal with all the other planes coming in and redirecting them to the other airports in the area. I mean, talk about true professionalism. But you have to wonder what they're thinking, how they're feeling right now. According to the New York Times, audio recordings reveal that the passenger jet was originally cleared by the control tower for one runway and then was cleared for another runway. What is your assessment of that? And just the timing here of the communication with the helicopter pilot just around 13 seconds before the collision happened.
That is not an unusual maneuver for Washington National Airport. The main runway is what the aircraft was initially sequenced for. The controller made the decision to circle the aircraft to runway 33, and that allows the tower to be able to get more departures off of the main primary runway while the aircraft was circling to land on the secondary runway. Unfortunately, because of that maneuver, taken right into the flight path of the helicopter.
And a source tells CNN that one controller was working 2 positions at the time of the crash. I think that for the layperson, you're like, oh my gosh, what? They were working 2 positions covering the helicopters and the planes, but apparently that's common practice. Should it no longer be common practice?
It is a common practice in all air traffic control facilities that you open and close positions based upon the volume and complexity.
I got a
at
new
any given
jacket.
time. That provides maximum flexibility to handle what's going on in a control tower or in any other air traffic control facility. In this instance, it was actually a good thing because now you have one controller who's actually talking to and controlling both of the aircraft. Otherwise,
It's a brand called Color. It's a Japanese brand called Color with a K. And it's sick. I was a big E fan, watched every episode live, even though it was fucked up for my time zone. I started watching because of Leftovers, and when that split up happened, I remained here because I saw the weird shit in E's behavior. My political views changed a lot, and I get some hope core every night watching the stream. So thank you for everything. Don't say that out loud. He's gonna call you a communist. Yeah, Swaggu jacketa. Has he watched it yet? No, I have not. Here, do you want to see the jacket? It's called Color, the brand, and the outside is literally tailor. Like the outside is like tailoring material in its design. Like this is tailoring inseam basically. Like in professional tailoring, this stuff that you see here. These details that you see here are actually supposed to be like tailoring details that you normally would see inside of a tailored jacket. But yeah, the brand basically takes it and puts it on the outside. It's very cool. It's also a really unique color that I've never seen. I've never seen before. And it sits very well. Like it's like big, bulky. Look at the back. I love the cut. Abi, mashallah, you look so good. That jacket looks so well tailored. Would turn so many heads when we go to Shisha Cafe together. Okay, stop. Just check the website. It's giving too much yay / homeless Seattle look. Okay. Your shaved beard looks better. Yes, Hasan. Thank you. I think it's just because this line is just far too. The line is far too severe. So having it, having the line with a big beard was really cooking me a little bit. So this way, it's just like a little bit less aggressive. New face, new look. What's next? A BBL. I already have a BBL. Eyebrows on fleek today. You ain't been. Wait, what is this? Oh. are going on strike tonight at midnight if they don't reach a temporary agreement. Anyway, let's get back to the ongoing realities of the Trump administration.
If it was a separate controller, then the two controllers would have to constantly coordinate back and forth about what is happening and what they're choosing to do.
Just taking a step back, I often think about how stressful that job is to be an air traffic controller. Just bring us into what it's like to be one and sort of the daily stress and the pressure that you're under.
It is crazy that now that Donald Trump is president, the media is finally doing pro-labor, like basically talking about, the media is basically doing like pro-labor coverage, talking about how, the air traffic controllers are underfunded and that they're understaffed. Typical. It took Donald Trump becoming president again for them to be like, hey, we got to do contentious coverage again. Classic. Now, of course, I've long maintained the position that they are not going to be as contentious as they should be. Okay. Just so you understand, like, you're going to get very limited amount of contentious coverage out of these guys. If your expectation is that they're going to be like really aggressive, really going out of their way and like going after the Trump administration for all its faults and failures, I don't think they're going to do that. But there are certain instances where they will shine a light on what is the real issue. This is one of those instances, it seems, where they're just like, yeah, Donald Trump's immediate blame on DEI initiatives is perhaps not the reason why this happened. And it's, I think, a very glaringly obvious instance. So Trump exclusively blaming that or hitting that button will most likely end up backfiring. You'll also see like regulatory agencies aggressively go after Trump as they, I don't know. It's just, I still suspect that, I still personally suspect that the DEI button is going to be overused. And yes, the dumbest of Trump supporters are going to be on board with it always and forever. But slowly but surely, it will eat away at the number of people that truly believe it, especially if it like is a traumatizing incident that impacts many Americans, right? You can't say 9/11 happened because of DEI, for example. Now, this wasn't 9/11, but it's still a very high-profile incident that is super traumatic. So if you look at that situation and go, oh, it must be DEI, you're like, I don't know about that. Anyway, let's continue.
I mean, I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now. And you heard President Trump talking about it yesterday, not to make this.
They're overusing it too hard. It doesn't have to be. But don't you think by that time it'll be replaced by something else? BLM, CRT? Yes, there is a likelihood of that too. But now they're in power. It's a little bit different when you're in power. Because think about it this way. The CRT stuff, the woke stuff, all this was inventions when you're out of power. But when you're in power, you are still ultimately responsible for things that are happening under your watch. So when you're in power and you complain about DEI, people are inevitably going to think, okay, it's kind of your fault, and I feel like you're deflecting blame away, and I've heard the story too many times, so now I'm starting to think maybe you're just kind of using it. Like in other instances, I still agree with you, but in this one, it seems like, maybe not the case. But yeah, as things get worse and worse year over year, as conditions worsen across the board, oftentimes due to underfunding, understaffing, the same exact problems that persist because everyone is interested in corner cutting. Inevitably, you will see. Inevitably, you will see more accidents like this happening, more devastating impacts of climate change, and they will constantly resort to DEI over and over and over again.
But he's blaming DEI policies without having the evidence to support that. And I just want you to tell us from your experience what it's like.
I believe the air traffic control profession is what is known as a meritocracy, and that is only the best can go through the rigorous selection program, the screening program, and then the 1 to 5 year training program prior to receiving their certification. So having gone through that, we are very proud to have professionals who are competent and dedicated to providing the safest service in the world. And as a controller, I think there's nothing more gratifying, more fulfilling than being able to provide that service to our country. And there is no stress. When you enjoy your profession, you do not feel the stress. You deal with the responsibilities. You compartmentalize, as in the case of when this accident occurred, the controller immediately moved to where their priorities were. And that is air traffic control.
It's just remarkable. It really is. Michael McCormick, thank you.
So I want to bring in Elizabeth McCormick, a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and Cedric Layton, CNN military analyst and retired Air Force colonel. Elizabeth, let me start with you. An Army pilot who has flown Black Hawk helicopters like you in this area around Reagan National Airport told CNN's reporter Haley Pritzky that the Army's flights are routinely planned down to the tiniest detail. This pilot said that based on the risk, the briefer will approve or disapprove parts of the flight plan. That assessment is then run by the unit's commander, then submitted to the FAA. So if it went through all of those levels, the question, of course, is just how could this have happened?
Well, I believe there's three things that happened. If it had just been one, it wouldn't have been an issue, but three different things happened. First of all, they only had a crew of 3. And if you're flying a visual flight plan in a crowded airspace like this, they really should have had 2 crew chiefs in the back of the helicopter to clear each side, as the pilots only have visibility from straight ahead 12 to 3 o'clock, or 12 from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So you only have visibility of the front 180 degrees. Your crew chiefs clear the back. If you only have 1 crew chief, how much can you clear? So I think that was a major issue.
So
and
that's
well
interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep going. Well, so are you saying instead of
you getting worried about the content, Nuke? Look a little worried there, boy. Yeah. I can't believe another person basically compiled Reddit posts from Epstein's subreddit into a shittily edited 2-hour video. Why are you filtering good info? What are you saying? I really don't want to be annoying. I have new info. Everyone that says I really don't want to be annoying is actually being annoying. How can I get a hold of you? I'm knowledgeable about Army aviation. I've been trying to reach out. I have verification. Please check log. I can answer aviation questions you have. I'm going to spam because the usual ways to reach you don't work. Can I DM you? I have important info. What's up? It's the eyebrows that make you look shocked. Yeah, the eyebrows are changing my reaction. You even left the country because they're deleting any comments that are pro Hasan. Yeah, of course they are, dude. What are you talking about? Like, obviously, the number one thing that Ethan could never do is leave comments hidden. And he knew that people were going to watch it and be like, this shit sucks, dog. You're fucking stupid. So he probably hired people to literally clamp on every single pro Hasan comment instantly as soon as it comes in so that he can make it seem like he is not actually censoring people while simultaneously doing just that. You know? I think the content in and of itself will speak for itself. You know? Did you buy new clothes or pay for hotel cleaning? I bought one new pair of pants and a jacket. Things fit me now. So that's actually pretty awesome. He called Kaya a designer dog. Yeah, maybe because I actually train my dog and not let her piss and shit and fucking bark all the goddamn time. No disrespect, but that's crazy. Coming after Kaya, that's crazy. Where'd you get bigger clothes? She's just well trained, you know? He said Kaya was very expensive. Yeah. Very. $1 million. DDG fans must be really sad that there are no Epstein-like claims. Okay. I don't want to sidestep here. Okay. It's hard. It's hard not to, because it's like it's begging. It's begging for my attention. But I'm not going to entertain this meltdown. Let's continue. Remember when you also paid for everyone's adoption fees at that shelter? Yeah, I did. But hey, dude, I bet I'm assuming that didn't make its way into the content video, the content nuke, nor did a million other things that I've done, because the angle here, of course, is that I'm a bad guy and a scary communist, and also, dare I say, pro-Palestine. Pro-Palestine, not anti-Semitic, very much against anti-Semitism, but also yeah, I donated, but in a nefarious way I donated. Every other streamer I like is watching the new We Can't Lose You Too. Yeah. I think one of the biggest problems for slop tubers in general is that they think they can tackle political commentary without like doing any reading whatsoever by simply attacking someone who does do political commentary, right? On the basis of like Reddit comments that they've compiled into a video and that they've like edited together. And the issue is, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you have no idea. You thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one, you know, a week ago. Like, you're not like a serious person. And that's precisely the reason why it'll end up having a bunch of stuff, Red Scare shit, at a time when Donald Trump is the president and is just like ripping through the country. Dudes are hitting Sig Heils, okay? The wealthiest guy on the planet is hitting a Sig Heil. The wealthiest guy on the planet is hitting a Sig Heil on a prominent stage Okay. And you're like, you know who's really at fault here? Fucking commies. the powerful communists. It's a McCarthyism done by someone too stupid to navigate anything he's talking about, and he just ends up looking even dumber. GG's. It has an unironic American patriotism montage. This video is for no one. Yeah. It's just sad. I don't know why he just won't go back to like fucking fun drama or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's just like desperately wants to be taken seriously in this field, and it's just not going to happen. Okay.
Of a crew of 3, it should have been a crew of 4. How many people should have been on the helicopter? And then please continue with your other 2 points.
Yes, so 3 is a minimum crew for a Black Hawk helicopter. In my opinion, when you're going into visual flight mode in a crowded airspace like this, it should be a minimum of 4. So you have a pilot on each side for visibility. That's the first one. The second one is whether
he said his main goal is that you do not end up mainstream. Yeah, I know. It's because it's Epstein-y. It's because it's a Epstein-y take. The idea that like I'm far too scary, far too dangerous to be made mainstream. So like you know, you gotta go and warn like New York Times journalists or whatever, not realizing that many of those people who write those fucking articles are infinitely more intelligent than you and the fans dumb enough to be duped into thinking that I'm a clear and present danger under Trump's current administration. Okay? That's the issue is this is where a lot of Redditors that have done brigades against me actually hit a fucking wall and they can't comprehend it. Okay? They will go and flood the market with like Hasan is so bad clips, right? Not realizing that a lot of those journalists that either write articles about me or write articles about anything, media or political commentary across the board, are a little bit more knowledgeable about the shit that they're talking about than Epstein's brigaders or Ethan's ramblings. Okay? It's ridiculous. That's it. Wait, why did Fossabot? Oh, that's so funny. This was a funny take, but Fossabot timed you out. Just so you know, Squeaks is not watching and is not interested in the nuke video. I don't even give a shit if people watch a nuke video, brother. I think it speaks for itself that more people are dunking on it and clowning on it than taking it seriously. Like, oh my God, this is the most serious thing. Partially because, a bunch of people have made this exact same video a million times over, and it's almost always the exact same principle. It's always the same shit, which is Hasan bad, Hasan rich, Hasan socialist scary, Hasan loves China, Hasan denies the cultural genocide and mass surveillance that the Chinese government did to Uyghurs in Xinjiang, even though I have been very critical of that a million times over. But it's conducted by a person who doesn't know anything and is simply, rehashing Reddit comments. So that's it. And then clip chimp a couple times on politically charged subjects such as Israel-Palestine, where he'll say something along the lines of like, oh, he is a rape apologist or something. I'm not. I guess the Israeli prosecutors are rape apologists rather than myself. And yeah, that's it. And he's a scary guy. Seems like almost all of it is clip chimps sliced together to make you look as worse as possible. Yeah, I just don't think it's like... I think for you guys, many of you already know my position. He tried to claim the AP article you referred to on the Xinjiang didn't exist. See, that's what I mean. It's like really bad research in general, right? It's just really bad research in general. It's no interest in research whatsoever. That's it. And I've been live this entire time. So you know my ass has not watched this fucking quote-unquote content nuke. So I'm like, this is my suspicion of what he did. And the reason why this is my suspicion on what he did is probably correct is because this is not a new video. So many people have done this bad faith nonsense a million times over. And it's crazy that it's like coming from a dude that I knew personally. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's a very sad state of affairs that like even someone that you know personally over a fucking disagreement over genocide can just like completely rewrite his brain almost. It's fucking embarrassing. And no, it's not fucking embarrassing for me. It's fucking embarrassing for him. Maybe you're a poor judge of character. People say this all the time. I disagree. I will always assume the best in others. I don't care. I'm never going to give up on that mentality. I'm not going to be more of a cynical human being across the board. They always bring up the brothel too. Oh yeah, no, not bad research. He's bad face. Very obvious. His clips that cut right at the moment where you say something that could destroy his argument. So far in the video, he's just posting your takes and relying on them already being against your position. He doesn't really do anything to disprove your takes. Yeah. You've spent so many hours elaborating on your position that he would just have to critique you live to keep up. You've already flooded the internet with your explained opinions. He can't reframe you no matter how he tries. Well, there is one thing he can do, which is hope that no one has ever seen me or has only tangentially heard about me or has only had a bad opinion on me. He's farming the haters. He's farming the haters because he's become the hater. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs in general. He literally said he can finally get his life back after this video comes out. It's fucking sad. I know. I mean, I want him to be happy, by the way. I want him to be happy. So I think he's never going to listen to me, so it doesn't matter. I don't think he respects me. Something I texted him directly. I was like, listen, I don't think you respect me, but I think you respect, I think you respect Sam Cedar. You should probably have a conversation with him about this. He never replied to that. But I want him to be a happy person, and I don't think this is going to lead to a level of happiness, especially if it backfires. You know? The haters are going to say this sentiment is fake, but you said this for months. Yeah. Not only have I said this for months, I was definitely a lot more charitable to him.
They were on night vision goggles at that time or not, it is a very cluttered airspace with a lot of lighting and the lights reflecting on the river. And so with that, it's easy to kind of get a little disoriented as far as the height. They were supposed to be at 200 feet.
He's asking people to mass email journalists that cover you in the mainstream. It's the same Dan Saltman shit. Yeah, I'm glad that he took he carried over the torch from Epstein's community. All right, we're done. Oh God, it's so hard. It's so hard for me not to talk about this. I really want to, but
which is the helicopter routing in that area, and it wouldn't have been a conflict, but they were not at 200 feet. Obviously, reportedly, the incident happened at around 350 to 400 feet as the airliner was descending. So that they were at the wrong height. So that's a pilot error. The first would be a policy error or choice. And then the third is air traffic control said, do you have the CRJ in sight? Well, there were two aircraft in their field of view, and actually only one was really obvious to them. And that was if you watch the video, the aircraft taking off in the foreground is probably the one they were facing, the pilots were facing, and said, yeah, I got it. The air traffic control should have said, do you have the aircraft at 5 o'clock? So they were looking at the rear. If they had done that, the Black Hawk is maneuverable. The Black Hawk could have moved out of the way quickly. They can move on a dime and make that happen. And it wouldn't have happened.
Cedric, that's one of the most informed explanations I've heard of what possibly went wrong that I've yet. Thank you so much for that. Do you agree with what you had to say?
Yeah, basically I do, Jake. Elizabeth has obviously a wealth of experience with this, and when you look at the way in which the crews are set up for Black Hawk helicopters, that's a critical thing. You know, you've got the mission planning piece that you mentioned, and as Elizabeth was explaining, there are also so many concerns that they have to really look at, including not only the weather and not only air traffic considerations, but also what kind of things they can expect in terms of topographical features and things like that. And that should be a given. But there are things that change sometimes. Sometimes there's new construction and things like that. And so they have to have as much meticulous planning as possible. And if that planning isn't taken into consideration and isn't done in the right way, then of course there could be significant consequences. Not saying that that happened here, of course.
Right. We don't know. We're just trying to make informed observations about what possibly happened. Obviously, Elizabeth says that the Black Hawk was supposed to be at 200 feet, and it was actually at 350. Right. Is that easy? Is that a mistake that's easy to make to be at 350 when you think you're at 200 feet?
Not normally, because the altimeter, which measures your altitude, is supposed.
I don't understand what's going on, man. I still don't fully understand how this happened. It's been, what, 2 days of nonstop coverage of this, and I genuinely don't understand. I mean, I guess, like, accidents happen. Right? Like, and I guess that's the point, that this is just a simple accident. It just seems so insane because, once again, a plane crashing into a helicopter in the air is a very, very, very unique instance. Like, it's just like it's just a mid-air collision is, I guess, like, I'd say more commonplace on military bases, I guess, when they're flying around and stuff. But, like, you got a Black Hawk helicopter crashing into a commercial airliner. Like, that is crazy. It is not a common incident. It's been over 16 years since the last aviation disaster. It's not like it's common. Like, this is, I just watched a video with the guy. He explains it perfectly. It's the Black Hawk crew's fault 100%. I mean, that's what I think as well. Like, they should not have been there, I assume. I genuinely think it's super weird that the heli crashed into the plane, which makes me think it's a genuine accident, because why would they do that on purpose? No, the helicopter didn't crash into the plane, chatter. The plane still crashed into the helicopter. That's not how speeds work. A helicopter can only crash into a plane if a plane has already landed and is parked. It is engaged in a taxi process. The plane is much faster than the helicopter. Even when it is literally landing, a plane it is moving significantly faster than the helicopter. No, the heli did hit the plane. No, the plane is still... I'm not saying the plane directed itself in the direction of the helicopter. I'm simply stating that the helicopter didn't redirect itself to go and specifically hit the plane. That's what it looks like on camera. But what ended up happening is, in this mid-air collision, what ended up happening is the plane is landing and the helicopter happened to be in the same exact, like, right place, right time, or rather wrong place, wrong time. When people say the helicopter actually directed itself in the direction of the plane and, like, hit the plane, you're explaining something that is impossible as far as I understand. I'm not Mr. Physics here. I'm not a particularly intelligent person, but a helicopter does not have the capacity to chase after a plane and then hit it. Okay? You can only be in its direction. Even when a plane is landing, it's still fast in the top speed of a Black Hawk helicopter. Do you understand? It's the same like saying grandma crashed on the bus. Yeah, the helicopter moved itself into the path of the plane. No intentionality, of course, but the helicopter couldn't have hit the plane. That's what I'm saying. That is my point. Exactly. When people say the helicopter hit the plane, you make it. I think some people misunderstand it. Like they think that the helicopter basically saw a plane coming and then just like moved in its vicinity and beamed it from the side or something. You know what I mean? Like hit it. Like a cop car or something, you know, like when cop cars will, what is it called? Like hook in pursuit, where they will like deliberately ram themselves into a car that they're pursuing, like an interception. Yeah, pit them. Like that's not what happened, right? They're not doing like the helicopter wasn't doing like a successful pit maneuver or something into the plane. The helicopter was in the... Blackhawks have a top speed of 170 miles per hour. The CRJ on approach goes 140 miles per hour. Not that the Blackhawk hit it. It just got in the path. Wait, Blackhawks? I thought Blackhawks have a top speed of 100 miles an hour, not 170 miles an hour. Anyway, regardless, dude, doing a maneuver. 100 is slow as fuck. Dude. I don't think that there are pilots that are that capable. Okay? Like being able to use a helicopter and redirect it in a way where you are deliberately hitting a plane that is landing is insane. Like these are fairly high speeds that we're talking about. Like that's not, you're not going to be able to hit 170 miles and then maneuver your helicopter in the direction of a plane regardless. All right, let's continue. So let's watch this guy. He's got freaking 3 million views in like a day. So I want to hear what he has to say. He's got the captain's jacket on. You know, let's see what's going on here.
Tonight, I'm able to secure the actual audio from the incident over the Potomac last night. Let's listen in together.
Normally, I wouldn't watch something like this, but since it's got 3 million views and we are in Trump's America and things like this seem more valid and more important and more real than watching CNN. So we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do. Let's go.
789, contact Stone Park today. Okay.
I got to pee again.
130 for the final.
You're going to see a back and forth now between Reagan Tower and the various aircraft that they have lined up on approach into the airport. This happened at about 8:46 p.m. Last evening, and you can see there's several airplanes lined up. That's typical coming in about that time of night at Reagan. They're talking to American Airlines 3130, which I think is number 2 for the runway. They're telling them to slow down to their final approach speed because they're separating everybody on the way in. It's going to turn out that American 3130 is a key player in what happens here.
Well, American 3130. Pat 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge is CRJ.
Pat 25 is the helicopter that ran into the CRJ 700. It was a PSA flight. The flight number is 5342. It would go under the call sign Blue Streak 5342. You don't ever hear them talking to tower. They've already been cleared to land on runway 33. So they would come in on an approach on runway 1, and then they would kind of circle to land on runway 33. It's a little shorter runway, but they take some of the regional jets and they put them on that runway. Pat 25 is the Black Hawk helicopter that is just south of the Woodrow Bridge. And they've just taken off. They're airborne. The tower is saying to them, there's traffic. It's a CRJ. It's at 1,200 feet, lined up for runway 33. Do you have that traffic? Pat 25 is going to call back and say yes.
It's 1,200 feet, start runway 33.
Okay, we got aviation heads in here. Aviation heads are not exactly a fan of this guy, it seems. Just FYI, this guy's a populist, not factual. Aviation people dislike him for populism and misleading facts for his own ego. I like that. I like that there's like aviation drama surrounding. God, the internet is so amazing. Breaking news, another plane just crashed in Philly into Roosevelt Mall. Everything's on fire. Wait, what? No. This would have never happened if we let Austin Show do the piloting. I agree.
Pat 25 says, has the traffic in sight, request visual separation. What that means is that they're going to take responsibility for
pilot debrief is better.
American Airlines Flight 5342 was
but this says 1/10 of the views.
Away from landing when a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter crashed into them and both aircraft plummeted into the frozen Potomac River below. This is just an absolutely heartbreaking tragedy, and I know there are a lot of unanswered questions. Now, even though the investigation has just begun, I think it's very important to explain the facts in order to...
Dude, why are there so many aviation enjoyers in this community? Oh. Well, I know the answer to that question. I understand what's going on here. That's why I'm like, why do you guys have your favorite fucking aviation YouTuber? There have been 11 different YouTube links that have just been going around in the chat since I began this journey of people being like, well, this aviation YouTuber has, a lot of problematic things. I'm like, I didn't even know this side of YouTube existed, bro. How the fuck are you guys this knowledgeable on not just aviation, but also aviation YouTube in particular and all the fucking drama? And then I realized it's autism. It's always autism. God forbid there's a train derailment. Okay, all I'm saying is trains are awesome. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Planes are cool too. Don't get me wrong. But like, at least I don't have like a favorite train YouTuber. You know what I mean? How come you like trains so much? I don't know. Because it is a marvel that we have created an efficient and like less costly on the environment method of travel and logistics that we still use to this day in order to supply chlorine, for example, for your local water supply. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was just something you could cast aside. How about you do all of that manufacturing and logistics on an airplane? Okay, you can't. You understand me? We're talking tons and tons and tons of chemicals being shipped around in a web of railways all around the nation. Can you imagine how bountiful commerce would look like if we also had a high-speed rail system in this goddamn country? Don't get me fucking started on high-speed rail, okay? All I'm stating is trains are amazing. Okay, they are a luxurious form of travel that is cost effective, that is less costly on the environment in general. And the fact that we invented this years and years and years ago, okay, damn near centuries ago, and we still use it shows its resilience. Okay, the very fact that America does not take advantage of the train technology that is out there is alarming. Okay, it is a damning indication of America's decline as the empire that once stood atop the entire globe. Think about that. China's got fucking maglev trains that are going 400 kilometers, like almost plane speeds now. They're hitting with trains on the ground. Beautiful. It's an incredible thing. It's marvelous. And the fact that we're not using this, the fact that we're not even interested in any kind of technological development on this in this sphere is very frustrating. Mister, I don't have a favorite train guy. Anyway, what is this?
Oh wait, is this what I think it is?
Okay, this is like okay, dude. Okay, dude. Calm down. All right. Yeah, he's great. He loves trains. Okay. Shut up. That's just one video, man. That's just one video. Okay, that's one train. I mean, he's a TikTok train guy too. It's not like that serious. I used to think this was a bit, but I'm growing unsure. What? My love for trains? No, it's not a bit. I do think, I mean, I think trains are very cool. I think trains are very cool. I think planes are very cool too. I just don't have a train guy, contrary to what that guy was talking about. Law, are you blushing? No, I'm just pretty. I'm just pretty now. That's what it is. This is the eyebrows and the close shave. It's just making me look a certain type of way, you know? Have I gotten a conductor card yet? What? Excuse me. Of course, I've gotten 2, okay? Yes, of course I've gotten a conductor card. I've gotten 2. What a question. Next one, okay? Yeah, next question. You're hot, not pretty? No, I'm pretty now. I'm pretty Flacco. Trains too easy of a terrorist target? Ain't no 9/11 happen on trains, big dog. What are you talking about? I think foamers in, okay? Straight up. Trains 1, planes 0 on that front. The fuck? This is the propaganda you know who is warning the mainstream media about? I know. I'm a huge public transit slut too. It's fine. It's totally fine. Fuck the haters. Stand strong. Yeah, no, it's incredible. Japanese public transit is so amazing. It really is. (1977) Dutch train hijacking. Okay, all I'm saying is, what was the most 9/11? Unironically, is one of the most impactful, world-changing acts of terror. Okay, and that happened with a plane. It did not. It could not happen with a train. You couldn't do that. They need to bring those Japanese trains to LA. Oh. Wait, the Philadelphia plane crash is real? Plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia leaves multiple houses on fire, causes explosion. What the fuck is going? Oh my god! 2 people were aboard the plane. Oh, it's like a Cessna probably, right? If it's a small plane. Okay, that doesn't count. Like, this isn't the same thing. Small planes crash all the time. Not to say it's not impactful, but it's a little bit different than a fucking Black Hawk colliding midair with a commercial airliner that was about to land. Austin correctly calls this out all the time. This is when certain incidents occur, okay, mainstream media will start hyper focusing on that. We saw an example of this, not to go back to trains again, but we saw examples of this initially with the Palestine, Ohio derailment, right? Train derailments are a very commonplace thing that happens approximately 1,000 times a year, 3 times a day, okay? And now they can be very consequential train derailments, or they can simply be, like baby derailments, right? It ranges. It varies greatly, okay? But when the Palestine, Ohio thing happened, and there was a lot of interest in this sort of thing, the media started covering all matter of different derailments that they normally would not cover. Okay? Gross. You're a normie that uses Cessna as a name for any small plane. I mean, it could be a different kind of small plane. I'm just saying it's like Cessna is the most common, like, that everybody knows. But basically, this is in that same vein where Austin also correctly calls this out. Like, any sort of minor mishap in air travel will get elevated and will be talked about because there's a lot of interest in that sort of coverage. Anyway, so it's just algorithm farming, but for the old media, kind of. Did you see Bryce Mitchell's comments on Hitler? I did. I saw an article talking about it. I didn't see the. I didn't see everything, but it is yet another indication that things are getting things are getting weird. Okay, things are getting very weird and very Hitlerian. But like, it's not that weird that a fucking brain broken UFC fighter would have insane and horrifying takes like this. You know what I mean? It's just, but it only happens because these guys feel emboldened, though. I mean, that's it. Like, he's not the first guy. He's not the first like fighter guy that has had takes like this, and he won't be the last. But I think the reason why more people feel like comfortable coming out with attitudes like this is because of feeling emboldened by the likes of, you know, Elon Musk and everybody else. Even Dana White coming out against it, you know, it was fucking bad. Yeah, no shit. Is this the guy that took a power drill through his nutsack? Isn't this the guy who called out Elon like a week ago before this, said Elon's a rat and should share his wealth? Oh, this is that same guy? Yeah, I remember looking into it because I remember hearing him like talk shit about Elon Musk at a press conference. And immediately I was like, wait a minute, this dude is like, I don't think this dude is like, I mean, he's spitting here, but let me look into it a little bit. And I think he's like an anti-vaxxer and shit too. He's like excuse me, elaborate. You can't say that and move on. This is the guy who's like, I'm having a child because I want to improve the birth rates. Right? That's the guy, right? We've watched a video of him wearing goofy ass glasses, talking about how he's going to homeschool his child. He said he's going to homeschool his child and that his child is not going to be vaccinated.
You've been
this was he carries a Bible into the ring. The drill, Hasan, the drill. Elaborate. The drill thing? I don't know the exact details of the drill thing. He is a insane person, okay? Bryce Mitchell's the dumbest person you know, dumbest person they know. With everyone up in arms, let's take a breather, and remind ourselves that Bryce Mitchell should never be taken seriously. So here it is.
Martial artist also weighed in 146 pounds in 17.
He's holding up a Bible, screaming here. Let's start off. Here's the time on Ultimate Fighter that Bryce Mitchell uncovered a revelation about soap. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. I'm moving on from the plain stuff for now, okay? I do want to cover this story. Okay, let's do this. So, Bryce Mitchell, a UFC fighter who's like super, super right wing, a couple weeks prior has this take. Okay, and this is actually a decent take. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Critical of Elon Musk. How do you feel about his involvement with the Doge?
Well, I think that time will prove me correct. Time will always reveal someone's true character, and if you put that man in a position of power, his true character will be revealed. And let's just put it this way. He has all the money in this country. He's the wealthiest man in the country, and he wasted on fucking rockets, man. Think about it, dude. He could actually help people with that.
Like, what's crazy about this is that, like, shitting on Elon Musk is always A-okay in my book. Ironically enough, he's shitting on Elon Musk in the absolute worst way possible, even though this is a very commonplace critique. I would go so far as to say that I would go so far as to say that like SpaceX is probably one of the only good things that is directly associated with Elon Musk. I don't have an issue with space travel. I don't have an issue with space travel. I think that space travel yields tremendous amounts of innovation. And I understand why people are like, well, why are we going to the space? Why are we going to space or spending so much money on space when there's like problems down here? And I do understand that sentiment. Okay. I do understand that sentiment. Make no mistake. But I don't think that like we should be curbing back scientific achievements. And things like SpaceX should not be privatized, but instead it should be nationally funded, NASA. I don't have an issue with space travel or any sort of technological advancements, any sort of scientific achievements in that vein.
But he don't give a shit about you. He's got all the money in the world to help you. It'd be a penny to him, and you would never have to work again. He don't give a shit about you, though. He wants to waste it on rockets and waste it on all these cars that suck. And time will reveal the character of that man. And the more he gets under the spotlight, you can't fake it forever. His character will be revealed, and you mark my words, it will be seen that he is a rat bastard.
So just let him talk about Hitler before you give him his flowers? No, I'm not giving him his flowers. I'm giving you context. I'm giving you context because, oh, he seems based. Oh, my God. Except, nope, not at all. Okay? Even a right-wing moron can recognize that Elon Musk is fraudulent. But that right-wing moron also happens to say this yesterday. Let's take a look.
Hitler, hell and the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly think that Hitler was a good guy based upon my own research, not my public education.
Dude. Amazing. Okay. In 12 seconds, he said, I think Hitler was a good guy. And then immediately said, based on my own research. Amazing. Okay. Amazing. No, not public education, my own research. I love when dudes do their own research. You understand me? I love it. I did my own dang research. That's why I'm not vaccinating my child. That's why I'm homeschooling my child to teach him the glories of Hitler. And also on top of that, that's why I put a drill on my ball sack. I am what they call an autodidact. Self-taught.
Indoctrination. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy to go fishing with.
Hitler, he's saying Hitler wasn't just a bad guy, but also on top of that, he was a cool guy, a guy to go fishing with. That is insane. What the fuck? What is he saying? Brother, what? My fishing buddy, Adolf. You might know him from his comical mustache. I know him as the guy who knows how to catch yellowtail. You don't understand. It's the meth that ruined Hitler. I like Hitler, the original. Yeah, I call him Adolf Fischler. Very cool. That's awesome. Also, I feel like if there's one guy who knows what meth does to people, it's this guy. Hold up. Let's hear him out now.
He was a guy to go fishing with. He fought for his country. He wanted to purify it by kicking the greedy Jews out that were destroying his country and turning them all into gays. They were gaying out.
Okay. Yeah, he's showing his work. He's done his research, guys. Okay. Wait, so what doesn't he like about Hitler that meth ruined him on? That's like what Was it the tactical mistakes due to like was it consistently moving eastbound? Like was that like what actually doesn't he like about Hitler that he thinks meth interfered in? Look at the other guy's face. He's like, dude, what are you saying? Arkansanity, the Bryce Mitchell podcast. Yeah, he's like he shouldn't have opened up a new front. Okay, let me tell you about Adolf. Meth is the reason why he did a second front. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, no more new fronts, I say. Without meth, Adolf, good guy. Good guy. This guy's research was reading Mein Kampf? No. I think his research is just simply reading comments. Because if he, like, I don't think he reads too much. Look. I'm sorry. I don't think he reads in general. I don't know if he's capable of reading. I think he saw memes on Twitter. I think that's unironically what happened here, because this is CTE in real time. I think this is the first time I got CTE by hearing someone speak. So truly a unique space that we exist in now, where I'm getting audio induced CTE. Okay. He saw an AI picture of Adolf Fischler holding up a yellowtail, and he thought to himself, good guy, loves his fish. Loves fishing. Also, wasn't Hitler like vegetarian or some shit? This makes it. Hitler was pescatarian. A lot of people say he was vegan. That's wrong. I did my research. He's actually pescatarian. He definitely went to town. He genocided them fish. Let me tell you. Okay. Oh my God. He loved fishing. Okay. He was not vegan. He was pescatarian. You understand me? He had no problems fishing. Let me tell you, boy. He loved fishing, okay? that boy Adolf, he wasn't vegetarian. That's a myth to make him look good. If anything, I would suspect that that's a myth to make vegetarians look bad, not Hitler look good. I think that association doesn't work in the way that you think it does, okay? Who is that for? Who sometimes you got to ask yourself, who would that argument be for? Like, who is the vegan who's like, or a vegetarian who's like, you know, I really hate the Holocaust, but when I found out that he's vegetarian, it really changed my attitude about him. Like, he was vegetarian because he had issues digesting meat, not for any actual moral reasons. Anyway, let's continue.
Kids, they were queering out the women. They were queering out the dudes. They were, you know what her first tranny surgery ever was? Happened to be in Germany before Hitler took over. You know the books that everybody makes fun of Hitler burning? You know what the books was? Queer books.
I mean, okay, this part is not wrong. It's just that the energy he has for it, I take issue with, let's just say. Okay. He's not wrong. The first books that the Nazis burned were literally books about, transgender medical research. It's just that I don't associate that with a positive. He does. He's saying it's good. He supports it. By the way, this isn't unique to the CTE-addled mind of Bryce Mitchell. Make no mistake. If I recall, Steve Crowder also made an identical argument, not realizing that he was saying like Hitler is good. Or maybe he did realize it and didn't care. But that's Steve Crowder has made a similar argument to this as well. I'm sure there is some insane old HasnAbi heads in here that remember the exact clip, and maybe they'll send it. No, it was Hinkle. No, Hinkle has made that argument too, but I'm saying like, no, Hinkle has a different argument. Jackson Hinkle says Hitler and all the Nazis were the F slur.
Hitler burned queer books because Hitler didn't want a bunch of queers destroying his nation. They can't produce children.
Dude, is also funny because like this is the argument that Nazis were making. Okay? This is the argument that the Nazis were making, which is that like Jews have infiltrated the halls of intelligentsia and are spreading moral degeneracy both in the arts and specifically in college campuses. Now, if that kind of sentiment seems familiar to you and dare I say make you a little uncomfortable, okay, understand that it is, yes, you're right. Your suspicions are correct. It is identical to what Republicans say today. Okay? Just, a little bit of tweaking. That is what it is. They used to, Nazis, early fascist commentary surrounding this was that Western civilization, German civilization, was superior to all else, to all others, okay? And that Jews were the enemy from within that had actually taken over academia and were making Germans gay. Were actually the socialist Jews were basically doing woke. Socialist Jews were doing woke in academia in a deliberate effort to undermine superior Western civilization. Okay? They never say why that's bad. Yeah, they just simply say being gay is morally degenerate and wrong. And that's what the Jews are up to. Like, basically, that's what they say. It is pretty crazy because it's damn near identical. Your forehead has a rash. No, it doesn't. I mean, it is definitely, my skin is very sensitive. I've never had a stray razor taken to it before, but bro, they're making me suck dick, bro. Help, these evil degenerates are corrupting me. Help. They've made it vogue to suck cock. You don't understand. Before I saw the gay Jewish invention of television, I never thought I'd suck a cock like that. I never thought I'd want to put a penis in my mouth.
But what about?
They're beaming my brain with sissy hypno porn. Anyway, so let's look at some of the funniest things that Bryce Mitchell has done, starting with the most insane one. UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell details gruesome groin injury suffered in power drill accident. Pro tip: do not stick power drills in your pocket. Mitchell took to social media to share an unexpected update on his medical status on Tuesday, and boy, oh boy, was it ever horrifying. The 23-year-old was apparently doing some woodwork this week when the power drill he had in his pocket accidentally turned on, doing quite a lot of damage to his testicular region in the process. I'm going to be out for a little bit, says Bryce Mitchell. So I was going to train today, but I ripped my nutsack in half. I'm about to get stitched up. I was holding a board over my head with a drill in my pants. I was sizing up the board and the drill went off and tangled my nuts up in it. I dropped the board and reversed the drill and untangled my nutsack, but they was ripped in half. I'm serious too, lol. I obviously can't post a pic, but when my nuts are sealed back up, I'm going to come train again. I think a high kick would re-rip them, ha ha. And if I hear any shitty puns about how this whole thing is nutty or screwed up, I ain't talked to you for about a month. If you're going to drop a pun to make fun of me, at least put some thought into it. T-H-O-T, into it. Lol. He did apparently upload a very disgusting photo of his blood-soaked boxer shorts in the aftermath. Mitchell, who is 10-0 in the UFC, will obviously be out of commission for a little while. He needs some time to allow his beanbag to recover. Why is CBS Sports writing this? This is... What is this person saying? Hold on, let's see this. Would you say you have stood up for Jews now and in the past? I don't know, man. You're a 36-month subscriber. What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, this is written. This CBS article is written like a Barstool article. I don't know what's happening. Lol W, lol W, lol W. The answer is obviously yes. That's bait from the video. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. No, that person's not a hate watcher. They're just baiting. I was, however, the runner-up for Anti-Semite of the Year, and unfortunately lost. You know, famously. Let's start off light. Here's the time on Ultimate Fighter that Bryce Mitchell uncovered a revelation about soap.
Using soap, so that was a new experience.
They got me on soap. I didn't used to use it.
What? You didn't believe in it, joking.
I didn't really believe in it before, you know? And then
He didn't believe in soap before. Prior to his recent fight against Kron Gracie, Bryce Mitchell revealed he doesn't believe in the use of seatbelts.
What's your issue with seatbelts?
Seatbelts, I think it's just like you get to choose if you want to wear a seatbelt. The government doesn't, you know, they don't wipe my ass for me, and they shouldn't be able to tell me if I want to wear a seatbelt. I personally don't like them because I think, what if you got to jump out of the car and roll, you know, duck and roll? And nobody ever thinks about that. So I don't personally.
Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody ever thinks about that because why the fuck would they think about that, dude? First of all, if you're in a situation where you have to stop, duck, and roll out of a car, you probably need a fucking seatbelt to survive the situation that caused you to, you know, stop, drop, and roll out of a car. Okay? Because you're not going to have to worry about dropping and rolling if you don't have a seatbelt on, because guess what? You're fucking cooked. Okay? You're already dead. Your brain is plastered all over the windshield at that point. Yeah, you're going to be stopping, dropping, and rolling out of that fucking windshield anyway, so it's all good. Don't worry about that.
Wear a seatbelt, but I grew up, my mom never wore one. I just don't believe in them.
Yeah, when she was pregnant with me, as she told me, that's why I am famously the way I am. That's why I got a hard head, as my mama told me. The hardest of heads. That's why when I get kicked in the head, I don't feel nothing.
It's not up to the government to decide if I should wear a seatbelt or not. So that's just my view on it, and that's why I don't wear them. But maybe, you know, I strap my baby in, you know, I strap Tucker in, but I just don't like wearing them. I like the maneuverability.
What's your issue with seatbelts?
Seatbelts.
Bryce outlines his belief in the flat earth. Oh, I remember this one as well. His beliefs in the flat earth and makes an impassioned call for other Christians to see the sense.
If me and you were equally fast.
It's just crazy to me because it's like, pick a struggle, man. You're making chat dumber. Yes, you're right. I am doing that, I think. So he's going to abandon his kid when he rolls out.
And I run on the inside and you run on the outside.
He's not going to abandon his kids. He's going to homeschool his child. He's going to homeschool his child and also not vaccinate his child. He already said it.
Side of the track. Who wins that race?
You.
Because I'm on the inside.
Sure.
Because you know the further you go out from the center of that circle, the more distance you have to travel to complete a circle.
Dude, this is really funny. Dude. The music in the background. This is the truth music. Okay? This is the music that you know. This is when you hear this song, when you hear these sounds, you know you're about to hear some truths, okay? Some cold, hard truths. On the Patrick Bet David.
Circle. So what I'm telling you is when that helicopter goes up to 20,000 feet and it's sitting there hovering for 4 hours, not only does it have to spin 1,000 miles an hour, it has to spin more than 1,000 miles an hour to go back to the same spot that it landed. Because now the Earth would be not attached to that helicopter, and so it's in a different type of rotation. It has to cover more distance to land in the same spot. You see what I'm saying? But how come I can get a helicopter and land in the same damn spot no matter how long I hover? Because the Earth don't move, just like the Bible says. Wake up, Christians.
Dude, this is so stupid. This is so insanely stupid that it reads as a hilarious joke. Like, it reads as a bit because of how fucking stupid it is. The helicopter land in the same spot because the Earth don't move. Like, if when I first saw this video, I thought it was parody. Nope, not parody at all, man. He's like, why not jump? Dude, the argument is amazing because it's like, why not jump on a plane? I'll land in the same spot. The plane's not moving. Wake up, libtards. Plane's not real. That's right. Earth is flat and the planes ain't real. You're actually teleporting to the next destination that you're going to, but they make it seem like you're actually flying for 12 hours in the air. Guess what? I tried it. I got on the dang plane. I jumped up, stayed in the same dang place. He literally killed a deer with a rear naked choke and laughed about it on the Theo Von podcast. That's amazing. You're going to look real stupid once God shows you how the Earth is flat. No such thing as gravity. That's a libtard invention. An invention of the liberal Jews. So is inertia. Inertia. Stop reading books. Unless it's the Bible. Okay, here's Bryce Mitchell detailing the time he drilled his nutsack apart, drove himself to the hospital, but stopped mid-journey to show a random FedEx driver his mutilated nutsack. We already covered this part, but you got to see it again in his own words.
It's a Bryce Mitchell who is there living his best life outdoors. I almost thought that he'd be in a hospital right now, but no, he's outdoors, just living the dream. Bryce, how are you?
Oh, I'm great, man. Can you hear me very well?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me?
Pretty good. pretty good.
Yes, I saw the plane crash in Philadelphia. I am aware. It's a small plane, okay? It's a small 2-person plane. Please. It is a small 2-person plane that crashed in Philadelphia. You're going to hear a lot more plane-related incidents in the upcoming days because of this massive story that just happened. There are houses that are on fire. Apparently, it crashed into a mall, and there are houses that are on fire at the moment. I know, but there's not much more I can cover about this. Okay?
Thank you so much for having me,
I gotta
man.
pee. I gotta pee again.
Yeah, so
Hold
about,
on now. I gotta pee
a week
again.
ago, I was on a 20-foot ladder, and I was holding up a board. My pockets were full. I was in a hurry, and I was looking for a place to put my drill. I didn't have anywhere to put it at the top of that ladder, so I put it in my pants, and which I do not recommend doing. I recommend getting a tool belt. And while I was holding that board up, the drill went off. It tangled up my testicle, my left one. And but initially, right when it went off, it was so painful. I thought that my dick was gone. So I was like really worried. And I mean, I was worried. But then I looked, it was still there. And my nut was all wrapped up. There was blood and semen leaking everywhere. What? And then I reversed the drill, and my left nut unwound. And I called my girlfriend because I thought I was going to pass out because all the blood. I was fine. But, just losing a lot of blood. So I called my girlfriend just in case I passed out on the way to the hospital, let her know. And then, that's about it, man. And I'm fine. It hurts a little bit to walk, but I'm good.
Holy smokes. And by the way, I love that you just got into the story. I didn't even have to ask you about it. You just got right into it. So I appreciate that. What were you doing on the lot? Like, do you have another job in construction or something like that?
No, I'm not an engineer or anything, but I'll get the job done eventually. Roof. Okay. I'm trying to put a roof over my truck.
Okay. And so are you by yourself?
Yes, sir. I was by myself. I got one neighbor who's pretty good. He keeps an eye on me. He wasn't home, so okay. I had to drive myself, or that was my only option.
Oh my God! You drove yourself to the hospital?
Yes, sir. I was going about 90 all the way there until I hit Race Street. There's a lot of traffic on Race Street, and I actually stopped right by a FedEx man on the way to the hospital. There's this FedEx man, and he was like, looking at me. I was driving like a complete asshole. I was driving 90 miles an hour, and he looked at me. I said, "Man, I'm going to the hospital. Check this out." And I go to show him my nuts. And he started laughing and freaking out. It was funny.
Oh, my dear. So when you say that you put the drill in your pants, like not in your pocket, like you put it like in here, like where your like belt would be, and it fell in?
Yeah, I just put the drill bit like dangling right by my genitals. Like just put it in just like you would a gun, almost like a gangster.
Yeah.
A gun. I had my drill tucked, thinking I was gangster, and then my nuts got drilled up.
That's the question that I think. This is why Ariel Helwani is the best UFC reporter, best mixed martial arts reporter out there, because that was the question on everybody's minds. How did the drill go from maybe your pocket to your genitals? Okay? Because that's the question I had. And it turns out it was because he stuck it into his pants. Just like you would a gun, which is also hilarious because this implies that he, could also shoot his dick off as well. Because I don't think this is a man who learns lessons, let alone has object permanence. So I'm expecting him to also have a similar circumstance in the future where he puts a gun in his pockets and it accidentally discharges. This is the bro who's literally too stupid to work in construction? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he found his calling. He found his calling. This is it. This is the one thing that's like perfect for him. This is the thing that is perfect for him. Getting kicked in the fucking head for a living. I find this to be an incredible story. I'm also shocked. I'm also personally shocked that this guy would also be a committed supporter of Adolf Hitler. Here he is also oh my God, I made a joke earlier about how gravity is not real. Oh, here it is.
Gravity ain't real. There ain't no such thing as gravity. It's Freemason symbolism. It's all bullshit. There's no such thing as gravity. Why does a rock fall in the water? Because of gravity? Don't you bullshit me. Why does a rock fall in the water?
Because it's heavy.
What's the word for it? Come on. Yes! Yes! Density's why things fall. Things don't fall because of gravity. Gravity ain't real. There ain't no such thing as gravity. It's Freemason symbolism. It's all bullshit. There's no such thing as gravity. Why does a rock fall in the water? Because of gravity? Don't you bullshit me. Why does a rock fall in the water?
I don't know what to say about this. I truly am at a loss for words because what he's saying is so incredibly stupid that it unironically reads as a brilliant parody of a very stupid conservative person. Thank you for introducing us to this patriot. I no longer support NASA, and I'm skeptical about vaccines now. Hell yeah, brother. Roll Tide. There's more. We mustn't forget the time Bryce cited himself as an academic source when discussing how 9/11 was an inside job.
16. That's when the biggest revelation, besides Jesus Christ, that I've ever had happened to me. When I was 16 years old, based upon my own research, because I am a source of information, even though they don't let you cite yourself. I am a valid source of information, and I don't do no bullshit. I tell the truth, and if I don't know it's true, I won't say it. But I'm telling you, I know, and I knew when I was 16 that our government orchestrated 9/11 and brought them towers down. I know it. Our government, white people, white rich politicians, not brown people with box cutters. I'm telling you, white people brought down them twin towers. I was 16. That's when the biggest
Incredible. Somewhat counter to this, Bryce explains the serious precautions he takes to prepare for an attempted terrorist takeover in any flight that he takes. Oh my God, that haircut. Oh my God, he's looking like me yesterday. Oh my God.
Why I wear my boots on a plane?
Hold on, let me think for a second. Nuh-uh.
Right when I get on, I'm looking for terrorists.
Really?
Always.
Dude, what the fuck? Right when I get on, I'm looking for terrorists.
Assume there's about 4 of them.
Yeah.
You know, and if there's 4 of them, you know how they operate, right? There's going to be 2 sleepers. So I'm looking for the 4 ones that are going to pop up.
Yeah.
Those are the motherfuckers I'm dropping first. You know what I'm saying? And the most that can attack you, even if there's 4 of them on a plane, only 2 can attack you. 1 in the front, 1 in the back. I got a pair of boots. I'm going boom right to the nuts.
Right to the
You know what I'm saying? Boom right to the nuts. Boom, boom. Turn around, taking out another one. I'm going to start stomping on their heads and shit. And then I'm looking for the sleepers.
Oh, yeah.
So
the sleepers is it, but how many more do you think that they would have?
At least 2 sleepers.
Yeah.
If they know what they're doing. If not, there's some rookies. I'm going to f them up anyways.
Yeah,
you know?
if not, this is Bush League terrorism.
Yeah, why I wear my boots on a plane?
Possibly the most disturbing Bryce Mitchell story, Bryce in the cum sock. Oh, God.
Bryce Mitchell, TJ Brown. Bryce gets a call from his girlfriend. Goes into my bedroom, which I don't know why he picked my bedroom. And he's in there for probably an hour. And we're watching the movie. I said, dude, is Bryce in there? And they're like, yeah, he never came out. I go in there. He's asleep in my bed. I said, dude, we got to go to we're headed to the venue at this point.
Not to be that friend that's too woke, but I know plenty of kind, intelligent people at my MMA gym. It's not all brain damaged childs. CT is a risk for all of us, of course, but we come into the sport with different levels of intelligence and a lot of passion for martial arts. No, you're not being the friend that's too woke. I completely recognize that. And also, this person's brain is not the way that it is because of CTE. Okay? Holy fuck, that plane video. Ring doorbell camera. Okay, we're interrupting the broadcast because MHUD wants us to check out the plane video. Ring doorbell camera, the video of the plane crash in Philadelphia near Roosevelt Mall at Cotman in the Boulevard in Northeast Philadelphia. The crash ignited a massive explosion, setting several homes on fire. The plane appears to be on fire before impact. What? Oh my God. dude, a thing that I don't understand about stuff like that is insane. That might be the most insane fucking plane crash video I've ever seen. Chatters in the live stream are calling it a missile already. Yeah. What is wild about this? What is wild about this is, like, Jesus Christ. Dude, the people that are more likely to support Trump are the people that also believe in, like, you know, the rapture and shit like that, right? And what I will never understand is how these guys also don't look at the current situation and think, holy crap, there is something going so wrong. Like, I'm not Mr. I care about signs at all, right? I am not a particularly spiritual person. And what blows my mind about this kind of thing is that it literally feels like the world is ending. Like, you got planes falling out of the sky. You got unlimited wildfires, unlimited floods, all this stuff. And these guys don't even think it's like the second coming of the Antichrist. Like, how do you not see this as like a bad omen?
Breaking tonight, we're getting some word out of northeast Philadelphia of what's believed to be a small plane crashing into a number of houses there. Waiting for some pictures there. I think we have them coming to us from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Fires burning in multiple spots. If you know that area, northeast Philadelphia, Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. We're being told by Fox 29 that multiple fires are burning. There are pieces of what appears to be this airplane scattered here. That's from Steve Keeley, one of the reporters from Fox 29 on the ground. You can see some of the fires there. Authorities closing off those.
It was a Mexican air ambulance. Learjet 55, jet rescue air ambulance. Country of registration is Mexico. Oh boy, can't wait for the fucking conspiracies. Oh my Lord.
Areas.
It's a sad state of affairs when you know, devastating things happen, and you know, immediately when devastating things happen, immediately I'm like, oh God, people are gonna get extra fucking insane over this shit. Yeah, this is a second plane crash. It wasn't a Cessna. It was a air ambulance. It was a. We just saw it. It's this plane, a Learjet 55. It's a small plane. Oh my God! I knew a coworker who believes heavily that the rapture is coming. Big mega church near me is saying it will happen any day now, and they're so excited for it. The more awful things get, the more excited. Fox 29 stream.
Engine failure. You know, people don't understand this. When engines fail, the airplane, airplanes will keep going. I mean, they just need to move through the air to create lift. I mean, they'll definitely go. They won't go indefinitely. At some point, they'll come back down to Earth, but not like that.
Right. That was like a nosedive to the ground.
Yeah. And Fred, witnesses are reporting just an immense.
Hold on, I'll be back in a second, chatters.
And you know, with this possibly being a medical flight, what kind of equipment does a medical flight carry? Oxygen tanks, things that could explode? That's kind of my question.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it depends. So the question that raises two questions if it's a medical plane. First of all, was this a rotary wing aircraft, like i.e. a helicopter, or was it a fixed wing aircraft? They do carry oxygen. I'd be curious what kind of smell that the bystanders are smelling. The more sophisticated stuff burns jet fuel. So the helicopters, the sophisticated helicopters, the medevac helicopters that you see, they burn jet fuel. The bigger airplanes, the medevac airplanes. I mean, I knew people who used to fly medevac on Learjets, which is a private jet that people they can use for medevac. So And those are the kind of airplanes that fly in and out of Northeast Philly. Northeast Philly has, a lot of medevac flights go in and out of there because it's easier for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which is that you're not, getting in and out of Philly International is a little bit more difficult on the general aviation side. Not impossible, but a lot more difficult, whereas Northeast Philly, you gas and go.
So stay with us, Fred, as we try to recap what exactly is going on, and we're showing you some new video. But about an hour and a half ago, reports of a small plane crashing in Northeast Philly, right around the Roosevelt Mall area, several fires burning. And Dawn, you had mentioned the amount of people on that plane.
Right. We're told from top police officials, our Steve Keeley telling us that there were 6 people on the plane, 2 doctors, 2 pilots, a patient, and a family member. So that is the presumption that it was some kind of medical transport. Governor Josh Shapiro just making a statement on X saying, quote, "I've spoken with the Philadelphia mayor and my team is in communication with Philadelphia police, with the Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management and the Philadelphia Fire Department. We are offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to the small private plane crash in Northeast Philly. We'll continue to provide updates as more information becomes available." So Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, has been briefed on what's happening, offering all resources to the Philadelphia area as police, fire, and EMS try to get a handle on this very chaotic scene. But again, as Steve first reported, it seems like this was a medical transport flight with patients and doctors and pilots on board crashing into the streets of Philadelphia.
And we're looking into where that plane was headed, and obviously it's going to be a while before we find out who was on that plane. But Fred Tisi joins us, a former Navy pilot, and Fred, you just joined us to talk about that mid-air collision in D.C., and now here we are talking about this in Northeast Philly. So when you're talking about 6 people in a medical-type flight, possibly a Learjet 55, this plane could have been headed anywhere. You had mentioned the importance of de-icing, and that possibly being just speculating here, but obviously Northeast Philadelphia Airport, and that's all part of the pre-flight process, correct?
It would be. And so a couple things. So now it's interesting how fluid this kind of stuff is. So we now know that the aircraft was departing Northeast Philly. So it means that tells me it would have been full of fuel. And that's why you're seeing an accident on the ground. You're seeing witnesses on the ground saying that the airplane was full of fuel. Could it be a Lear? That would be consistent with the kind of airplane that comes in and out of there. It could have been a King Air, which is a twin-engine turboprop. It could have been any one of a dozen airplanes. I mean, I could rattle off dozens of airplanes that it could be. To answer your question, you cannot take off with ice on the wings. Now, as I said earlier, the ground temperature is 10 degrees centigrade, which is, what's that, like roughly close to the 50s. So being iced up on the ground before it took off, that's not going to be an issue. So the question is whether or not that aircraft, how long has it been since it took off? Did it climb into icing conditions? Depending on the type of aircraft it is, the first thing you do when you get into ice, if it is, let's say it is a light jet, you get into ice with that thing, you just pull the nose up, you just keep going. Because sooner or later, you get up where the air is so cold that the water's not going to form on the wings. Now, if it's a Navajo, which is a twin-engine, unpressurized airplane that's used for medical transport, that's a piston-powered airplane, that airplane gets into ice, that's a whole different kind of kettle of fish. So, I mean, there's a million different things that go into this. I just can't keep getting away from the fact that the way the airplane came down, which that just tells me one of the 2 things. It was either it could have been a structural issue. Airplanes don't come down that fast. I mean, they just don't.
Yeah.
Unless there's been a structural issue. I mean, there's.
And what kind of structural issue would you think it could possibly be? What could we be looking at?
Well, believe it or not, what people don't realize is that the pilot can on either a 747 or the smallest Piper Cub, a pilot can pull the wings off of an airplane, and by yanking back. And so what happens is that we see this a lot, or even the tail. A pilot I don't know anything about the pilots flying this airplane, but a pilot who is not well versed in flying an airplane on instruments gets into rough weather, they panic or they over control, and they literally can overstress the aircraft. And then that's the kind of, again, I have no idea if that's what happened here, but I'm telling you all the different things it could be. So you can get a pilot gets spatially disoriented, but if it was a two-pilot crew, that's less likely, and then actually do something that would either overstress the tail or overstress one of the wings. You see this a lot in these high-performance light single turboprops and light single aircraft that they build, but usually that's an accident that happens to people that are at 21,000 feet and they get too close to a thunderstorm and they pull the wings off the airplane. So,
what about visibility, Fred? Like, would that have been an issue as well?
Well, the answer is to a professionally trained crew in a sophisticated piece of equipment, no. All right, so that gets back to what I was saying earlier, that 700 feet. Once you go at 700 feet overcast, once you go through 700 feet in the climb, that's it. I mean, I've been in weather so bad that I can't see the tips of the wings of my airplane like that, and you have no visibility. And so you fly the airplane solely by reference to the instruments that are on the airplane. They could have had an instrument failure that didn't allow the pilots to keep the airplane upright in zero visibility conditions. So it could have been that. I mean, a lot of these airplanes today, like my airplane, all that stuff's kind of computer driven. In the old days, you literally had vacuum pumps that spun gyros that you used to keep the airplane upright in the clouds. So, could there have been an instrumentation failure that ended up being overstressing the airplane? Who knows? Could there have been icing that resulted in a stall in an effort to try and get out of that, overstress the airplane? I mean, it could be a million different things. But I'd love to know. I think the biggest piece of the puzzle that I'd like to get my hands on right now is what type of airplane,
and we'll go from there.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll go from there.
We're talking to Fred Tisi, a former Navy pilot, an aviation attorney, and many other things. Obviously, an expert in aviation. But there's two stories going on here. There's the plane crash that caused what happened in the sky, and then there's the search and rescue efforts for anybody on the ground in Northeast Philly, at that Roosevelt Mall, at any of those homes in the area that may have been hurt. I think it's probably safe to assume the worst for the folks on the plane. But we have no word yet on anybody on the ground who may have been hurt or worse in this disaster. There are, again, row homes here, stores, people driving, innocent. Again, this is right at rush hour. This happened about 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. And this is a video by Steve Keeley. And just look at the debris field. I mean, that looks like just a terrible scene right after the plane crash, and you saw the fireball from a distance. This is up close. Several gas-fueled fires underground. So,
and pieces of the plane scattered
everywhere.
all over. They're on fire. Homes are on fire. Cars are on fire. I mean, it looks like a war zone out there.
It does.
It's very chaotic. It's frightening. We don't know the extent of any injuries on the ground right now. We're still trying to get that information. And as we had reported, we believe there were 6 people on that plane when it just took a nosedive out of the sky for reasons we're still trying to figure out.
So a massive response, and there you can see some firefighters. This is as close as our live camera can get. Now we've got Pico crews there, so you're going to have gas and electrical workers there trying to probably shut off all of it in the area just as a precaution to get the fires out. That video up in the top left is from about 45 minutes ago, and at that moment there was still smoke in the sky. Steve was having a hard time breathing, and a lot of folks in this neighborhood were having a hard time breathing, smelling jet fuel, smelling gas, and obviously several fires burning in scattered areas, just chaos. Exactly what you'd think a terrible plane crash would look like in a very dense area. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing in Northeast Philly. And we bring in Fred once again to talk about this plane crash. And
hold up. My hair. That's right, baby. No belt and no high-waisted. Okay, Hasan, I actually love the pants, the coat. Thank you. Loop it under the metal. Certified JoJo villain. Thank you. I don't know why chatters are complaining about the fit. I think the fit is fire. All right, let's get back to this.
Right. So then there was another one, Canada regional jet, going to South Bend, Indiana. That airplane looks like it got where it was going. The one of these Lears looks like it's still up going where it's supposed to. So it's really hard to tell, kind of, what's going on. I mean, it's some people are saying it was a Lear. Some people are saying it was a Canada regional jet. So who knows?
Okay. Fred TC, thank you for joining us, giving us your expertise, and I appreciate what you very much helped us try to understand what happened here. So thanks for your time. We're going to get back to Steve Keeley on the ground. It's been a while since we've talked to Steve, probably at least 20 minutes or so, as he has tried to...
From M HUD. This guy was in a drive-thru trying to order food when the plane crashed behind him in Philadelphia. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, shit. A plane just fucking crashed. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. A plane just fucking crashed. Oh, shit.
I was there? Really? Look at the pictures of what's left of the plane. So what's the speculation as to how this plane was like lit on fire? Do we have any idea? What are people saying?
Allahu Akbar.
What?
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's normal for a Muslim American to react that way before people freak the fuck out. Okay. Calm down, you know?
That's a plane, bro. That's a plane. I caught that on camera. Yo! Yo! Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, I mean, as Demasius also correctly points out, I literally said Jesus Christ when reacting to it, which is no different, okay?
Yo! 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 Oh my God! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah!
Why do you say Jesus? Aren't you Muslim? I am incredibly Americanized. That's number one. Number two, Jesus is like Muslims also recognize Jesus. I don't know if you knew that or not, but not that I'm like a practicing Muslim anyway, but Muslims recognize Jesus as a prophet. Just not the Son of God, I think.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Oh my God. What the hell? Yo.
That's wild to be like, I'm going in. I wouldn't do that, but
Allahu Akbar.
Dude, holy crap. It is just, it's perished. It's completely it's gone. It's total and utter, complete annihilation, total destruction. There was a man on fire. I can't watch that. Oh my Lord. It's truly insane stuff.
This is, and still I have not gotten any information on potential victims on the ground. This was a crowded mall. It was a packed Cotman Avenue waiting for the traffic lights at the boulevard, and I know firsthand because I was in it moments before and moments after on both sides. So there's your update. I'm going to go back over the scene. I'll get right back to you, and we expect to hear from, I know Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel just arrived. We'll hear from police, and we'll learn what they know at this early juncture still. As you hear sirens, fire department, ambulances leaving, and it's also a gruesome scene. I was warned at one point. Everybody was moving me back to be for our safety and other things. It's just awful scene, and the police and the fire department doesn't even know the extent of everything that happened just yet, because Cotman Avenue is one of the busiest streets in Philadelphia, along with Roosevelt Boulevard, at the busiest time of day, evening rush hour on a Friday.
All right, Steve Keeley, get to safety, and as soon as you have more information, we will check back in with you. You are doing an awesome job out there.
And I was going to ask Steve about injuries. He obviously has no information on that, but I mean, objective one for first responders is to find anybody on the ground who needs medical attention. And I don't know if you can hear me, Steve, but have you seen any patients being loaded onto gurneys, people being scooped up by ambulance or police officers in need of medical attention, anything like that? Okay, I think he took off. It's very fluid for him.
Right.
We're trying to get him back on the phone. When we do that, we can. But as you mentioned earlier, Dawn, Governor Josh Shapiro is the one who really helped shed some light on this plane, the occupants, the 6 people on board a medical flight.
This is a different plane than the one that we were covering in D.C. This happened in Pennsylvania, in Northeast Philadelphia. Just came in here to tell you I appreciate you watching another streamer about the insane crash out, but you know who? But I felt compelled. Hope you're doing okay, man. I'm doing great, and I wish everybody well, including Ethan Klein. Okay, I hope he finds. I hope he finds peace in his heart eventually. Something tells me it's probably not going to work though, considering that he posted this on his new page, and it seems like, his old page rather, and people are getting notified for the first time after years and years, and therefore remembering that they had subscribed to the channel and unsubscribing from the channel. So I feel like if it leads to negative results, he's just going to extend it over and over again. Anyway. In a way, he should actually keep going because he'll have a much easier time being respected in politics than being respected as a comedian. I don't think he will get respected in politics unless he goes full right wing, which I don't think he will do. I think he's trying to angle himself as like a liberal. Like he's basically trying to be Epstein-y. NBC has a special report on it.
Doesn't tell us much. It tells us it happened relatively quickly after takeoff. That much we do know. We don't know how high in altitude the aircraft had reached before the descent occurred, but what we do know is that shortly after takeoff, air traffic controllers lost contact with the aircraft.
When it happens earlier
than maybe towards the middle or the end of the flight? Does it make it any more difficult for the pilot to somehow try to save the flight, save the aircraft in any way, or there are just moments when you just can't?
It depends on the issue, and that's why it's always hard to kind of try to figure these things out until you get to the core questions. It's hard to know.
On jets like that, before takeoff, are they routinely inspected? Are they inspected at different points, you know, throughout their flight hours? How does that work?
That's an airworthiness question. I think that would have to come down to someone from the agency who's dealing with certification.
Okay, Todd, we appreciate that. We're gonna listen back to our affiliate in Philadelphia on their ongoing coverage.
A lot of concern and worry from folks.
You realize Ethan's video is an 85% like rate, right? Just had to come in and let you know, dude. Thanks, brother. I don't give a shit. Oh, man. Oh, no, dude. It has an 85% like rate? That's crazy. I guess I am a terrorist. And also, all of the other things he said. Oh, my God.
Folks that we talk to, not just about can they. Okay, sorry, there's a phone right there. Yep. Oh, no. There's nothing you can say. We're live, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Appreciate you. Got you. Here. Okay, appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we're still waiting for that update. Tried to get us some information, but they didn't want to go on with anything. But here's the other view right now. We're at Cottman and Bustleton down at the other end, and I can tell you in the video that we had, and presumably some of the video that you've been showing, that is the area that was engulfed in flames. That was the area that had damage to the building. That was the area where some of those cars were damaged as well. So there's a lot going on right now. We're being pushed back once again out of the road. So we'll send it back to you. Hopefully we'll be able to get some information to you guys soon on the record. It looks like they're starting to plan stuff right now. But let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Aaron Baskerville live on the ground. We're hearing that we can see right there that Aaron Baskerville and our crews are being asked to move. Deanna Durante, who's also there on the ground, says that she's hearing authorities telling people to leave on foot, even if they don't have transportation, to get out of that area. Just the imperativeness of getting close to this plane crash and possibly residences that were damaged as well.
Traffic just that bad, they're telling people to walk instead of drive.
I believe we have Siobhan McGurl joining us now. Siobhan, what can you tell us, and where are you exactly?
Yeah, hey guys, we're right in that same spot Aaron just was, right here at Roosevelt and Cottman. They just told us to take a step back, but before they did, I was able to talk to that firefighter right there on scene. I said, hey, what are you seeing? Can you tell us? He says, we are far from that. Still very active, as you can see. They still have a lot of work to do here. I asked about evacuations. I was over on Rupert Street, and the police were starting to evacuate people there. Fire officials said, oh yes, evacuations are underway. You can see that smoke coming from the scene. Dozens of law enforcement and first responders here. They are telling us to push back right now. So Miguel can come this way. We'll be on the move. All right. Thank you, sir. You got it. Thank you. As you guys can see, a very fluid situation right now. Still a lot of work happening, as our crews have been showing you.
Madness.
Law enforcement, fire, all over. Driving here, even when I was driving in, you could see them making their way from different parts of the city to this scene. A massive response. The city calling this a major incident as they continue to respond and really get a handle on what's going on here. Get the full scope. So you can see right now, we're sitting in the middle of Cottman. Smoke still billowing as we continue to make our way, being pushed back. When I was coming in, I actually was able to come in from the neighborhood. If you know this area, you know there are a lot of businesses here, but there's also neighborhoods. A lot of people who live just beyond here on the other side of the avenue. People were being told again to leave their homes, but before that, it was this very tense and stressful moment. People were coming out their front doors and police were saying, stay in. Now we know that some evacuations are underway over there. They were pushing people back in that area as I was arriving on scene too. So again, very fluid. This is still an active response, and we know this area will be blocked off for quite some time as the response continues. So many officers here. Obviously, to state the obvious, you want to stay away from this area. I know my colleagues have been telling you that there are are road closures all over the place over here. And just a lot of people who, it was very tense, you know, as they were looking. A lot of people had their phones out in disbelief, seeing all the smoke billow from this area. We're getting asked to be pushed back a little bit further. So we're going to keep on moving. But yeah, that's what we're seeing. As you can see, just very, very fluid. They're pushing us back, they say, to an office max. I can tell you I did see Philadelphia's police commissioner on scene. So many first responders, and I know there's so many people weighing in too. We've seen all sorts of statements from different people across the city, council members, and things like that. Guys, it's pretty fluid now. I think we're going to have to cross the street over here and move back just a little bit further. So I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Siobhan, I don't know if you can hear me still, and you likely just arrived at the scene. Have you had an opportunity? We got out of her. I was trying to engage with her, but this again is some radio transmission.
Lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably.
You can see there we have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we are trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going. So that's that initial radio transmission when they were trying to figure out what happened, but they knew that there was a lost aircraft. They saw it, they had it, and then it was gone.
And you can tell, just as we anticipated when we first came on, we could tell by what we were hearing from early reports of law enforcement pushing people out and telling people to close their windows and evacuate, that at some point they would broaden this investigative scene. What's happening is the debris field has widened.
I want to clarify something. I know I initially said, oh, it's a small plane. They crash all the time. It's not that significant. But I had not realized that it had literally crashed into a crowded suburb. So yeah, no, it is. This is an understandable story to cover as well. It's not like it's just a Cessna that fell in a field, like, you know, by a beloved actor who was flying drunk or something. You know what I mean? This is a pretty. It's a medical flight. It crashed into a suburb of northern Philadelphia. Like it's a not a suburb. It's still the city. I mean, okay, it crashed into northern Philadelphia, a city. So it is a significant story for sure. It's pretty crazy.
And we heard from Tracy Davidson that Governor Josh Shapiro put out a statement saying all Commonwealth resources are being used as they respond to Northeast Philadelphia. We also just received information and a statement from Philadelphia City Council, Councilmember Driscoll, Mike Driscoll, saying, my heart is heavy as we continue to learn more about this tragic plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. We're in direct communication with our emergency response team to monitor the ongoing impacts to the immediate and surrounding area. This is an active emergency response situation, sadly, with reported mass casualties. That is the first time we heard about that. We knew there were 2 people on board that plane, that medical jet, but according to this statement from Philadelphia City Council, he is saying that, sadly, there were mass casualties. Right now, our focus is on the needs of our first responders on the ground, as well as the individuals and families impacted by this tragedy. We ask that people please avoid the area. We will continue to monitor as this unfolds. Our prayers are with everyone right now. Again, him echoing what we have heard so much from our reporters on the ground, people being asked to avoid the area. But it raises question about how many people could potentially, unfortunately, be impacted by this, far beyond the people who were on that plane, on that medical jet.
We do know that there have been several vehicles that have caught fire, according to witnesses on the ground. We know 3 homes caught fire at St. Vincent's and Calvert. And we know that there have been numerous other businesses impacted by the crash here. This is video again that we showed you earlier that just shows you this is part of the investigative scene right here. This is the debris field. These are things that happened as a result of this plane crash that you're seeing right now. Things still on fire. And we know that things are still burning even at this hour from the plumes of smoke that we see behind our reporters who are giving us a first feet on the ground appearance of what's going on.
Again, to summarize what we know, a Learjet 55 crashed around 6 o'clock this evening, 6:30 p.m. local time, we are being told. After departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, there were 2 people on board the plane en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. The FAA, the NTSB investigating. We're being told that the NTSB is already gathering information.
We also know that 3 homes caught fire. The location of those homes are at St. Vincent and Calvert. And we have heard from people on the ground that not only did they feel the ground shaking and saw an explosion, but we also know that there's just a lot of heightened anxiety because of what happened yesterday, because of that plane crash as well. People being asked to stay out of the area because of the fumes, because of the smoke, and to not get in the way of medical personnel who are trying to get to that scene.
I want to show you a piece of Nest video that's into our newsroom now to give you another view of exactly what's going on, of what we've seen this evening. Here it is right here. Exactly what happened. You know, that video also has a timestamp on it as well. And if you notice, it's pretty similar to the timestamp that we saw on the other piece of video that we showed you. But yeah, as Jacqueline was just saying, we had reports of people who felt the ground shake. They saw vehicles on fire, and just a very unnerving predicament to find yourself in on a Friday evening. In this scene right here, dozens of first responders on the scene, the emergency management office telling people to stay away. Heavy smoke is a big concern right now. Stay inside. They are staging a media area at Cotman and Bustleton, but as they do that, they're trying to evacuate people. We heard, I think it was Aaron Baskerville or either Siobhan McGurl say that the police commissioner was on the scene there. So presumably we expect to hear from him and get an update from him. We heard our Deanna Durante say that they were trying to get as many police officers who were available to be a part of the scene to control traffic in this very busy part of Northeast Philadelphia. We have our Shire Arias, who is live on the scene, who earlier showed us a piece of debris that was...
Having a favorite plane channel is about to become very normal. I know. I know. Boy, was I wrong about the plane enjoyers in general. Yo, Hasan, you look mad Turkish right now. Thank you. What an end for the first month of the year. Trump is really going to burn down America. Yeah. Trump is president. It has been 11 days of the Burger Reich so far. And on the 11th day, a second plane has fell out from the sky. I don't think this is necessarily Trump's fault, to be fair. But it certainly is a bad omen. Let's just say. Pretty crazy. I also, like I said, do not understand how people who are religious don't see this as like a scary situation.
That entire area is filled with homes. And I don't want to give an exact description of what I saw from a video moments ago, but I did see a lot of fire that was in that area where the accident happened, and people running away from the fire as well. A lot of people at that time were trying to get to their houses, coming out from work, right? Because, again, this is residential and also...
Okay, I think we lost Shaira.
What is happening?
Now there's a close shot where you can see all of the smoke and the flames.
Yeah, and you could just see firefighters look like they were putting water on that fire, if I'm not mistaken, from the first shot we saw.
We had been reporting that 2 people were on board the plane. We were unsure if there was also a patient who was being transported because it was a medical plane. Right now on our screen, we are seeing at least 6 people were on board that plane that crashed. We were initially saying there were 2 people, but now apparently there were 6 people who were on board.
We have been listening to NBC Philadelphia as they covered that plane crash into a northern Philadelphia neighborhood moments ago. The Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, tweeting that a Learjet crashed after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. He's saying There were reportedly 6 people on board, but we have not confirmed the casualties or injuries on the plane or on the ground. We thank you for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas reporting from Washington.
You a
Our coverage of this
weirdo,
new
huh?
plane
Wait,
crash
why?
continues right now.
And we are coming on the air with breaking news. Once again, another plane has crashed on the East Coast. This one, a medical jet that plummeted from the sky above Philadelphia and crashing near a mall and some neighborhood homes. A warning, the videos coming in right now are absolutely shocking.
Over under on what they blame this on, DEI. Conspiracy theorists will say it's a missile. It's a Mexican plane, so they'll say it's DEI for sure. You know, just conspiracy theorists are already saying it's a missile. Plane is registered to Mexico, so they'll say DEI. I don't know who the actual pilots were. It's a medical plane. It's a medical ambulance. I don't know. I just Chuck dies. Chuck dies. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Have you talked about the new video of information theory? No, I have not. I will be in a brief moment. As soon as March gets here, I'll be going to the Japanese Communist Party's headquarters. Okay. The Japanese Communist Party is one of the biggest, at least in like, I mean, obviously India has like a lot larger active communist parties, but the Japanese Communist Party is one of the biggest active communist parties, you know, on the planet. And we have unprecedented access to these guys. This is, they're not exactly super, you know, they're somewhat understandably secretive in their in the way that they operate, but I have an incredible opportunity to interview some of the party members and go to their headquarters and get a better understanding of like what they're about really. Okay? Their abbreviation is JCP. They were founded on the 15th of July 1922, 102 years ago. We are going to be heading to their headquarters in Shibuya. They have a youth wing called the Democratic Youth League of Japan, and their membership as of January 2024 is around 250,000. I've heard numbers as high as 500,000 though, so I'm actually kind of confused why it says it's 250,000, and their membership numbers are obviously declining. Their political position, according to Wikipedia, is left wing to far left. Monique 777, thank you. But they've gone through multiple different formations throughout time. They've had a more revolutionary wing, and they've had a more revisionist wing, and obviously the current party formation in and of itself is revisionist. What? Why the fuck are you going to a Japanese Communist Party meeting? How would that make any sense? Wait, what? I'm a political commentator who is leftist, and I like it. Make me worried for you, dog. Old Mad Frank. What? I'm a leftist political content creator, and I'm fascinated with the world of Japanese politics, and would love the opportunity to interview people that are directly a part of this movement. What do you mean you are worried about me, dog? And yes, I will have someone with me who is actually a researcher, researching and writing a dissertation on the Japanese Communist Party. As a matter of fact, he's how we were able to get this level of access. Is this like some weird anarchist grievance? I don't know what that man was talking about. I have seen capybaras. Yes, I've pet capybaras as well. Yeah, DJ Academics moment. The JCP founded in 1922 in consultation with the Comintern was deemed illegal in 1925 and repressed for the next 30 years, engaging in underground activity. After World War II, the party was legalized in 1945 by the Allied occupation authorities, but its unexpected success in 1949 general election led to the Red Purge, in which tens of thousands of actual and suspected communists were fired from their jobs in government, education, and industry. The Soviet Union encouraged the JCP to respond with a violent revolution, and the resulting internal debate fractured the party into several factions. The dominant faction, backed by the Soviets, waged an unsuccessful guerrilla campaign in the rural areas. We've covered this before, which undercut the party's public support. So, as is historically the case with many communist socialist formations all around the world, not only is there a tremendous political repression, oftentimes backed by fascist adjacent or directly fascist governments, and also a decent amount of sectarian infighting due to methods that that the same class of workers in different circumstances choose to use. I believe that the JCP's internal struggles were directly born out of the division between the fissures created along the lines of a more peasant-style class of workers that were interested in more revolutionary tactics. And remember, this is post-World War II in Japan. So it's not, we're not talking about like a normal circumstance. We're talking about post-World War II period in Japan, where there's still plenty of remnants of the previous fascist governance of the Japanese Empire at that point, and the Allies have designed the country. Well, not the Allies. Specifically, the American government has designed the country in its own vision, and it is functionally an occupied nation, which is part of the reason why there was more room for immediate action of this sort. As far as I understand, the internal divisions also were born out of the fractions that even exist in more modern iterations in the Western world. Fractions like the intellectual youth supporters of the party in city areas that were revisionist and did not want to engage in any sort of guerrilla campaign. In 1958, Kenji Miyamoto became the JCP's leader and moderated the party's policies, abandoning the previous line of violent revolution. Miyamoto also began distancing the JCP from the Eastern Bloc in the 1960s, and the party maintained a neutral stance during the Sino-Soviet split and declared its support for multi-party democracy in opposition to the one-party politics of China and the Soviet Union, and purged the pro-Soviet or Chinese members. His efforts to regain electoral support were particularly successful in urban areas such as Osaka, Kyoto, and Tokyo, and the JCP worked with the Japan Socialist Party in the 1970s to elect a number of progressive mayors and governors. By 1979, the JCP held about 10% of the seats in the National Diet. The party saw a brief electoral resurgence after the collapse of the JSP, the Japanese Socialist Party, in 1996. However, the party has generally been in decline since in terms of electoral results and party membership. The party at present advocates for the establishment of a democratic society based on pacifism. It believes that its objective can be achieved by working within an electoral framework while carrying out extra parliamentary struggle against imperialism and its subordinate ally, monopoly capital. As such, the JCP does not advocate violent revolution, but a rather democratic revolution to achieve democratic change in the politics and the economy. It accepts the current constitutional position of the emperor, but opposes the involvement of the imperial house in politics. It's staunchly anti-militarist, and JCP firmly supports Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution and seeks to dissolve the Japan Self-Defense Forces. These are some of the questions that I'm going to be asking them, especially as it pertains to the American ongoing occupation in Japan, the military bases, and the number of different issues that the American military bases and American service members cause on Japanese soil, and also the recent militarism of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, the recent increase in spending on defense by Japan, led by the United States of America, in an effort to also maintain this defensive posture against the rising tide of Chinese-style socialism. These are some of the questions I want them to address if possible. But yes, they oppose, Japan's understandably oppose Japan's military alliance with the United States is an unequal relationship and infringement of Japan's national sovereignty, which is correct. Okay? They have been outlawed. They have been persecuted, prosecuted throughout its history. And to this day, from what I understand, there is still an air of mass surveillance surrounding all matter of leftist political activity, but specifically even the Japanese Communist Party, despite them being revisionist and pacifist openly. Okay? Cancel all your Japan plans, another plane crash? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Wait, what is the JCP stance on Japanese imperialism and nationalism? I've also, they are anti-nationalist and anti-imperialist. But while they don't have an issue with the symbolic existence of the emperor, they do not believe the emperor should have any say whatsoever in the efforts, in the affairs of the government. Anyway. Almondorian is correct. This is actually, this is also one of the things that I want to understand. Japan is a dystopian capitalist country that is ripe for socialist ideas. Well, I'm not going to say yet these revisionists blew it, but I want to ask them about that. That Japan is an incredibly, Japan is an incredibly hyper-capitalist, dare I say, dystopia. And yet it works. And this is fascinating to someone like myself, because while the contradictions are glaring, it seems like hundreds of years of Japanese culture has been able to maintain the capitalist structure that currently exists in Japan, regardless of all of the many different issues and many different failures that exist within hyper-capitalist societies. And I want to understand. I want to understand how things work in modern Japan and what JCP's intentions are, like what kind of political mobilization they engage in, and is there any way of moving, or is there any way through electoralism to move Japan in this direction? What are some of the issues facing modern Japan from the perspective of the Japanese Communist Party and what they're doing to address some of these issues? So these are some of the things I'm very curious about. So treat this as like maybe a deeper dive and a better understanding of modern Japanese politics. So there will be there will be a translator there with us, okay? Fear not. And I believe they have English-speaking party members as well. I'm currently waiting for March to get here so that, you know, we can watch this. Will you be posting your interview today separately? I always go to work when you start the RL portion of the Japan streams. The interview will, of course, still... the interview, of course, will be featured on my my YouTube as well. Can you ask about their thoughts on immigrants in Japan? I'm an immigrant, by the way. Yes, and I will field some of your questions as well, as long as they're good ones and not silly ones, okay? So fear not. That's something that we will also talk about as well. All right. On that note, while we wait,
So we all know that Donald Trump has said he's obsessed with...
While we're waiting for March to get here to set it up so we can move in that direction. Oh, my God. We're going to be fucking late. March, where are you? Ay, ay, ay. Okay.
With tariffs. But why is he obsessed with imposing tariffs?
I'm not going to be late. I'm not going to be late. We already pushed this back. Okay. Okay. All right. Late with all that public transportation.
Mexico and Canada.
No,
After all, there's the US, there's Mexico and Canada. If you think back to his first term, it was mostly China that he was talking about, wasn't it? It was the economic relationship with China. And actually, if you look at what happened with tariffs in that first term, and what's tariff? It's basically just a kind of block, like it's a tax on goods coming into your country. It was China and Vietnam that had the biggest tariffs. The higher these are, the higher the tariffs are. And interestingly, Joe Biden kept those tariffs in place. Vietnam, by the way, because that's used sometimes as a conduit for goods coming from China. But Mexico and Canada, still very low tariffs, and that's because they're part of this free trade agreement in North America. But have a look at this, okay? This is showing you how much is imported from the main trade partners into the US. And this was the case back in 2018. So this is the first Trump administration. China is in the lead, then Mexico, then Canada. Then those tariffs came into play. And have a look at this. That red bar goes down. So less coming in from China, but considerably more coming in from Mexico, and more too coming in from Canada. And one of the things, to talk about that Mexico bar for a second, one of the things that Donald Trump really hates is deficits. When you're basically importing more than you're exporting to a country. And the deficit with Mexico has got bigger and bigger and bigger over time. And if you dig into the numbers, it's not just oil, it's goods, it's things like cars. They're precisely this kind of thing that the US would like to be making more of. So back to this chart, this map here, okay? So last time around, back in 2018, a lot of the trade from China was going directly into the US. Then those tariffs came into play. And now there's a suspicion that actually a lot of components, instead of going to the US, are going to Mexico and then being assembled into machinery and items and products that are going across the border. That's the suspicion here. And actually, if you look at how many cars are going from China into Mexico, that's been going up and up and up over time. Final thing, what kind of an impact would there be if those tariffs were to come in? Well, 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada.
It is.
You're talking about a big hit for Canada. The bars are basically showing you how much GDP would go down. A big hit for Mexico as well. But interestingly, look, it's less bad for the US, but it's still bad.
Hell yeah.
And it's negative too, even for the EU and for the rest of the world, underlining something that economists like to point to. Tariffs don't make anyone that much better off.
Take a look at this, the Dow Jones. Oof. And specifically notice when it starts getting red, right around 1:30 or so. Yeah, in the last hour, Wall Street investors.
The operator and owner of the jet was fined by the Canadian government 11 days ago for license and operation violations, by the way. Oh, this is the MedJet. Is issued a notice of violation believing MedJets carrying on businesses as jet rescue air ambulances committed 8 violations, open air service using a Learjet 60 type aircraft bearing. What are the violations? Departing from and arriving at different locations without holding a Canadian aviation document, thereby contravening paragraph 57B. Oh, so I mean, it's not super related. It's just they basically were just be careful looking at videos about the plane crash. There's a video of a dude on fire. I have not seen that. No, it's just there's been another plane crash someplace in Philly. Yes, I know. I've been covering it. Did you hear about that? There's another plane crash. Yeah, a ambulance jet thing just fucking crashed on fire into North Philadelphia. Not working. How cold is it outside? Oh, 42 is not that bad. Okay.
That's right. That's one thing we want to try to put in perspective so you can visually see what is happening. So we know we have the small plane crash that took off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport, which is almost 4 miles from the site. We did check the observations at that time at 5:54 p.m. Visibility was down to 6 miles. Those wind speeds out of the southwest at 10 miles per hour. So let's widen out the picture a little bit so you can understand exactly where the Northeast Philadelphia airport is. Again, this was 4 miles away where the crash happened here. And we know that the plane was probably traveling to the southwest and we were dealing with a southwest wind speed, but these were not incredibly strong wind speeds for today. We saw wind gusts potentially up to about 15 miles per hour. We did have a lot of low-hanging clouds, low ceilings here, and rain most of the day. Our wind speeds were ranging throughout the day between 5 to about 12 miles per hour. So not a great weather day, but not incredibly dangerous. And as we switch off the radar shot, we want to show you the satellite. This shows all of the clouds in the area. We've been dealing with cloudy conditions throughout most of the day. And in fact, we want to switch you over to some of our cameras here across the Philadelphia region. This is what we're seeing here. So when we see some of those taller skyscrapers, when we say those low-hanging clouds, you can't make out anything across Center City here. And this is a live look right now at the airport as well. So again, visibility has been down throughout most of the day, down to 6 miles, and that's still what we're seeing closer to the Northeast Philadelphia area. Visibility is expected to stay low as we go into the next couple of hours until we start to see the storm system lifting away from the region. We'll have more details on exactly what to expect coming up in just a bit. We'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Brittany, thank you. And you can tell just from the information that Brittany just gave us how difficult, how the weather may have played a role in the difficulty of flying this airplane tonight.
And often when we cover instances like this, we see a plane going down in a wide open field. And it's not often you see a plane crashing in such a densely populated area with so many businesses, so many residents.
All right, we're flipping over right now
on a Friday night where there is elevated congestion in this area of Roosevelt Boulevard in Northeast Philadelphia, just making it much more difficult for medical personnel to respond to this plane crash. And we have been seeing the videos. The most shocking video, of course, is the one where you can see the plane and the steep angle of the plane as it descends what appears to be right behind a row of homes. But when we first saw that video, we were able to actually put it together what happened. We don't know the circumstances. Of course, we don't know if there was a maintenance issue, a communication issue, or if weather played a factor. But this crash happened shortly after takeoff.
And it's been pretty consistent with, we've had several videos actually where we've seen people in the video with this happening. We have one video, a piece of video in particular, where you see a man on a porch with a door open and you can see the plane just go down right behind him, and you see the reaction that you've heard other people who our reporters have interviewed described, people just frightened because the ground is shaking. They're seeing the fireball and hearing the explosion in this densely populated area in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, 6 people reportedly on board that plane that crashed roughly around 6:30, according to the FAA. That's the time they're giving us. But since then, dozens of first responders have responded to the scene, closing off streets in Northeast Philadelphia. They're staging an area at Cotman and Bustleton Avenue where we're expecting a briefing at any moment now, but they otherwise are evacuating the area. Traffic is backed up. Folks who even live in the area have been asked to evacuate their homes. And even according to our Aaron Baskerville, who was on the ground there, the utilities had cut off power to some of the blocks near that crash scene. We do know that the electric company, PECO, the water department, and PGW, they are on the scene as well. And it has just been a very active scene since about 6:30 this evening.
And as we've been saying, in terms of the people who were on board that Learjet, we know that at the very least, there were 4 crew members. In addition, there was 1 passenger, a pediatric patient, we were being told, who was on board that plane as well. cannot confirm any survivors, and there's no knowledge right now on any victims that may have been injured on the ground. But as we're hearing from people who were on the ground, witnesses who have been talking to our NBC 10 reporters, they are describing the shock, not just the initial explosion and feeling the ground shake, but also seeing the flames shoot up in the air and the row of cars, just a line of cars apparently on a boulevard that went up in flames, as well as 2 homes that went up in flames. So the fear of how many people could be impacted by this, at the same time wanting to keep people away from this scene so that they can treat those who are in that area and need immediate response.
Our Tracy Davidson has an update from the Office of Emergency Management now in the newsroom. Tracy, what do you have?
Right. So they are saying expect extended closures of Cotman Avenue between Roosevelt and...
All right, we're on.
Going to my brother's wedding, sweatpants. Going to the JCP,
Dripped out the wazoo.
dripped out the wazoo. That's you right now.
Yeah. Wait, don't go. Are there a bunch of plane crashes that happen all the time? Or are they just getting more media coverage because of the crash yesterday? No, I mean, plane crashes are a commonplace, especially small planes, but this one is like significant because, oh shit, the fucking Haas overlay's back. Is he around? Oh god, it's gonna be much more difficult for me to fix the overlay on this end. Hold on, I'm gonna DM him.
Haas giveth and Haas taketh away. Look, you
have the overlay on this.
You flew too close to the sun. You got everything you asked for.
Yes, the overlay's back, Chad, I know.
But then more. More than you asked for.
Okay, we're taking...
Oh, you have the directions? I'll let you guide
why
us.
am I not able to... What the hell is this? Okay. Public transport, Hibiya line to the OAO line.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, it's like right in the fucking middle, too. Let me see if I can fix it on here. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do it on remote.
Okay, I can guide us in the meantime.
Sure, alright, let's do that. Yeah, you guide.
What's the Addy, though? If I just look it up?
Oh, it's, here. Here. Let me see if I still have it. Yep. Right there. I linked it to you. Why does everything have to always be so goddamn difficult, dude?
It's not. It's not. It's gonna be Daijobu.
Okay, let's go on the remote desktop. I'll shut off the overlay for now. Hopefully I'll be able to do that here.
In other news, oh, let's go. I know where to go. Let's go. Other news, I've also got that shit on. In case anyone was wondering, in case there was any doubt. Oh. But I know there was never any doubt.
It's gone. I did it. Is this the right way to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, so chat, we are on our way to the Japanese Communist Party right now. To the Japanese Communist Party headquarters. We are linking up with a couple friends beforehand. I believe one of them, at least, if not two of them. Both are researchers, academics living in Japan. One of them actually is writing a dissertation on the Japanese Communist Party. And we've had this wonderful, unprecedented level of access, considering the Japanese Communist Party and most political parties in Japan's attitude overall, or I guess like specifically with the Japanese Communist Party, given its history of repression, political repression from the government. It's a somewhat secretive institution overall, but as someone who is obviously fascinated with politics in general, I am particularly interested in understanding modern Japanese politics from the perspective of the Communist Party. That is a very active party still in terms of like global communist parties outside of places like India or China or the global South. Japan obviously is a country whose constitution was written by the United States of America, and therefore it is very interesting to see how political mobilization works and political action works in a country like this one. For obvious reasons, I want to understand it considering my background as an American. And even my background as a Turkish person as well. There's probably a better fitting analog there when you compare Turkey and communist development, communist political actions in a country like Turkey.
We're on platform 1.
Okay. Is that ours?
There's no train there.
Oh, you're right.
10:35 is the next train, which is in 4 minutes. We're late.
So we missed it, and we're gonna be late. Fuck. I think we're not gonna be late overall, but
we're not going to be bright and early with bells on, which is what we want.
we're gonna be there 7 minutes early,
There's
which is
a
good.
smudge. Sorry, chat. Just kidding. The smudge is on the sensor. It's over. Just don't look at it.
Anyway, can you imagine if I couldn't fucking turn off the overlay and I had to do this interview with the Haas overlay on? Crazy stuff.
Debatably better.
What?
Arguably better.
Yeah. But that is the situation in front of us right now, chat. I think for all the political heads, I think that this is exactly in the wheelhouse. The merger between, you know, real life events, IRL streaming, and also politics in general. It's going to be interesting. Wait, what? Why did the overlay pop up and off again? For a brief moment. I guess Haas is in here now.
He didn't like you talking shit.
Yeah.
Is the Haas in the room with us now?
Okay.
This jacket, albeit very cool, definitely is not warm enough, I will say.
No.
I thought that I could be able to, I thought I would be fine as long as I had the undergarments. But drip check overall. Day 11 of the Burger Reich. We're out here in occupied Japanese territory. Still currently occupied by the American Empire and the imperialist forces in a nation whose constitution was written in the aftermath of World War II by that said imperial nation. And we're gonna try and get March deported today.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's right. The goal of this exercise, today was actually not to go and interview the JCP. It was actually to make sure that March can never set foot on Japanese soil ever again.
But that means you can't either.
I have my ways. I'll figure it out.
Wait. I am not showing my face on camera for any of this. I'm not speaking, chat. I'm gonna be the quietest you've ever heard me be.
It doesn't matter because everyone knows your participation.
Nope.
You're filming. Everyone
Could be
knows.
anybody. It's Finn. My name is Finn. I work for OTK.
March? Identity theft is a crime. Wow, it's slammed. Train is packed.
All right, I'm going.
I love the barriers so people don't fall. It's also going to make suicide harder. Yeah. Wow, everyone is emptying out here. How many stops?
3.
Okay. And then we get on another train, right?
Yes.
How are you feeling today? What'd you guys do?
How am I feeling? Oh, I am violently hungover.
Nice.
I was out until like 4 in the morning.
次は
Raving.
六本木
It
で
was
す。
awesome.
都営大江戸線はお乗り
Feeling
換え
good
です。
though. Feeling good though.
The next
That's
stop
good.
is
Drink a lot of water.
Roppongi H4.
Drink a lot of Bacardi
Please
Sweet. Oh, it's
change
one stop.
for the Toei Oedo
Oh, it's
line.
one stop. And then we get on another one for 3 stops. Are they gonna be playing that? Are you gonna bring that up?
I will, of course. For those of you who don't know, I'm currently singing the Japanese Communist Party's anime anthem. It's very cool. I'll be playing it when we're there.
He's gonna embarrass us, man. My name's Finn.
Someone in the chat said, can someone please explain what Zin Malik is about? I tried Googling it. It's the joke, chatter. They're calling me Zin Malik because of my beautiful eyebrows. Denim's raid? Damn, okay.
She got motion like that. Hi, Denims.
Thank you for the raid, Denims. I heard you were very busy today. Lots of content.
まもなく六本木です。足元にご注意ください。出口は左側です。Arriving at 六本木 H4.
This is it? For the newcomer chatters, I don't want to freak you out, but today we are going to the Japanese Communist Party. I know that if you watched a particular YouTube video from someone with no political understanding whatsoever, it might have been used as a punchline that I might have sympathies. It might have been used as a... Where do we go?
I want to go to on the Oedo line, the red one.
Okay. It might have been used as a punchline, as a scary thing, which, you know, this scary thing that I readily talk about openly, but
Oedo line platform 2.
we are going to be doing something scary today. We're going to be talking to some real-life communists. So I just wanted to issue a trigger warning prior, if that's something that might be a little too scary for you. Just letting you know.
Ooh, snackies?
What?
Buy me a coffee. Just kidding.
I need a coffee too, but we'll rip it. Maybe we'll get it there.
Do they have
They have a
JCP
cafeteria.
coffee?
They have a cafeteria, I believe.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, don't push other people's luggage.
I love pushing other people's luggage. Japan's so cool, dog. They thought of everything. Even this. Japanese Zin doesn't taste as good. I'll be asking them about this as well. Why no American Zin? What's that about?
Beep. Where are we going? This way, chat. Waifu. Oh, he missed it. Yeah.
Oedo line?
Yeah, platform 2.
Okay. Platform 2.
You gotta say it like that.
Platform. Wait, what? Why am I? That's the right way to say it. Oh, it's so nice and warm.
Yes.
I went to a a Michelin star restaurant inside of our hotel last night.
Oh, the Jade Room?
Yeah.
I've been meaning to go there.
The food was fantastic.
Fuck.
I did, however, fall asleep at the meal.
At the meal.
Yes, and the manager came over and said,
How
would
did
you like for us to hurry it up for you?
How did you manage that?
Because I was that tired, March. Because that's...
What time was this at? Be honest. Be so for real right now.
10.
That means 9. It was 9, Chad.
No, it wasn't. Well, I started the dinner at 9, but I fell asleep at 10.
Meanwhile, cut to me at 3 a.m. Music bumping.
Okay, to be fair, I
Lasers.
do wake up at 4 a.m. every morning.
Drinks were flowing.
I wake up at 4 a.m. when you go to sleep.
I had the best time. It was so sick. I wasn't even with anybody. I was with a couple friends, but no one that we came with. I just unplugged in Japan like that. I just got homies.
Did you see Rhyme?
Yeah, we went to go see Rhyme, and then I went to somewhere else after. Platform 2. I can't read chat, but I know everybody is pogging at my very sick lifestyle.
No, they are. They definitely are. They think you're the coolest. I think
and
you're
they're
the
right.
coolest. Shibuya line.
I really do it all. Rave till 4 a.m. Filming the JCP at 10 a.m. I'm him.
It's coming in 3 minutes. 3 stops we ride for, and then we're out in the station that we're supposed to meet up with the boys at. They're probably watching.
Wait, so who are these people?
They're academics out here.
Sick. I dropped out of college, so
it's all good. Yeah, I got motion like that. It's not a big deal.
Very cinematic ass shot here.
They aren't expecting us until 11, but we can chat before that outside of police camera reach. Yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna.
Sorry, unrelated. Did you confirm 8 p.m. with Kaho?
I asked her. Oh, let's see if she responded.
Because otherwise I might jump. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, she threw a thumbs up. Yeah, 8 p.m.
Ugh, was it like a passive-aggressive thumbs up? Like, why do you guys keep changing the schedule on us? She hates us.
No.
God damn it! You're making us look like idiots.
She loved me.
Yes.
I don't know if it's me, dog. I'm not the one that's falling apart here. Do you want coffee right now?
No, we're gonna go get JCB coffee.
Is there a bathroom in here?
You have like 60 seconds to use it if there is.
I want to rip a piss, but I'll hold it in.
Take a JCB piss.
I don't know if I can hold it in until JCP.
So cute.
No, wait, watch out. Chibi, watch out.
Yeah, that
no.
actually stopped me.
They're gonna love your eyebrows, Cuckoo.
Cinema.
Chibi-chan.
Cinema.
USA needs platform gates. Oh, to stop people from being pushed in through the tracks. That would cost money, so we're not gonna do that.
Oh, Susan.
Someone had warmed it up for me. You rush in asking for the bathroom, they'll know you aren't intentionally late. Oh, that's very good. Dude, someone wants to sit there. Oh.
dudes for you.
Warm seat, nasty. Marsh doing a little polite voice. Oh my god. Japan has perfected the art of bad politics conservatives with trains running on time. Yeah. This is a Sugoi moment. It is a Sugoi moment.
You just gave me directions to the train station.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's our ETA.
Yeah. Okay. 10:53. What exit should we meet at? Our buddies today are going to be Jeffrey and Romeo. Jeffrey will be there tagging along, but he's not actually going to be doing anything. Romeo, on the other hand, will also be helpful in interpretation as an interpreter. What is wrong with my brain? Also, I didn't do the GeoGuessr stream. It's tomorrow.
Wait, so you didn't have to move this?
Well, we moved it 30 minutes. It's not like we were able to move it a lot anyway.
I'm on a tight schedule today. I have a lot of work to do.
What do you have to do after this?
I have to go across town and film an episode of my favorite podcast, Press Escape.
Very nice.
With the guy who walks across Japan and has a nice cute Shiba.
That dude is amazing.
Cooler guest than we ever get, honestly.
Yeah,
No, that's
I
not
know.
true. I won't disrespect Kyle like that. Kyle was pretty sick.
Yeah. Well, you already did disrespect her like that, so. And
I mean, Kyle
she's
pulled up with a
watching.
Shiba, so.
She just DM'd me. She's watching the stream. She's very upset with you. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
And Caroline Kwan is a co-host. Did Valkyrie announce that?
Did you just Valky leak on your own?
Yeah. Well, the chat seems to know, so I think Valky leaked.
Maybe Caroline leaked.
Carol
Carol leaked. That head to shoulder ratio is insane. Chat, we've moved beyond making head to shoulder ratio jokes. Why? Because it's seen as a good thing in Japan. I think
maybe he was complimenting.
I think that I'm going to impress them with my incredible disparity. They are going to see my shoulder to head ratio and will be shocked. I've changed my mind. Those eyebrows really did great. I don't have enough movement on them as much now, though. Like, I feel like back in the day, you know, before the cut, before the eyebrow haircut that I got, I was more expressive.
Why'd you wash off everything they put on? Why'd you wash away all their good hard work?
Dude, I ran into the shower head first after that experience.
Was it running in the water? Was it just like black?
I mean, I used the makeup remover. But, no, we're on our way to the Communist Party right now. The fine beard looks the rest is fine. Crazy how good the connection is on the subway over there. No way that happened in New York City. Yeah, of course. When you started on Twitch, your eyebrows looked more like this. They were smaller. That's crazy. I don't think my eyebrows grew. So, this is, wait, how many stops? 3 stops. So this stop is the one we're getting off at.
Yeah.
Got it. Yoyogi. Yoyogi. Yoyogi Station. We're going to A2.
I'm just a chill guy. When you guys insult me, this is who you're insulting, by the way. Just a chill guy. How I receive great name insults. Very homoerotic.
Yeah, Austin.
For everyone.
Austin gets so jealous when we do gay shit that he has to out-gay us. Like, listen, we're gay, not you. Our culture is not your fucking prom dress, okay? Austin, you hear me? Okay, so you have the podcast.
And then we have our podcast.
But we have our podcast later
So
at
I'm
night.
doing Press Escape with Rocky Ray and Carolyn and the Shiva guy, and then we're going to Yokohama to the Lunar Festival afterwards, and then we're doing our podcast.
Okay.
So I am slammed.
While you're doing that podcast, I might keep streaming. Who knows? All right.
Do what? Without me. Well, I'm gonna use Finn, so good luck.
You are?
Yeah.
Is Will's not gonna stream today?
No, man. We're just enjoying our final few days in Japan. Well, your final few days in Japan. I'll be here for 9 more days.
You and I are here. You and I are still here for long.
I'll never be free.
More slave work.
I'll never be free. Saved? 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 Please say saved. Please say saved. Oh. Type shit. Type shit. Okay. Doing this one-handed really sucks. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, coffee time. Oh wait, Hasan's back. No coffee time. I was gonna get coffee, but instead you guys decided to fucking go mute on me. Thanks a lot, Chad. Yeah. The bag mini F, and then when it came back there was no audio, but I fixed it because I'm him. A2. Oh fuck, why am I keep showing my face?
By the way, this is not like a known thing, and I don't even know if it's real or not, but I think Hideo Kojima is a party member.
Well, don't out him like that.
I mean, I'm not like working on any information that I got from them or anything. I have not communicated with the Japanese Communist Party.
Are you gonna ask them about that?
No, of course not, because they will literally not tell me. They're someone's secret.
You have a friend. Oh, friends. Hi, Romeo.
Nice to meet you in person, brother. How are you doing?
Are you cool to be on camera?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hi, Romeo.
This is Romeo. You're working on the JCP.
Yeah, well, a little bit actually, just a chapter in my dissertation because I heard you on a podcast saying my whole dissertation is about the JCP. That's
My
not
bad.
quite right.
That's what.
But yeah,
okay.
that's
Get mad at
Jeff's
Jeff.
fault. Yeah, that's
get mad at
Jeff's
Jeff. That's how he presented it.
Jeff is right out there already,
Yeah.
I think.
So what is your dissertation about?
It's about the opposition in general in Japan and kind of like what do you do with an opposition that never wins.
That's really interesting because that's what I directly want to ask them.
Oh yeah,
so I guess
yeah,
you're a perfect person to talk to about this as well. I was very excited to talk to you about this as well. But I'm obviously, I'm a leftist.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this wall would be shorter.
Crazy.
I thought this wall would be shorter. I'm sorry.
Crazy large. You know, being a socialist of any variety, or anti-capitalist of any variety, or even a social democrat in America is quite difficult. There's not really a lot of political representation.
No, you got the Democrat Party and that's it, right?
Yeah, and they are notoriously anti even social democrats.
Although I was listening to a couple of things, because I only knew you from that like Aaron Bastani interview.
Oh yeah,
Hey
okay.
guys.
Oh, there's
hey.
Jeff.
Hey, what's
Nice to
happening?
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Romeo.
Hey.
Hi, Marsh.
Much pleasure to meet you.
Marsh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, what was I saying? I
Aaron
only knew you
Bastani.
from the Aaron Bastani interview. I had to go back and look at a bunch of stuff. And one of the things I found interesting was just that the kind of the Pod Save America crowd, the kind of Kamala Harris people, they all want 1 million of you.
Yeah.
Except...
But not with the politics.
But not with the politics.
Because they're so far removed. I think in America we're so far removed, both historically, from any sort of like materialist perspective, but also like the understanding that politics is about distribution of resources, that like they think everything revolves around optics. So they see a guy like myself and they go, oh, he has a way of appealing to America's like male youth in a way that like we've completely lost. What's that about? Not realizing that, sure, aesthetics do play a role in this, but a big part of, I think, my popularity comes from the reality that it's not exactly a perspective that is widely shared in mainstream resources or in, you know, regular American political consciousness in general, despite the fact that I think many people, including the Pod Save America audience, is super receptive to the things I talk about. they've just never encountered it unless it's like through a totally reactionary and incredibly anti-capitalist sensibility.
Right.
Like it's always seen from a negative framework.
Anyway.
So I think that's what it is.
Are we late? We're late, aren't we?
No, well, we're fine. We're fine. We're
we'll
fine.
be
They're not
fine.
that strict
Yeah.
about this.
It's surprising.
Let's walk that way, right?
Lead the way.
It's been a while, actually. How are you doing?
Pretty good. By the way, I'm Jeffrey. Hey, everybody. Hi, Chad. Romeo here used to be my student. Now he is about to get a PhD. So
we hope.
Nice.
Yeah. So if any of you are studying abroad in Tokyo in the near future, you might be able to take a class that Romeo or I teach about Japanese politics.
Nice.
Right?
Are you plugging us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, that's cool though.
Yeah. So,
any questions, by the way, ahead of?
what are some basic do's and don'ts?
Okay.
Because we're unfamiliar.
Because I can imagine after the American election, right? Like, what's on your mind is probably economic populism for the left, right? If you're gonna ask them I'm just saying. The term populism is still a bad word here.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
like,
No, that makes sense.
So I don't think so. If you like ask a question about like what do you think about about populism, you're gonna see it as kind of the right wing or like the kind of like fake news reactionary or kind of like conspiracy theory left wing kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing I had on my mind. Other than that, they're pretty chill, honestly. Once you have like an in, they're quite chill. They're pretty normal people, honestly.
This is sick, dude. Little train crossing action. How dope.
They're very tame.
No, I understand that. I know a little bit about their background, a little bit about their history. Classic sectarian infighting, like inside of the party.
Yeah, all those people who did all the terrorism and stuff, they don't count them as real communists.
In 55.
Yeah.
Yes, they are revisionists. They're ultimately reformist revisionists. Understandably. But I don't think you can operate electorally in a country that America wrote the Constitution of if you weren't.
Sure. Although one of the things they want to protect the most is that Constitution right now.
They love the Constitution.
Yeah.
That's again fascinating, and I want to hear more about.
Yeah. The other thing is that, like,
because they're also anti-occupation, right?
Of course, yeah, they were. But in the beginning, they thought that the occupation was going to be a liberating force. So first, they were very pro-occupation. MacArthur did like release them from jail. But MacArthur was the general who was in charge.
Oh no,
right? Yeah, sorry. I'm just saying for the listeners.
Oh no, you're right. My bad. Go ahead. Yeah.
The guy who was in charge of the occupation.
Yeah.
They weren't the Allies. They were the Americans ultimately, and so. In the beginning, they thought they would liberate us, and maybe they might even get rid of the emperor, right? Because they're American. They're not for this whole.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
thing.
that was
And
seemingly the bridge that the Americans wouldn't cross in terms of why they, at least in America, the way it's thought is that's the reason why we had to drop the atom bombs.
Yeah, I mean it's also Douglas MacArthur. You would know this better, but it's MacArthur's own idea, right?
Yeah, MacArthur thought it would be so cool to have the emperor
basically.
as like his little buddy supporting him and take photos with him and be the shogun, basically. You know, like the show.
He's the last samurai.
The emperor appoints the shogun to rule Japan, and that's what MacArthur wanted to be.
So you're
and he wanted to run for president.
saying MacArthur? Oh yeah. Oh, I know. So you're saying that MacArthur is the OG weeb? No, I'm kidding.
He actually
so here
got
it is.
contempt for their culture. But here's a big copy of their newspaper, the red flag on the wall here. Of course, green-haired communists.
I think that might just be the prince.
But yeah, their newspaper is very famous for.
Are these the famous party members, or are they just?
Well, I mean that's Ichiro right there. I think they cover general news, and then they also have like right here. Here's a poster with the Secretary General speaking.
Yeah.
It's I think Romeo went in to check on his dude, but it says we want to hear your voice about political problems. But their newspaper is amazing at uncovering scandals from the conservative government because they don't have any sponsors. Only their members pay for the paper, so
yeah,
they don't need to worry about pissing off anybody, any kind of powerful person. They
Yeah.
can just go and investigate and unveil like all kinds of corruption and stuff. And that's probably the biggest thing that the Communist Party does in Japan. In elections, they don't do so great. And
Yeah.
Romeo will explain, but the Communist Party will give you a good account of, the positives from their view today, I'm sure.
Hey, if you're a political party, you spin it the way it works for you, right? It's not that they're lying or anything. It's just, you got to be protective of your identity.
They might be lying.
history.
I don't know.
Something.
I'm not a
maybe.
communist, chat, so I'm not gonna simp for them. But
I'm not simping. I'm just saying, like, being the oldest political party in Japan, historically kind of repressed by the government.
Yeah.
You're going to be protective about certain things.
Yeah.
You're going to spin things in a certain way, like anyone else, right?
So how much would you say this is a correct assessment? After initial electoral success in the aftermath of the World War II government, that's when the political repression came, and that might have even been a part of like the American forces and their attitude, not really appreciating that there was a popular sentiment of any kind of socialist politics happening in a country that they had that they saw as a tremendous strategic importance.
Oh, you know more about the Red Purge.
Oh well, I mean the Congress was under the Republicans at the time, and Truman was president, so they were really angry that our tax money was being spent to prop up Reds in Japan. So they wanted the government in Japan, the occupation government, to crack down on them.
Yeah.
Romeo, is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just looking
for the guy. Okay, but yeah, they wanted
Is that
to.
a cop just circulating?
It could be.
Saw him twice.
Nice. Yeah, they show up around here, but they're just taking your photos. Although you shouldn't wear such a flashy shirt, man. You're gonna be on their list now.
Wait, no, wait, don't say that.
Wait, what? What do you?
No, wait, am I actually?
Terror list. No, I'm just joking.
Oh Jesus! Don't joke to him like. Don't joke with him like that. He loves Japan. He wants to come back.
You better get on the next flight out of here. No more 9 days, okay? But anyway, so the U.S. occupation authorities wanted to reduce the influence of communism as much as possible because the Cold War was beginning. So the Americans would do things like deny paper rations to the communist newspapers. They would deny the right of certain communists to run for office. But this was also at a time when the communists were resisting violently through protest to the Americans, and their labor unions would sometimes have violent clashes with police. So the Americans were trying to be like, everybody can have a labor union, but then, oh, whoops, there's communist unions now. Let's crack down on that. And so
it is illegal still to this day in the United States of America for out and about communist to head a labor union. So
yeah, and I think pretty much all of the unions in Japan today are no longer communist. They would be pressured into firing their leaders, and the Communist Party leadership, some of them had to flee the country because they were just banned from running. The Americans could arbitrarily decide who could get to run and who not. Eventually, though, after they gave up on violence,
don't give a lecture. Let's walk it down.
Well,
I mean, I'm
Romeo,
fascinated. No,
you.
please. This is fascinating.
After they gave up on violence in the 1950s, they sort of started making a comeback electorally. Oh, here's some nice posters. No expansion of military spending or raising taxes.
Yeah.
Use diplomacy of like speaking to other countries, not pressuring them, and then protect peace. This one is saying like you don't want the prices going up or the sales tax going up. They have the best graphic designers, the communists.
Very cute.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Very anti-tax. There's like a big thing.
That's interesting. So they're.
Well, they're against sales tax, which is a regressive tax.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There's no, but the thing is that there's just no talk about taxing the rich. That's just not in the conversation.
That would be populism. What did you say?
Jeff likes memorabilia. Here's all the stuff you can buy.
Oh, I love memorabilia as well.
You can buy like creepy dolls. You can buy the little creepy dolls. And you can buy a model of the headquarters. Is that a pencil sharpener? It might be. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Oh, do you have like a stamp book? You can do a stamp.
I do not have a stamp book.
Damn.
It's
You could have got the party headquarters stamp.
And but like 2013, they started doing these kind of like social media mascots.
Yeah, I'm familiar with their anime and show opening. Yes. I've played it quite a bit. It's awesome.
Only in M and L.
What's that? Yeah. We met before. And this is Hasan.
Hi.
Big guy.
This is my producer, March.
Hello. I'm Minoru Tagawa.
Much pleasure.
Of this, I'm working for the international commission for the party, and well, we welcome. I mean, I welcome you all here.
This is Jeff, by the way, who I talked to.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
He managed to get here. Is that okay? To come along? The professor.
From the university.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so let's proceed. Maybe you want to look around in the building?
I'd love
to. Okay, okay. Then.
Paperwork is everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Communist patches.
Thank you.
And we're writing down your.
My name is.
Yeah.
Where do I write my name? Right here?
Oh, yeah. Name? And organization. Wow, I don't know.
I don't have one. I'm just gonna write Twitch. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Twitch. Is that your official designation?
Well, I mean,
How many people are watching right now?
31,000.
Wow. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, there it is. He's got it too. Show it. Show to the camera.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is. I got this. A fan came up to me on the streets, and this is, I guess, what they're giving out for charity out here to fundraise.
I see.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. Oh, I bought this one in the Palestine restaurant in Tokyo.
Yeah. No, I got this in Tokyo as well.
Oh.
Yeah. Someone gave it to me. Yeah. Someone bought it and gave it to me.
Good.
Yeah.
So I heard this is your second time in Japan.
Third.
Third? Oh. You like Japan?
Oh, I love Japan. Yeah. That's why this time I wanted to learn more about, the inner machinations of Japanese politics a little bit, but from your perspective.
Have you seen anything else, like politically speaking?
Combined. And we built this building. We built the central building. The floor. So this floor is for.
Look at the flag.
Well, mainly.
Oh, is there a view of the flag?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Red flag. Yeah. Actually, all tourists, or I mean, those tourists coming, you're dropping this, building. When they find, that.
They take photos.
Yeah, photos, or especially the left-wing people, well, get excited, Hey, red flag in the Tokyo Center building,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the creed we signify on the flag?
A fan gave it to us.
Grading? Oh, it's of course color is red. It's you know, maybe the international common color, but it's progress and the militant character of our party organization. And well, we have some symbols. Yes.
Yeah. What are the symbols?
Symbols. This is of course rice, and this is the cog. So this is the union of the peasants and workers, you know, traditionally. And those four flags are, well, I don't know, I don't remember the sequences, but the independence, democracy, and the international solidarity, and also a strong party organization. So we call the four flags of the party. And this is a brief explanation of the history of the building, central building. And as you know, our party was outlawed existence before the war, 80 years ago. But after the war, after the defeat of the imperial system, regime, we started openly active in the society. And one of the supporters gave us this building. This was the kind of vocational school and combined with some factories. And this was the beginning of our, building. Before that, we did not have any permanent office because we were chased by the regime or police, and smashed by. So it's the new beginning after the war, and so gradually we. Well, we managed to rebuild and rebuild. And those pictures are the pictures of my age. I mean, I joined the party during my student times, and at that time, this kind of looks like a little bit complicated, and plus, And after the great earthquake in the western part of Japan, 1995, we analyzed this building, and we were told that, oh, you are in danger when that kind of magnitude will occur. So we decided to rebuild the new building, but in order to do that, we have to collect. I mean, we need money, huge money. We call the supporters and members donate for the, we build the new one, and we did not borrow any 1 cent, nothing from the banks, because if we borrow, we have to pay back with loan,
and interest.
It's really ridiculous.
So, in terms of active membership, I've read that it's some people have said it's around 500,000, but some estimates put it around 250,000.
250 around.
Okay, 250,000.
Yeah.
Okay, and
it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
More, maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's actually kind of what I want to talk to you about as well. Is there, what do you think is the reason for membership halving over the course of the past 2 decades?
We have somehow managed to maintain the overall membership numbers, but our weakest point is the ages.
The 80s.
It's like the upside down or pyramid, the main strata of the members are, well, over 60s, 60s, 70s, or like 70s, 80s are the baby boomers, or those many students or young people joined the party during the 1960s or 1970s. Those are the main strata. So we have to expand the, young or those people in the 30s or 40s, So we are now gradually regain the membership in that ages, but still we are struggling to, increase those numbers in that ages.
In terms of Japanese politics, what are what does youth politics look like in Japan? Is there any sort of resurgence in left-wing mobilization in Japan, or if there is one even, what is it structured around? Is it more decentralized, or is it through party membership?
Well, I might say we see these last several years, especially after the pandemic, we see the new trend of activism among the youth and students. Especially students are struggling to earn money for their high tuition fees.
That's what I wanted to ask about as well. Like, what are some of the most common issues that the youth of Japan are facing right now?
For students, number one is the high tuition fees, and well, we do not have enough scholarship system, and so students usually earn money by the part-time jobs, or of course parents support them. So it's a huge burden for students and parents. And but after the outbreak of the pandemic, they lost the place of work, in the pubs or the shops, they are virtually closed, and they face the stop of revenue for the daily lives, not only for the tuition fees. So at that time, our Democratic Youth League of Japan, it is, known formally before the war, it's a Communist Youth League of Japan. That Democratic Youth League started to special food bank for students. They collect those, foods or other, goods from our supporters or people, then distribute to the students in front of the universities or colleges. And then they had new contacts, and some of the students got interested in that activities and the existence of that, youth organization. And then also at that time, people, not only students, but started to think something wrong, in this society, especially under the pandemic. So we attract those students to come to the, meetings and maybe seminar.
But it must be hard to get students to then join the party, right?
Well,
just because I'm thinking,
yeah.
People don't like. I mean, it's just like nowadays, people don't like to join political parties, regardless of the political
allegiances.
Well, in one aspect, it is true. Not only the political parties, but the in some organizations, and also.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Japan is the society of maybe strong conformism, and conformism is a neutral word, but it is virtually a pressure from the government or mass medias. But on the other hand, kids, I mean youngsters, do not have, enough image, or do not have bad images of the Communist Party.
Right.
I mean, they do nothing virtually.
Yes.
So no image whatsoever. No good, no bad.
The funny thing is, according to research, if you poll maybe until maybe starting 10 years ago, if you poll young children, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds about what do you think the Communist Party is about, they say they're conservative. Right.
That is, I have heard that from Westerners as well.
Yeah.
That the Japanese Communist Party is somewhat conservative. But is that conservative in terms of social?
No, it's the imagery. It's the imagery, the idea of the Communist Party being old and being around for a long time, being protective of the Constitution, kind of has given some younger voters the idea that it's conservative. That this is what it means to be conservative.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there another place that we can, are we going to continue, by the way? Because we can keep doing that, and I'll keep asking questions.
Yeah.
So I've seen that as well. What are some of the defining characteristics of the modern Japanese Communist Party? What would you say your ideology, your leanings are? And your advocacy.
Okay. Of course, we are the Japanese Communist Party. We are struggling for the new future. But at this moment, our main focus is the revolution of democratic one, and for the real independence. That is the independence from the U.S.-Japan military alliances.
Yeah.
That is number one. And second one is the free from big corporation first politics. So these two major problems are the tasks we have to tackle. And abandon the U.S.-Japan military alliance is understandable, maybe. We have the many U.S. military bases, not only in rural areas, but in central Japan too, in Tokyo.
We were right near one the other day when we went to that to the Kendo Bushido place. Bushido, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Well, we have the air base and naval base over there, and
apparently they cause a lot of problems. They get drunk, they fight, sexual assaults, rapes, car crashes. The American government recently extracted a American service member who fell asleep at the wheel in Okinawa, if I'm not mistaken, and drove over a Japanese family. Japanese government apprehended him, prosecuted him criminally. He was in jail, and then the American government forced the Japanese government's hand to free him, essentially, and bring him back to the United States of America.
That's right. That's always, it's a business as usual.
Yeah. So that kind of stuff, does that not instill some kind of anger in
of course,
Japanese in the Japanese population in general?
In general, but
there's no expression of it.
There's an expression, but especially in Okinawa prefecture, that region, they are the it's a kind of continuation of the colonial rule by the military. So their anger not only against the U.S. military bases, but at the same time, I think the biggest anger is against the Japanese government. They are too much subordinate to the U.S. Those systems. So we are talking to people about that kind of unfair relationship between the two countries, and we have to get out of that regime to change the more equal status and get rid of all bases. But at the same time, the hard thing is that people are afraid of China or Russia, those, and argument is that we have to have some kind of
protection
or so-called deterrence.
Yeah.
I think Ukraine really had a big effect on young people's ideas of what security is like. I mean, we teach a lot of young people, right, and we get a lot of opinion essays, and it's definitely the feeling, at least from my end.
Since Ukraine war happened, it's everybody talks about the fear of other countries' militaries and their homeworks and stuff. It's skyrocketed.
So the Japanese government also too, make the military budget, by each year. It's really massive build-up. So
it's accelerated, from what I understand. It was discussed with Xi Jinping as well in America when he visited in San Francisco. One of the big points of contention there was the missile systems in Japan and the escalation of the Japanese self-defense. And it seems as though the industrial output is moving in that direction as well, specifically to be used, I guess, as a bulwark against China. Is there, you can choose not to answer this, but what is the overall public sentiment against China in Japan and the Chinese government? And also, what is the party's attitude towards that as well?
Well, the sentiment of the Japanese public is mainly really bad. Image is bad.
Even with all the tourism?
Especially with all the tourism.
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
Well, not especially, but
the media makes it. The media has a spin on it. Yeah.
But mainly the actions or coercive actions, among near the islands of Japan in the southern part, or the oppression of democracy or human rights issues in Hong Kong or Xinjiang Uyghur. So it is really understandable, those images, and we too publicly criticize the Chinese government and China's party. It is not they too support for the human rights, international convention, but what they are doing is totally different. And
America does too.
Too. So I mean, so our party stand against the military blocs of the U.S., but also we stand against the China's those behaviors.
Universal pacifism.
Universal, and also it is the spirit of independence, and also the spirit of the true commitment to the communism, because the communism itself is ideology for the freedom, liberation from the oppression or other exploitations. But what the China's party is doing is totally different from their theory. As the China says, the socialism of the Chinese characteristic. It's a strange word, but so that's our critical point toward the China. Also, we stood firmly against the Soviet invasions, against the Czechoslovakia or Afghanistan or other things. But so we are keen to that bad things. But at the same time, we are the neighbors, with China. So we have to solve everything, all problems, through the dialogue or negotiations, not the military to military confrontation. It is the way to, maybe ultimately it is a way to war, It's really ridiculous.
Yeah. What if China reinstated the Comintern?
Oh. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying, who knows?
Hypothetically. The Comintern? Okay, yeah.
Actually, last year I was invited to Beijing for the international conference on the theme of the world socialism. Well, quite a few overseas participants praised the achievement of the China or Chinese Chinese socialism. I didn't say nothing about that. I just,
Come on, I mean, high-speed rail is pretty good. You guys have it too.
Well, so China do not want make new Comintern. They publicly say that, but virtually they, of course, want to expand their influence. Well, but our party is, I mean, we do not support the new Comintern. Now each party have its own right, and they are all independent. And the most the important thing is that the ideologically we are not same. We have many different perspectives. As I said, about the human rights or democracy, we do not have the common grounds maybe. Some, but they, call themselves as Communist Party, but I don't know if it's real communism or not. But they are the ruling party of China.
Yeah.
And we are the party now in the opposition, but we are aiming for going the new government, making new government. So we have to cope with the China or Russia or of course even the North Korea. So that's our point. The one thing, well, in the world, we have to do at most diplomatically. That's the point.
Okay.
And it's also, I add that it is the point of our constitution. Japanese constitution denounced the war, like a war. And we officially do not have military, but now we have. So, as constitution, in accordance with the constitution, we have to pursue the diplomatic way to solve the problems.
What do you think about Donald Trump?
Oh, super.
Oh, super.
Super. I don't know.
What's the overall attitude about Donald Trump in Japan, in your estimation?
I don't know for sure, but at least our party on the inauguration day published the statement, which, well, enough critical to the Mr. Trump because of his, expanding territories or the withdrawal from the WHO or Paris Agreement is really, it's ridiculous.
Not good.
Not good, and also a kind of the way of the isolation of the country, I think, and mainstream of the world is more, I mean, quite different from that, and cooperation or that kind of thing. So Mr. Trump's action or remarks are really big concern for us too. And and the people in Japan.
He used to love Shinzo Abe too. He's a big fan.
And that's the problem. Mr. Abe is the #1 enemy of us. I mean,
was the #1 enemy.
Yeah. We disclosed his big scandal, money scandal, and
that's what I've heard. You guys do a lot of investigative journalism.
Oh yeah, well, I will show you the.
Let's go over there.
Next building is our.
Chat says go sit down. Yeah, chat says go sit down.
Yeah, we can sit down.
We
can.
This is the printing building.
That one right there?
Yeah, white one.
Oh, the printing. The printing. Oh, nice.
That's 9 tall building. 9. floors building. And
can we talk to a journalist that wouldn't mind?
No problem.
If they speak English?
Some.
That'd be
or
great.
A few.
That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I would love to hear, and also hopefully someone a little bit younger too. No, I mean you're great. You're great.
No.
But I want to hear different perspectives as well, if possible.
黒田さんは
黒田さんは今日はね、早稲田じゃない。いや呼んでないよ今日は。
俺ちょっと来ていいよって言ったんですけど。
そう。
でも来なかった。
そう。
大丈夫だよ。
What?
Sorry, I invited a friend to come, who's an organizer here, but she was somewhat non-committal, and I don't think she showed up.
Oh.
So yeah, I was just checking if he heard anything.
Before we move to the you'd like to go out on the on the top of the garden?
Sure. I would love to see the garden. It's like one of the
Wow. Oh yeah. Watch your step. Smells like soy sauce up here. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Smells great.
There's a canteen on the 4th floor. So,
okay.
And so you can sit here. And,
okay.
And also, this is the place where we time to time take photo of the candidate for the election. You know?
Okay.
So, like this.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And there's more garden back there?
Yeah. So this is the, first one and second. I don't know, maybe this is first or second, but anyway. This is kind of bleach.
Yeah.
Another beautiful flag shot.
lovely. Yeah, I'll take a picture.
Please.
Yeah.
Look, it's the winter, man.
What's
it's winter.
International...
That's what all the leaves are.
Yeah, it's winter.
I'm sure it's beautiful in the spring too.
I don't know the lyrics actually. It's too difficult. This is nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you can normally see Mount Fuji when it's clear.
A little overcast today, though.
Yeah, right here is a photo if you want to show it.
Oh. Is that Yoyogi Park? So when you were at Yoyogi Park with those dancers or whatever?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
That's the NHK building.
Yeah. What do you think about those guys? What do we think about NHK?
Well, the news broadcasting on the 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it's a kind of, not so good. I
A little bit of propaganda?
Well, time to time, I feel some kind of propaganda of the government. But the documentary films or those investigative programs are really, good.
Yes, documentaries are great. They're very progressive, actually, in a sense, right?
About the war.
About the war, yeah.
And they are now, I think, preparing for some kind of investigative or documentary film about the SNS, social media bad guys,
Oh, okay.
Who are criticizing minorities, including the foreign residents here.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of internet racists out there.
Oh yeah. And you just had it with Koike Akira and Kira Toshiko. A video about her being harassed online.
Oh, you know.
I mean, it was yesterday, right?
Right.
Like it's a big topic right now. And there's even a documentary that came out in America just now about Ito Shiori, who was raped or sexually harassed, sexually assaulted by Abe's biographer, and it's not being released here, but is being released. The documentary is being released in America.
Been nominated for awards.
It's
right?
been nominated for awards, and she also won. I mean, it's not social media, but it's the same claim being made of like hibochushu and so on.
The defamation.
The defamation laws and so on. She got attacked by the assaulter as well with defamation lawsuits and all of that. And yeah, it's a big topic right now.
So our party is now considered as a defender for those minorities, including transgender people, and of course the female activists, support our party. That's a good trend.
Are trans issues a big part of Japanese politics? Are trans issues a big part of Japanese politics?
Well, not like in your country, but go back. Well, becoming bigger, I think.
Do you feel like American politics influences Japanese politics as well? Not in terms of, like, obviously American foreign policy has a major role in Japanese politics in general, but would you say that even domestic politics in America, things that we talk about like in terms of social issues, end up becoming a public conversation here in Japan as well?
Yes, I think
Uh-oh. We're locked out. We're stuck on the Japanese Communist Party's roof.
We get an American helicopter to come and say
We're going to spend the next 6 hours on its roof. Okay.
Did DEI do this?
Yeah, they need some white people here.
By the way, these are the posters for the...
Oh, these are great.
Yeah.
These are great.
So, is there still a big focus on trade unionism within the party as well, or has because of the previous political repression, would you say that the unions are no longer affiliated with any political party?
Oh, no. I mean, we put big emphasis on the trade union movement and also the movement for the agriculture workers. Though I think the in this price hike, high price society, trade union has a big role, and they are preparing for the so-called spring struggle in Japan. Usually,
is it going to be general action?
Yeah, general action, and in spring. Trade unions in Japan, they together put the demands to
the government?
Not government, to the corporation companies. And so we have two major national trade unions. One is the really big, but kind of cope with the capitalists. Rengo. And they are very their chairwoman is really communist, but
it's not shocking. It's how it is in America too. Well, it's changing a little bit now.
Yeah, and but the other one, called Zenro-Ren, is 1/10 in size, smaller than the major one.
And how big are these unions that we're talking about, like numbers-wise? How many? If you know off the top of your head.
Well, he will.
No, I don't. It's actually quite complicated, right? Because there's so many different unions, and they sometimes kind of break off and so on, right?
Maybe, let's say 10 million and maybe several millions, like that, you know, comparing. And but the thing is that the smaller one, national one, is really militant, and they are preparing for the strikes and gaining their membership in the, especially in the teachers union. And they have. They contacted with the Sinn Féin.
Oh, Sinn Féin.
Sinn Féin last year.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And,
I love Sinn Féin. He's incredible.
Right. Wait.
Sinn Féin mentioned.
Yeah. And
Sinn Féin.
Sinn Féin.
どっち?
Wait, are you talking about Sinn Féin, the American labor union leader, or are you talking about Sinn Féin, the Irish? Okay. No, I got it right.
Sinn Féin.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry.
I heard Sinn Féin. It was
not the Irish. Not the Irish.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't be that crazy, I don't think.
And anyway, 1 year ago, he sent the really good militant message to our trade union. And
it says here that labor union participation in Japan is at 16.3% as of 2023.
Yeah. And I checked, Zeroden is 1.2 million. Zeroden.
And the total union membership is at 10 million, 10.2 million. So it's very low.
Yes,
in terms of, I mean, but it's expected.
Yes.
American influence, I would say, probably plays a role in that.
Well, maybe, but not only the American influence, but the, well, overall, but the neoliberalism.
Yeah, American-backed corporate neoliberal attitudes.
But we are now gaining kind of momentum to push back, and especially. As I said, you know, among students or the young workers also too. So, and party itself, you know, convey our activity to consult, receive any, you know, things people are having troubles.
But this is very practical in nature. It's about.
So if you have any, you know, something wrong or difficulties, you know, come to us.
In your livelihood.
Yeah.
Kurashi. Yeah.
And also,
this is a little guy, I guess.
Yeah. This is campaign poster 4 years ago, and actually this poster was made by one of the supporters who is not the member of the party.
Can I ask, why is it, I always wondered this, why is it a gerbera? Gerberaって言うんだよね. Why is it not a rose, is what I always wonder. Because it's the Communist Party, right? It's not a rose.
I don't know.
I always expect to see, if there's a flower, I would expect a rose, not gerbera.
Maybe because he was a supporter, maybe?
I think
and not a party member?
Well, at least it is red.
It is red. It is red. Yes.
Yeah, close enough.
So actually, this is the room for those people who are involved in the or who are in charge of trade unions and other people's movement, peace or you know those. Former Youth League chairman.
I don't speak German. Is that what you said?
No, chairman.
Oh, chairman.
Chairman of the Youth League.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Oh, here's an English poster.
I've never seen that.
Give flowers to the guns. Give us to Article 9. Our no war constitution. Wings of Article 9 fly over the world. Article 9 Association of Nakano.
Yeah, Nakano is from near from here.
I think I was there. I think I'm right. I think I'm hidden here. Yeah. I think that's me. これ森さんじゃない?
そうかも。This is the 5th anniversary of JCP supporters.
Romeo just outed himself.
Well, I'm in the videos.
By the way, what time do you have to leave you.
Oh, I can stay for as long as you're willing to have us.
Okay.
You're joining now.
Yeah.
Then I go a little bit long way. This is the room, one of the rooms for leadership. This room is for the head of the secretariat. This is the place room for secretary arts of the party.
Oh.
To support the izakayas during COVID that were being shut down, they wanted to give more support to the mom and pop izakayas that needed some help. These are for like child meals.
Should we?
Hiker-san.
No camera.
He is the vice chair, one of the vice chairs of the party, and he is in charge of the SNS activities of the party. He's really one of the key persons.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Rania. Nice to meet you. Also, former of the chairperson of the Democratic Youth League of Japan.
Nice. Cool. Okay, so your vice chairman is younger.
Of course.
Yeah. Cool.
He's a person of future.
Yeah. No, that's great to see. I asked him as well, but what's the? I was trying to figure out like, what are some of the prevailing issues that Japanese people are facing, and how is the party choosing to address them?
大丈夫ですか？
ごめんね。一瞬。ごめん、忙しいよ。
そう。
One minute ね。何が一番の問題ですか？
Is it okay to film him?
Okay. 問題っていうのは、その日本の中で一番の問題は何でしょうかと、人々が困っていることは何でしょうか。
まあ物価高。やっぱり暮らしが本当に大変なってると。
Inflation. Inflation is a big thing, and yeah, rising prices in general is what people are really feeling right now.
で、今500万人の要求を聞くアンケートをプロジェクトを新たに開始して、やっぱりそういう暮らしの現状をつかんで、共産党としての活動をバージョンアップさせていくっていうために頑張っています。
500万人? So 5 million, trying to get a sense, trying now to do a survey about 5 million people to young people, specifically wakamono?
Yeah, 全部
5 million, just in general, trying to get a survey going of 5 million people to see what is actually now, how people are, feeling with the current economy and so on. Because just to like add on to it, I think it's also all relatively new, I suppose. So there's still a lot of research to be done to like understand what's happening. Yeah, he's quite busy right now, so he has to go.
Thank you. Well,
is the diving session?
Check that.
今日土曜日だから。そうそう。土曜日だけど人がちょっといる。This is the who are in the building. I mean,
C さんがいないですね。いらっしゃらない。
So it's the names of politicians and committee members who are in the building right now.
Oh, don't show.
Oh,
sorry.
You just doxed them.
Sorry, well, not monitoring, but
I've met Ogata.
Yeah.
This is the party leader, by the way, on this poster.
Oh, yeah. This is the party leader right now since 1 year ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's on the hour, I think.
What is it? Is the noon
It's
alarm?
noon, yeah.
It's cute.
Really?
What do we have with battery also?
Check the back. Is it charging still? Ooh.
Is the cafeteria?
Oh, nice.
From 12 until 1:40.
What's on the menu today?
Menus,
What are we working with?
beef rice bowl, and also the second variation is fish.
Uh-huh. That's cool.
I don't want to show anybody. Yeah.
Sign language class here.
You need tea or water?
Tea or water?
It's okay. I mean, do you guys want any?
Okay.
No.
Oh, there's a.
No, I just.
Oh, wow.
So that's nice. So actually, I prepared for this room for the today, but
Okay.
it's not so. For today, I mean, maybe we can go straight forward to the next building. So
Yeah, if you want to stay here and ask a few more questions, or
what do you think?
yeah.
Maybe first.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check it out. What is this? Otori desu ne.
Doesn't look like it. No, it's hard. Yeah, calligraphy. I'm not good at.
Ooh, big plate.
Yeah.
Vietnam?
Ah.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Because you have some relationships with Vietnam.
That's actually great question.
No. Japanese art.
It's Japanese. Okay. What's the relationship with other existing communist parties, like in Vietnam, for example?
We have normal relationship, or maybe closest tie is the Vietnamese party, and the second one is the in Asia, we have CPIM of India, Communist Party of India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and in Europe we have many ties with the French Communist Party or Party of Mélenchon, and the Linke in Germany, and the Workers' Party in Belgium.
That's mine.
Or Syriza in Greece. What those left parties we have contact?
What about in America?
In America, we have all kind of relationship with the Communist Party of USA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and well, we have some kind of ties. I mean, the individual ties with the DSA.
Oh, the DSA. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, not official relationship, but the time to time members of the DSA come to our office here. Actually, by the way, this is the library for the party. So we have to, need those, documents to prepare for
meeting notes?
Yeah, for dietary question, debate or the, anything. So actually, we have more books or materials downstairs. So. The students like Romeo-san, time to time come to this place to see some documents.
How do I do that?
そういうものがなんか研究のテーマであればね。そう。わかります。
He says if it only has a specific KenQ or
if I have a
research topic.
If I have a reason to, yeah. Not just out of interest to find something.
Yeah. Not to stick around for the CIA.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think the State Department is all too worried about JCP activities.
No, I'm not.
No. Especially not right now. They're too worried about creating reasonable grounds to invade, maybe not Denmark, but Greenland. Sorry, I meant liberate. I meant liberate Greenland from colonial oppression, of course. That's why we got to go in, find some natives, say that these guys are yearning for freedom.
The Greenland Liberation Movement.
Yeah. That is if the CIA was competent. I feel like it's no longer, it's a mere remnant of its former glory.
Didn't they even want to get rid of the FBI's, like, DC?
Oh, they were talking about, deleting the DC headquarters of the FBI. That's just political posturing.
They're firing a bunch of people who were involved in arresting January 6th people. So basically all the veteran leaders are losing their
Which,
jobs.
ironically, Trump hired.
Of course,
Trump appointed. Trump fired Jim Comey and then appointed the FBI director that oversaw the prosecution of January 6th, the political hostages.
They weren't loyal,
The political hostages of January 6th.
Yeah, I'm not keeping up right now with politics in America, but yeah, it sounds like
Don't worry, it's
hell.
keeping up with
sounds
you.
like hell.
Okay. This is the Akahata is the name of the pig. And Akatsuki is a dawn. The name of the printing office. So
Akatsuki?
Akatsuki.
Oh, like in Naruto.
It's what is it? Twilight? Like setting sun?
No, it's a dawn.
Dawn, it's the opposite.
Sunrise. Yeah.
So probably that the Naruto character probably
The building itself is owned by the company.
So now we're in the printing press of the Japanese Communist Party.
Country's government.
Right. The Japanese government is conservative
これは
and they like
最近の紙面ですね。これが日刊毎日出してる新聞ですね。で、これが週1回出してる日曜版という週刊誌です。
Sunday edition, weekly one.
週刊誌としては日本で最大の部数を誇っている新聞ですね。それでこの週刊の新聞でも こういう都議会自民党という政党会派がですね、本部だけじゃなくて地方でも裏金を作っていたということをスクープしたりしています。地方で都議会自民党ですね。
So they've uncovered a scandal with regional branches of the LDP party involved in very shady fundraising practices where they don't report on their amount of money they're making from these parties, and that's what they're reporting on now.
それからこっちは例えば軍事国債といってですね、借金で軍事費を賄おうとしている動きが強まっていると。これは戦後ずっと日本では禁じられてきたことなんですね。それが2年前から勝手にその禁じ手をやるようになって、軍事費に借金を使うということが常態化してきているということを告発しています。
So yeah, the government is starting to, do you say print bonds or?
Government bond.
You're creating bonds to fund military expansion, which is the thing that was kind of against the norm until about 3 years ago, and they're reporting on how it's become increasingly normalized to use shakin to create debt in order to fund this.
それと特徴なのはそういう政治ニュースだけじゃなくてこの暮らしの話とか、
It's not just political.
They have all kinds of news.
It's recipes, food.
それからスポーツ、社会ニュースなどですね。普通の他の商業新聞と劣らない紙面構成をやっています。で特にこの囲碁将棋っていう日本の伝統文化ですね。
We cut out for a second, so I just want to restart it. We just restarted it. Sorry. So, chat, I don't know what part you guys missed, but we are now in the offices of the party paper, but it's an actual Akata. It's an actual newspaper in its own right, and they were showing us the many different journalistic awards that they've won. Oh, since the elevator. Oh, damn.
Oh, since the elevator.
Damn, I didn't. I realized it's too late.
I read elevator.
Okay, well,
yeah,
this is the deputy editor-in-chief, and these are the 3 awards that they had shown us. One for
this is
both
for the
of these
recent
are
scoop where the LDP lost a lot of votes. It was a scoop about how the party handles money and how it accounts for money in their books, which showed that they've been kind of doing some shady practices there. Yeah, Akahata won an award for this. They won an award in 2020 because of Abe Shinzo's certain scandals related to Abe Shinzo at the time. And then one more regarding the uncovering of the fact that the Japanese government was against the introduction of a
against Obama getting rid of the first strike policy for nuclear weapons. Right. They were actually behind the scenes saying, actually, Obama, we like first strike to protect Japan, so keep those nukes. And the JCP through this newspaper uncovered that. And
they receive, so these are mainstream, national award.
The Journalism Council of Japan.
Yeah, and so it's the point was more that Akahata is not just a party, a newspaper. It is very much a journalistic newspaper. Sorry.
No, this is yesterday's foreign news section, and the top news is from Washington. We have correspondents in Washington, Beijing, Berlin, and Cairo, and also Hanoi in Vietnam. Five correspondents. And top news yesterday was the appeal from the AFGE, Public Servants Trade Union of the United States, appealed opposed the Trump's. Those Trump want to slash the
the
federal workers. So this is the that kind of that news from Washington.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
He's the former chief of Washington Bureau of Akahata.
じゃあ向こうも紹介しようか。
まあちょっと上がってじゃあ外信行ってあとで日曜版に行こうかなと。
じゃあちょっとその4階の整理のとこだけ紹介しようか。はいはい。新聞制作システムだから。 こちらがニュース部門で政治部、それから社会部が設計があります。
So politics and society sections.
でこっちでまだ記者もあんまり来てませんけど、こちらの方が紙面を作る整理部といってですね、要するにレイアウト
Layout is usually here.
やるわけですね。で一つ一つのパソコン画面にで全部紙面を作っていきます。
Doing everything.
Yeah, all the layout of the
page. Doing everything on.
僕遅くから来て夜遅くまでやる仕事なのでまた来ています。
Yeah, so they're up very, very late working on it, so that's why they're not here right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
はい。じゃああとは外信の方で。じゃあよろしくお願いします。どうも。ありがとうございます。
By the way, you can subscribe from the United States too.
I can subscribe.
はい、YouTuber が、はい、ここが Foreign News Section.
Oh, okay.
He is, あれ、島田さんだよね。He is also former chief of bureau in Washington. Also, he worked in Mexico too.
Oh, nice.
He can speak 3 languages, I think.
Oh, wow.
Spanish, Italian, and English.
So he can speak 4 languages.
Yeah. And he is the chief of the foreign news section, Mr. Sugawara. By the way, we all together studied in the same university in foreign languages, Tokyo.
Okay.
And he is Mr. Ito. He is also former correspondent in India, in New Delhi, and Berlin. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's really, great. Yeah. So, で、あとは this section is for party activities. Economic issues. Okay, we go up to the weekly ones.
Is the stream okay?
Oh, yeah, it's fine right now.
Sounds like it's good. I need to do a battery swap soon.
It's at 100%. I don't know why.
But is the charging emoji still on there?
It's at 94 now.
Okay, so yeah, you need to swap the battery.
We might F in here, chat. Hold on.
Okay,
Look back
so
here. It still says it's live.
This is another office for almost no one. This place is for weekly Sunday editions. Editorial. Sunday edition. 今日はもう皆さん外ですね。
Reporting, getting the news.
Yeah, this place is for the advertisement section. We do not carry the big corporation advertisement, but we have advertisement.
Small business?
Yes, small business and like publishing companies or other companies. So
Do you still? This is the thing I wonder. Do you still do these shogi competitions?
Yes.
Yeah. So Akahata used to be pretty famous for doing like Japanese chess competitions. You still
Still big on that, yeah.
And some of the former those champions are now really famous. Including Mr. Fuji, you know.
Right, I saw a little statue downstairs, like a little.
Oh, that was him?
Yeah, it's a
little bobblehead.
Yeah,
little bobblehead, little Funko Pop.
Yeah, he was also a champion of those freshman tournament.
Right.
Of our Akahata.
Right.
So yeah, the communists are keeping the tradition of shogi alive in Japan.
And general societal roles, you know.
Oh, there's
in
that
the
guy.
place. There he is. Yeah.
This is the shogi champion.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, Fuji-kun da.
See, that's the guy who won the Japanese chess tournament.
Nice.
Here's the. I've never heard of it. How you?
Who's this person?
この人、ナオさんは、
NHK drama.
そう。
So you're even report on actresses in NHK dramas.
Of course, this page is a kind of, you know.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a talento.
Yeah, those they are all famous or new. I mean, how to say, more
mainstream.
Well, they are all.
Are they party members or no?
No.
Just random, regular famous.
Might be.
people?
We don't know.
Oh, they're very secretive about that, I assume.
Oh, you absolutely would not.
Okay.
If you're in public life, you would not. Just in general, you wouldn't say that if you were part of the LDP, even, right? You wouldn't
I
do
think
that.
Miss Takeshita is kind of supporter for our party, but I don't know Nao-san. But
there are definitely supporters, like vocal supporters, regardless. That's definitely a thing that exists.
the thing is that our weekly newspaper does not write the scandals of the actors or actresses. So you know it's different from the
which is big right now. It's a weekly.
Was it Fuji TV or?
The Fuji TV thing was, more about this Bunshin.
Yeah, those are private tabloids that really want to get the trashy kind of dirty stories, but also sometimes big scandals like that. But Akahata is more focused on serious political scandals.
And also in terms of the actors, their professional works.
Yeah.
Not their individual
Yes,
scandals.
it is about the
Yeah, not their private lives.
It's a serious newspaper.
Oh, by the way, well, this is postcards which readers from readers. There's
wow.
Oh, postcards.
So.
Yeah, maybe.
Does that even happen in Japan? Is that even a thing?
I don't know.
So those are puzzles, and then you can, of course, you can email your answers, but those.
I'm sure they use fake names.
Yeah. Some
people postcard their answers to puzzles.
Still some.
Wow,
that's great.
But that's gotta be 65 plus.
But
Easy.
these days mainly the email or
there's an email, and a QR code. There's a QR code.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think those are from the elder people.
Yeah.
Hey, it's an aesthetic.
Okay, maybe not 65 plus, maybe 80 plus.
Oh, they draw like paintings on the cards.
Wow.
Oh, very Japanese.
That's very cute.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So.
I've seen this often actually. They then print some of it.
Yeah. From like.
I always wonder about those.
This is not just the answers, but they are creative.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's like when somebody posts fan art of you on Twitter and you retweet it.
Yeah.
Small. Yeah. And it's they all make your head smaller than a pea.
Yeah, oh God. Yes.
What is happening there?
It's because I have broad shoulders.
Then
they don't understand.
Downstairs.
They don't understand that in Japan it's seen as a positive to have a small.
I heard about the consultation that you got.
Oh God.
Oh, he shaved his beard shorter this morning though.
Yeah.
He didn't like it.
He was embarrassed.
Well, I went to a Ikeman.
Ikemen.
It's too much.
What was it called? Like Ikemen Kenkyu or something. Yeah.
Oh, you were becoming a host, or
Yeah. They turned me into a host. Okay, we're gonna F again, chat. But don't worry. Potentially, baby F.
Is this?
It's live.
Okay.
We're back.
Now it's live.
Oh,
Yeah, we tried to look at the printer presses, but they were underground, so
Yeah.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah, we went
I thought I was
to.
wanted to say that.
We went too far underground.
Okay.
Oh.
Cool. Paper.
So this is those papers, you know. This printing company does not print not only our papers but the public, you know, those leaflets or other things, many things, and it's empty now. But at night there's a lot of trucks or cars to pack the newspapers, then deliver to the local areas.
And do volunteers deliver the newspapers every morning?
Yes, I myself once a week.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah, the party members deliver the newspaper for free.
Not totally free, but a very small amount of kind of allowances.
Oh,
you know.
okay. So even top committee members.
But those trucks are real.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We pay those with
People are flirting with me on chat.
Does not have a girlfriend.
You using Twitch as a dating app right now, man? Almost got Austin showed.
Damn. You see that? That's a Bakagaijin move right there. He just jumped over the turnstile.
It's Bakagaijin.
Bakagaijin.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this is some exclusive stuff. Romeo has been researching them, and he's never been inside most of these places.
Only in the kind of like
The
public
visitor
space.
area, yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
Thank you.
I'm very honored that you guys allowed us to see the inner workings of JCP and the newspaper as well.
Oh, no problem. And actually, there's no secrets about us. So
No,
yeah, but still, it's really nice to have you here.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, and thank you for having us on your program.
Oh, of course.
Actually, that white building, this one, the left one is the part of the printing office, printing company. But the next one, building for publishers affiliated to the party. So there's the editorial offices for the magazine, monthly magazines or other stuff.
Like not you.
Okay, so a bunch of publishing companies around here are affiliated with the party.
Yeah.
Nice.
Are you getting merch?
Oh, there's merch? I would love to get some.
Jeff likes to like merch. He has like the AOC
bobbleheads and stuff.
I would love to get some JCB merch. That'd be amazing. Was it a gift shop?
It was like over there. I can see once they get somewhere else. To the detention room.
It's okay, go ahead. I mean, if you can use the card, right? Right, we could have used the card actually.
Oh, these are actual cards?
I think so.
Feels like that.
I'm not gonna have time to eat though.
What time do you have to leave?
I have to be in the west side at 1:30 and stop at a hotel to grab all the cameras, so I'm late.
What are you doing?
The podcast to shoot.
You used to, record a podcast.
Well, let me know when you need to.
No,
No, he can leave. I'll just man the camera myself.
Yeah.
This is the big conference hall.
That's too bad. It's
Oh, it's the other side. That's where we came, the other side. Just power through, keep going.
I'm trying to have some communist grub.
If only Chad could smell what was in there. If you're gonna do a sit-down thing, I might just prop the camera and dip out.
Yeah, that's fine.
So like, obviously. So let's see you guys over here.
Okay.
Because of the light.
Right.
Alrighty.
He needs to.
What is the position of authority in a Japanese table?
Any place.
Okay.
Sorry, in
By the way, I will take the tea.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
In Japan, there's this thing where if you go, the sitting arrangement is kind of settled, but we're very
by seniority and level of respect. So if you sit at the wrong chair at this table,
be there actually probably.
Like people would be really angry. Like older people, they'd be like,
not here.
Why? Yeah, not here. But
we don't do hierarchy.
But there's leaders. There's leaders. There's probably leaders. They would get really angry at you.
Well, I need someone to escort me out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll ask him. I tried to get in between.
Come back with tea and then he'll escort you out of the party premises.
He'll take you to the room where they make people disappear.
Maybe get this to like sit here.
What? Where?
In between you guys.
Oh.
Because the table's just so wide. I mean, I guess I can get a side shot here. Actually, this works. It's fine.
Can you see Hasan from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Phone.
My host dad was in JCP and was very hierarchical with his underlings in the party, the middle school teacher union.
Romeo's gonna check the chat to see if anybody is complimenting him.
Questioning the ask about the Plaza Accord. Don't ask about the Plaza Accord. Hasan looking like Zelensky's bodyguard.
Oh, I guess so.
Oh, yeah.
The green shirt.
Oh, does he? No.
But I mean, communists also wear green shirts too, so.
Source of battery too.
March is trapped in Hasan's gulag. It's true. He is trapped in my gulag.
Yeah, elevators are deadly.
Yeah, you guys are so funny, Chad. I was like, hey, serious questions only, and there's a range between Plaza Accord and asking about Shohei Ohtani. You know?
I wonder if Shohei Ohtani would do an interview with them. Maybe not. I don't know.
With the JCP's paper?
Yeah, it depends.
So,
March needs to go early.
Okay. Then how long do we have?
No,
we're good. He's just gonna leave, so he needs to be escorted out, possibly.
Escort him out. That would be very appreciated.
Yeah, I'll be good.
It'll be good.
Maybe.
A sip of tea before you go.
Sure. So much. Some green tea.
Where do I sit? Maybe here?
Oh,
it's right here. Yeah, right.
Where? In there? I mean, that's gonna be like.
It's in camera, right? No.
It's definitely in frame. I've set it up so that it is.
Ask about hostesses.
Yeah.
Posters?
No, I have posters, yeah.
There's a poster over there. I mean,
No.
Yeah, we want to buy merch. We want to get some JCP merch.
So yeah, and also Jeff is a big fan of merchandise, like goods.
Goods, Seiji goods.
And you have like these little things out in the entryway.
Okay. Then,
later on.
How do I exit?
How about
I asked.
how about Japanese manga?
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Oh yes, we want that.
But first, March
maybe
needs
needs
to
to
go.
Hold on.
Marks and angles.
Yes, the final page of one of them. The final one is amazing. I remember
what?
because they become.
You read
Yeah. Of course, yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Crazy.
Okay, I want all of these, so he's gonna have to get new
No,
ones.
yeah, I'll get new ones. It's fine.
Translated volumes, Marks and Angles. They made an anime in China.
Yes.
I've seen the Chinese anime of Marks and Angles, but I've never seen the manga before. You watch the anime, then you read the manga. You know what I'm saying? I thought the manga was called Das Kapital, but
No, it's about their friendship and. Where's the final page where they become angels?
Wait, is this
they become angels?
Yeah,
is this technically Boirovu?
It might be.
It's not.
No.
But March, he needs to go as soon as possible. So sorry.
Okay. Then I will take him.
Yeah, sorry about that. We will wait here.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Bye. I swear to God, one of these had them like ascending to heaven as angels.
BL baby.
Communist heaven.
That's the question I had.
Wait, what is this? What is this annotation?
Where?
Why is this like?
Oh, that's just a little like bookmark
that
comes with things.
No, comes with every book. Comes with every book. It's like advertisement and stuff.
Carl, are you still awake? Hi, Dad. Wow.
Wait, I need to find this page where they become angels. Maybe it's
Are
like.
you sure it's not printed like backwards, Japanese style, so that the end is on that side? Or no, actually it is. It is swapped for English readers. Yeah.
It is swapped.
No, it's backwards.
No, it's backwards. It's backwards.
It's like
okay.
normal.
You're just so used to it.
English speaking manga is also backwards.
It is now, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Back in the day.
How do you live in Japan and not know this?
I don't read English manga, dude.
Do you read manga?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the internet. So.
I was about to say, there's no way you don't. There's no way you're not a weeb. I mean,
he's written academic articles about manga and
I
anime.
teach Japanese popular culture chat if you're studying abroad.
plug.
Mm-hmm. Slots are probably already full anyway, though. But yeah, of course I'm a weeb.
He's the biggest weeb.
He didn't say, I don't read manga. I'm an adult. Dude, what are you talking about? He lives in Japan.
I'm following like 6 shows this season. Okay?
What are you watching?
Yeah.
It's a prerequisite to live in Japan to be a
let's
weeb.
see. What am I watching? Orb is very good.
I heard. I'm
Yes.
gonna start it. I was just on Trash Taste. Do you know Trash Taste?
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah. Everybody knows.
No, I
Trash
don't.
Taste. Everybody knows it. Come on,
Okay, I know it. Sorry.
Not everybody knows it. It's
I
fine.
told you this, but the sequel, the new manga that the Orb guy made is about Pizzagate.
Is it really?
Yeah, it starts with Pizzagate. Like the first scene of that
He
manga
goes
is
into
Pizzagate.
he goes into Comet Pizza
and kills everybody.
No, but that's not what.
Yeah, but it's dramatized.
By the way, Chad, have you tried Comet Pizza? It's great pizza.
He's
the
actually
ping pong
been-
is very good as well. Wink, wink. No, just kidding.
Well,
Oh my god. Someone must have gotten that,
Yeah.
Mark.
No, but it is a legit normal pizza restaurant that is a victim of crazy people. Yeah, what else am I watching this season? All the popular ones, I guess. But it's back to politics talk now.
I'll find them.
No, we can talk about anime and manga as well.
Yeah, but
let's check. Let's check.
Our
should we show chat
yes.
here? Chat. Reading for fun in English. Manga Marx and Engels comes with a Japanese text. It's recommended for learning everyday conversation in English.
Is this sold?
What kind of everyday
of
conversation? I wonder.
What? You don't have dialectical materials in your normal?
Only in Japan, but of course
nowadays
you
they
can
do,
buy
yeah.
it
So
through
here
Amazon
is-
or something like that.
Okay.
And actually,
close do I have
I
to go?
strongly recommend the publishers and the authors to make the digital version of the
Yeah.
this book.
So right now it's only available in print in
Yeah.
Japan through Amazon Japan.
Yeah.
Or bookstores. Okay.
Actually, the author is our members.
Ah,
She
okay.
is a veteran trade unionist, and she teaches. She taught for long in elementary school, and now I think she's already nearly 80. And but she watched the movie of Marx and Engels several years ago. She decided to make manga, and young cartoonist Kusumi
Very cute.
Marukawa.
Kasumi Marukawa, yes.
She is the daughter of our local assembly members. I don't know if she's a member of the party or not, but she's she knows a lot about our party.
Importance.
And
I guess.
Actually, this is one of the first long serial manga, and you can see that her development of the
Yes.
drawing.
Yeah, it's very cool. I've never seen these. I've only seen another version of the manifesto, but it's only small, not like detailed like this.
I've seen this. I just didn't know they had it in English. It's crazy. Damn it! We really have no money.
He's
Pay
getting,
us right now.
he's getting the call. Shut it down. They know too much. No.
It's over.
You shouldn't show him the manga.
Yeah.
It's over. It's cool. A duel. Did Marx ever have a duel?
He did in this comic.
You gotta have a little bit of violence in it, you know? You gotta put a little bit of action in there.
Yeah, they have to have the training arc or the school tournament.
They have the training arc. School tournaments. There's a lot of I can't pay my rent.
Oh, I can't pay my rent. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Poor rentoids.
Maybe they got rid of the Ascension.
How is the chat reacting to these comics?
They just keep asking me about
The Plaza?
they're asking me questions that I don't know if I should ask.
Okay, yeah. Let me check. Let's see what the chat says.
So when did these comics get released? What year? Recently?
Recently, I mean several years ago, but the last one,
5 or so, I
the
think.
fourth volume is the last year, I think.
Last year is the fourth volume.
yeah.
Okay.
So this is the last one, I think.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she asked us to maybe, but she asked us to sell, in front of the building. Maybe like you, time to time come to our office and are there any souvenirs or like that.
Right.
So
Well, I'm sure that if you sold those at the front office, people who watch this stream when they visit Japan,
Oh yeah,
they would.
a lot of people will come and buy these if they
Yeah.
ever visited Japan.
Like, how many people are watching right now?
We effed, so
Yeah.
we dropped, but now it's at 23,000.
It started at Sanmain and now it's,
Yeah, 23,000 people are watching about this. So some of them will visit Japan and maybe.
Oh, for sure.
you mean 300,000?
2,300人 So, yeah.
20,000.
It's like a TV show.
23,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Really.
Round up to 24,000. Okay, whatever. Yeah, they all want to buy.
Yeah. So if you had a way to sell this,
okay,
they would.
I will tell the publishers
Yeah.
to send big packages to the Los Angeles.
Yeah. But it's an international audience.
Oh yeah, true.
It's not just LA, but okay. So back to politics. Is there, like, what is how difficult is taking legislative action in the modern diet?
Of course, the biggest faction is the ruling party, LDP and Kome party. But as you know, after the last general election, we might say new phase of the Japanese politics began, because for the first time the ruling parties lost their majorities in the Diet, in the lower houses. 20 years ago, they lost majority in the upper house, but as you know, lower house is stronger than the upper house, and so they have now difficulties to get enough votes to get the legislations, especially the budget, get through. So, and we accomplished that kind of result last fall, partly or mainly because of Akahata's scoop. It's a really big scoop to smash the LDP candidates. But unfortunately, we lost 2 seats in the diet. Those big news did not automatically come to our support. So that's the problem for us to get. We obtain more power to get the votes from the population, but still it is really interesting moment in Japanese politics. So we are really kind of optimistic.
How does LDP maintain its popularity overall? Because it feels like it's almost I don't know if this is inappropriate for me to say, but an extension of American imperialism. Its continuous reign over Japanese politics, especially given its connections, I feel like, in its inception to people who are aligned with the Allied forces, American forces in particular.
Well, that's correct. And the influence of the United States is not only the militarily, but the economically or politically or ideologically. So they have still, money or those, power over the mass medias. So, but still, they have to get votes in order to, enough seats. So they have difficulties now, and the source of their power is the first of money from the big companies, and also that is number one, and they have supporters in the major organizations in local areas too. But the new thing is that people gradually understand that those structure money by policies, and those monies are donated by those supporters, but they realize the LDP itself made slush fund out of those donations, and ordinary LDP supporters got really furious. So that was the main reason the LDP lost the majority last year. And the second thing is the militarily, as I said before, people are afraid of the influence, the military kind of threat or concern from China or Russia or North Korea. So ruling parties or mass media take that issues maximally to persuade people to vote for ADP, unless you will be in trouble or in danger, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the LDP will protect the country, is what they say.
Right. So the task for our party is, of course, number one is to criticize those policies and disclose those hidden atrocity or crimes in like the U.S. Marines soldiers in Okinawa or other places, or disclose those ecological degradations around the military bases. But also we have to put alternatives of diplomatic solutions to make peace around our country. That is the way. That is the thing I a little bit explained. We have to cope with the China, even Russia, to solve the problems, the territorial issues, and of course the ecological issues, or of course economic issues. That is not the military, issues. So actually, there's a big contradiction inside the LDP policies, because they want, or LDP and big corporations want good relations with China because of their, they depend on them, But at the same time, under the pressure of the United States and big corporations who manufacture their weapons, they at the same time, continues the military buildup. So that's a big contradiction. So if you want the normal relationship and normal economic ties with other countries around the Asia, then stop those military buildup, Then put more emphasis on the diplomatic activities. And that's our main alternatives. And more specifically, Japan should cope with more with ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries. They are more independent organization, cope with not only China or Russia, but also with the United States. They have, all around diplomacy. So that's our kind of alternative policies.
What does political participation and political engagement look like for the younger populations in Japan? Is there compulsory voting here? I don't know. No,
it's very low right now.
Oh, the voter participation rate is low?
52%. Well, overall, a little bit over 50% in the last election. 56, less than 60%, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But also, but we see young people, mass media says that these days students are more conservatives and they vote for the LDP like that. But it's not the reality. And quite a few young people vote the opposition parties, especially last election. And part of that, them voted for us. And as I said, our structure is like this, and we have, unfortunately, party members among students who are youth under 30s, maybe less than 10,000 less than.
Oh, okay.
So it's really, compared to the 20 or 30 years ago, it's really, very small.
What about the LDP?
But still, those teenagers or 20s voted for us. Even we do not have enough members in that strata.
Right.
That is because they directly find the policies of our party, and also become like our candidates or MPs, young MPs who speak straight against the fascism, or so-called fascism, or military buildup, or gender equalities, or of course the strong opposition to the tuition fee hike, that kind of things. So our task is to reach those students and young guys who are not familiar with us, but at the same time they voted for us. If we success to reach those people, we will double or triple our membership in that area. That's our strategy, and that's why we are conducting now those big survey companies campaign, enquete, to hear their worries or demands directly, or have dialogue with on the street, or in the campuses or workplaces. And that's our tactics now.
What are some of the other big opposition parties? Which ones are they?
Constitutional Democratic Party is the main opposition party, and also the National People's Democratic Party.
The Democratic People, the Democratic Party for the People. It's a strange, strange name, but Democratic Party for the People.
Are these also leftist parties, or no?
No.
Are they also are most parties neoliberal in their
Well,
alignment?
part of, and but Constitutional Democratic Party has some elements to wish to cope with us.
Yes.
In order to win in the this electoral district. And 10 years ago, Mr. Abe started to new militarism, and the main thing is that he wanted, or their fellows now want to self-defense forces of Japan to go abroad and fight with the United States armies. Of course, it's totally, illegal from the point of view of the Constitution. That's why even the conservative people stood up to against those changes. And in that kind of mass movement, we had a new relationship with the other opposition parties. That's
Then you could work together for a while.
Yeah.
But it's been more difficult in the last couple of years, I think, right? Yeah. Since Abe is.
And those main opposition parties did not ask the slash the military budget. Our party is the only party in the Diet now to demand decrease those military budget.
Can I ask, what about Reiwa Shinzengumi? Because I saw some people in chat asking about Reiwa, because it's getting a little bit more and more.
It's another left-wing party.
Newly born, like the Syriza or Podemos, maybe like that. But they do not want to cope with our party. Actually, I must say their tactics is to steal our votes, from the left wing to their party. But of course, as long as they want to cope with other parties to stood against the ruling, then it's okay. But I don't know. It's up to them. And
What's their alignment look like?
they do not want any alignment.
Mm-hmm.
They want kind of, we are the strongest, like that,
Mm-hmm.
And,
but what are they for politically? I mean, it is not
well,
actually about them, but
actually politically, of course they say, well, nice things, slash the consumption tax, and
which is the same for JCB, right?
Raise the subsidies or like this, but they do not have the appropriate budget strategy.
Right. The difference is that there's no policy behind it, I guess.
What they are saying is to issue more bonds,
right,
like that.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Free money.
MMT,
Yeah, that's right.
They're MMTists, yeah.
Mm.
So we are the party to demand to taxation over the big corporations like Toyota or other companies.
Mm-hmm.
They have, made huge profits, out of the exploitation of temp workers,
Mm-hmm. So on that note, actually, is there, in America, there is a popular appetite for that kind of sentiment, to say, I'm anti-corporation. As a matter of fact, even the right wing has adopted the aesthetics of this sort of policy making, even though obviously they have no interest in doing so. The Democratic Party also makes inferences towards that, but they also don't really do much in terms of taxation either. But given that both parties are pushing for it in terms of marketing, to me that shows that there is a general appetite for it amongst the voting public. Is that a similar thing in Japan as well? Do people view big corporations in a somewhat negative way, or do they see big corporations in a positive way, as not exploiters, but instead playing a formative role in Japanese prosperity?
Well, the answer is that about. I mean, I think Japanese people now thinks corporation is, well, after all, it's their source of revenue, or they think themselves as a part of the company, and the presidents of companies usually say that the company is like family,
Of course. We say that too, yeah.
Yeah, so that influence is really, well, big, but so in order to, we have to take account that kind of feeling, sentiment. So our policy is not we do not say the big company is our enemy. We do not say things like that. But this is the rational policies to remake our Japan, restart our, good way of life or economy as a whole. Those are unfairness. Too much accumulation, and those people who are, struggling the high prices or other things, it's not normal. Not normal for not only for ordinary people, but also for the whole economy. So we propose to redistribute those wealth through the taxation and make money, go around to boost the whole economy. After all, our economy continues to go down for 30 years, So that is because of those profit first economy, big corporation first economy. So we have to change radically that. but we say not well. We use radical, but it is also a rational way. And so, in order to get votes from not only the left-leaning people, but also the, good conservative people, that's our strategy.
Another question I have that seemingly a lot of politicians try to address is the declining birth rates in Japan. It seems like it's a big problem for especially politicians that choose to address it. Does the JCP or any party, as a matter of fact, see that as a direct consequence of work culture and workplace conditions, not having enough free time and the like, or even having even socializing in almost entirely a workplace setting? Is that a line that anybody in the general public sees, or is that totally removed from the equation? Because I've seen, dare I say, comical approaches to what to do in terms of addressing the declining birth rates. Like, so I think there was a politician that wanted to, what was it, make women not go to school after a certain age?
You're talking about the Japan Conservative Party? Maybe he said something like that.
Yeah, but
he was just talking.
Sorry, yeah, the 100 の木. Yeah, but he's just talking
crazy.
He's talking out of his ass. He's a person. He's like how would you call this? Like a right-wing radio TV host almost, right? Like he's just saying
does
things.
Long YouTube live streams where he just talks random stuff.
He's your utter.
There's many people like me in America too that'll do that on the right.
But now he's the leader of the party with 3 seats now.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's bad. That guy is a
well, anyway,
best-selling author, by the way.
So the answer is from us is raise the salaries at the same time slash the working hours. That's the answer. In order to do that, the companies needs money, and big corporation has they have enough. But the problem is the medium and small businesses. So get those internal revenues, profits from the big companies to the government, and through government to subsidize those, help the small and medium companies. Then they can give more good salaries for the workers, and maybe also slash the working hours. That's the thing. The birth rate itself is really a big problem, but but marrying and make children is the totally individual, rights, So it's really kind of upsetting for us to that politicians talking about the birth rate as a kind of national strategy or like that. It's totally a kind of interference in the individual things, matters. So what the politics should do is to, make more good conditions for all young people to have more free time and more budget for the education, or of course daily lives and like that.
Yeah. There's also another question here as well, of course, which is immigration. I would say that the primary reason that America has not fallen victim to the same birth rate decline is because of virtually unlimited immigration. This is an issue for many European developed nations as well. It's practically a universal issue for all developed nations. And it seems as though one of the easiest ways to combat that is to open up immigration. But I feel as though Japan is not very open to that sort of thing.
On the surface, it is so, but in reality, we have many immigrants or immigrant workers here, as you see.
Yeah, at the convenience.
Yeah, convenience stores or in the pubs or like that. In the nursing care.
It's already a reality, essentially. Yeah.
So our policy is to guarantee the equal condition, working condition for those immigrant workers. They are not called as a worker. They are maybe trainees or or students. There's that kind of system.
Yeah, there's big abuse there, right? There's a lot of exploitation, which then also depresses wages for the existing national labor force as well.
Yes, yeah.
Because then companies will always use temporary workers as a substitute.
Yeah, that's right. So we have to guarantee the rights of not only young people of Japan, I mean Japanese people, but those people from overseas. In that way, we can get more good conditions for all people. If you make those minorities and bad things for them, then it will pull all conditions down, as Marx said,
Yeah.
So we have to help them, not only because it is necessary, but it is necessary for all of us,
Yeah, I mean, we have a similar problem in America, obviously, as well. Okay, do you guys have any other questions?
Do you have any?
Well,
no.
What's the chat asking?
What is the chat? Well, the chat asking a lot of things. I don't think we can get through all of this. It's a bit much.
Ask about homelessness. Oh yeah, what's the there are not homelessness is not very visible in Japan, as opposed to places like where I'm from in Los Angeles. It's very visible. Is the invisibility, because I know the problem exists in Japan as well, but is the invisibility of that because of police enforcement, or is it more so a cultural thing? And also, what are ways in which the Japanese government tries to deal with this issue?
Well, mix of those, I think, but maybe mainly they evict those homeless people before the Tokyo Olympics or other big events from the center of in Shinjuku or in these areas. There are a lot of homeless. Oh, actually, we see the homeless people just under
at the park,
usually under bridges here,
and I believe on the highway.
Yeah.
Well, 1 minute walk.
You will see more here around this area for sure than in a lot of other areas. Sometimes in some of the parks.
And also, they go to the maybe under the bridge, as you said, and or on the riverside, because it is controlled by the government, not the municipal offices. So you can get hide in the prosecution.
And also before Shibuya, Miyashita Park was redeveloped recently.
Yeah.
And before that, it was full of homeless people, and some of them tried to actually stop the redevelopment because they had nowhere else to go, and this was a relatively safe, public, open area to be in, right? But they redeveloped it, and now it's just full of izakayas.
Well, so
is there an interest in homelessness is born out of obviously the housing market, primarily. I'm not familiar with the Japanese housing structure, so I don't know what the housing market looks like in Japan. But I mean, there's a lot of readily available units, it seems. Having said that, I don't know if there's any public housing or any sort of initiative to do such a thing either.
Well, main problem in the housing field is the government decrease those public housing.
Oh, so there is public housing.
Yeah, there is, but much smaller, fewer than before, and they were privatized, you know, as other countries.
Classic.
Yeah, and so it is a source of the capitalistic exploitation, and in central Tokyo now it's virtually impossible for young people to live on, so we demand Tokyo government to build more public housing because they have money, big money. Tokyo government has, like Sweden,
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the main issue in the upcoming Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly election.
Which will be in June?
June,
Mm-hmm.
yes. And we are the #1 in the opposition parties in Tokyo. And actually, by the way, we are in the ruling coalition in Iwate. It's a northern part of the Japan. Iwate Prefecture, also in the Okinawa Prefecture.
Yeah. Yes. At the local level in Japan, there are some prefectures or states where the state majority government includes the Communist Party as a member.
I checked also. The Communist Party now has about 2,000 lawmakers in regional.
Yes.
Assemblies.
Mm-hmm. So we put emphasis on those housing, as you said, and actually it's really weird. We have more than 10 million houses empty.
Yeah, but that's rural parts of Japan, right?
Not only rural.
Oh, in Tokyo as well?
In Tokyo too. And it takes a huge money to demolish those, houses. So after the owner dies, no one takes care.
Okay.
And
is there any plan to repurpose the houses that were owned formerly by people, or?
Yes, there's government now trying to make new systems, but not. It's kind of difficult because of the right issues, But anyway, what I want to say is that if you take much use of those, empty houses or apartments, then there's no problem for young people to get houses, but still the construction companies continue to build new ones because that's the way to get money, that's their business, and that's the according to the major policies of the ruling parties. So we have to change all those structures, put more money for the public sectors.
Okay.
And gradually in Okinawa or Iwate or other those parts where our influence is bigger than others, the local governments begin more like subsidies for the young people for housing, and of course more subsidies for the young families.
Yeah. But even that still doesn't address the main problem, which is if there's available units and they're not being purposed, then that could normalize the housing market. Is it expensive? Is the housing market in Japan costly for Japanese nationals?
Yeah, especially in the.
As an American,
cities.
I look at the numbers, or I look at everything in Japan, and it's like affordable.
Well, our salaries are much lower than American salaries. So
because of the rate is lower for Japanese yen. 10 years ago, it's upside down,
Yeah.
So that's why people are frustrated or getting frustrated because our country is down, going down, like that.
And if it's, for example, if you were a part-time worker in Tokyo, in central Tokyo, you wouldn't be able to afford to live in central Tokyo. You'd have to live an hour and a half or an hour away in a cheap like area, and then come into the city every day to work a low-paying job. So they wouldn't be able to afford housing in this area at all. Period.
So Japanese Communist Party now try to organize those temp workers for our, not only for our parties, but help them to become members of the trade unions. And also,
is there resistance to that from trade unions? Is there any like xenophobic attitude towards migrant workers? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, it depends on the trade unions, but not so, because without the temp workers or those migrant workers, they cannot continue. But still, of course, there's a discrimination and xenophobic attitude towards them, especially from the owners of the companies, So
one of the problems is there's too much work in Japan and not enough workers. So there's less opportunity to kind of like needs to become xenophobic. Like you don't need to find a scapegoat necessarily in immigration as readily.
So that's actually an interesting point that you brought up, because from what I understand, at least everything that I read about it, is that there is a feeling of hopelessness among the Japanese youth in terms of job attainment, even though it seems like the job market you're saying is it favors workers, and yet it doesn't translate to higher wages.
Yes.
So how does that dynamic exist this way here? Like what are some of the setbacks? What are some of the ways in which the government is, I assume, keeping maintaining wage prices as low as possible? Is it just simply free market, or
talking about wages? We demand radical increase of minimum wages, and minimum wages system in Japan now is, well, it depends on each prefecture, and Tokyo is the highest.
And what is it in Tokyo?
I think almost 1,500 already an hour. I think
1,500 yen an hour.
An hour.
So that's $9.66 an hour.
Crazy.
But
and that's high for Japan.
Yeah. So we demand at least 22,000. And but the thing is that in Iwate or other, I mentioned the Iwate prefecture. It is one of the lowest prefecture, less than 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, it's around 1,000 most places. Right?
Yeah, and so we propose government to subsidize those medium and small companies to make more good salaries, and we have to change the system that we have to make the minimum wages, common minimum wages around Japan. It's now different, from prefecture to prefectures, and actually, even around Tokyo, workers commute from their homes to Tokyo because wages are better.
Yeah.
Just 30 minutes or so, they can go in and get into the Tokyo, and actually then like Chiba, neighboring prefecture.
Right. That's where I live.
They have hard time to get enough workforces, because young people like the nurses or teachers go to Tokyo, commute, like that. So we have to make the minimum wages straight, common, same, level, and of course, radically increase the amount.
What about the rural countryside? From what I understand, there's a lot of areas that are now completely desolate, almost, where there used to be villages, some semblance of commerce, and now it's almost entirely gone. Is there any development projects to rebuild some of these villages and maybe move populations back, or?
Unfortunately, virtually no. Well, very little. That is because the government do not have clear target of the food efficiency. You know, agricultural sector have really having hard time, and our food sufficiency rate is below 40%. It's really lowest in the advanced economies. You know, even in the island country, Britain has more than 60 or so, but Japan is lower than the 40. And
what are the why is that the reason? Is it because of agricultural work not being subsidized as much, or is it environmental?
That is one thing.
Or is it environmental factors as well?
Well, of course, environmental factors that affect these years, but main thing is that the ruling parties will gradually slash the subsidies. Well, compared to the 30 or 40 years ago, it's really totally different issues. And instead, they opened the market in the rice field. That's the last part of the agricultural sector. They export rice from the U.S. or other parts of the world. The rice is the main, products of this country, but it's really ridiculous. It's the another example of
maybe with the Trump tariffs. If they do tariffs on Japan, then Japan can fight back and then rebuild its own rice fields.
Yeah. That's
JD Pondon, chat.
So rice or other products we import from, well, mainly from the United States or China or Australia or other things, parts of. Well, so that's why rural areas are now having really hard time. If the basic industry, that is agriculture sector, is keep going, then people stay there. But there's no few workplaces there compared to before. That's why people come to cities like Tokyo or Osaka.
Yeah, which then contributes to the housing market becoming less sustainable, less affordable, and it creates a whole litany of different problems.
And the developers or company, financial companies get more, get money out of that phenomenon.
Yeah. Okay, I have one last question.
Okay.
By the way, thank you so much for having us here. This has been incredible. So, one of the things that I have observed, at least, coming out here and visiting, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is that a lot of aspects of the Japanese economy are very private. I mean, they're privatized almost entirely, and this has led to, at least from a foreigner's perspective, some confusion. Like public transit, for example, is owned by however many companies, right? So you have different railway networks, but they're interwoven with one another in spectacular fashion, and it does still seemingly work.
And it's cheap.
Yeah, and it's relatively cheap. So I guess this is less about JCP and more about Japan in general, but I have thought that maybe it has something to do with Japan's sometimes insulated culture and collectivist sentiment, regardless of its hyper-capitalist markets. What do you think keeps these networks working? Because similar structures in the Western world oftentimes fall apart. As a matter of fact, privatization in the UK with Thatcherite neoliberal privatization initiatives completely destroyed the public transit structure that they had. In the United States of America, we don't even have public transit. Where I'm from in Los Angeles, we do not have a robust public transit network at all. Car companies very famously came in, bought out all of the carts that used to exist in an effort to completely abolish it. Our infrastructure is entirely car reliant, for example. So, how does Japanese society still function despite being somewhat of a dystopian capitalist society?
Well, mainly I think it owes to the kind of professionalism or kind of those efficiency oriented, workforces, working people. So we have big respect for them too. But as you know, in 1980s, only 40 years ago, during the Reagan and Thatcher era, Japan also privatized the main railroad companies and the other sectors, and that affects a lot these days too. Well, you said that the still functioning, it's okay and
relatively affordable.
It must be, but affordable,
Especially
maybe
from our
for you,
yes.
for foreigners, because the exchange rate is down for the and it's good for the Toyota or other companies to export. They can more money, but that shows the declining of the economic power of the Japan, and so.
At the same time, it's not. I mean, just for me, it's a lot. My expectations are also just that it would be more expensive. Just even in Belgium, where I'm from, it's not this cheap, right? And I only get paid in yen, right? So, but yeah, I do understand it's very.
But still,
not everybody can afford it
it's
the
not
same way.
so cheap for us because if you're in Belgium or in Paris or other capital, the price of the electric cars or tram or buses are maybe the same, or in some parts. But in Tokyo, there's a different, prices, according to the kilometers or so.
And a temporary worker might not receive train fees from their employer. So.
In Belgium you would get some benefits if you're under a certain kind of income.
Prices, traffic prices now at this moment is not so affordable. It's a kind of source of the dissatisfaction of the people. Actually,
so the 80s and that neoliberal attitude definitely, you're saying, contributed to at least in comparison to what it used to look like, a decline in the affordability, at least, of public transit. But it at least still works.
It works. But I want to say that. Well, it looks like so. It is functioning around here. But you cannot find those things in rural areas or other parts of Japan. Already collapsing. I must say in Hokkaido or even in Hiroshima. I'm come from Hiroshima Prefecture. In the city of Hiroshima City is now a big city, even after the bombing. But in other parts of Hiroshima, already the railways are demolished, and people are saying that without trains or railways, it's kind of our symbol is collapsed.
Or even a bus might be. It goes from 5 times a day to just 2 times a day.
and more accidents in the bullet train, Shinkansen trains, you know, more accidents than before. So they do not pay money in the maintenance, but they want to build more, you know, I mean, profitable, like the linear Shinkansen.
Yeah, the maglev train they're building between Tokyo and I guess Nagoya. It's
in the really down, you know, dangerous construction work. So we oppose to that project, but so you can see the already the collapse of the or big devastation or result of the neoliberal policies. So that's why people concentrate from the rural areas to Tokyo or, you know, Osaka or the some few prefectures.
Okay.
So in order to conquer, you know, change the course, we have to get those money from the big companies who profited from the neoliberal policies to, you know, other sectors.
Yeah.
Redistributing.
And also, our party is known as a pacifist, you know, tendencies, and the one reason because young people thinks our party as a conservative is we say defend Article 9 of the Constitution, pacifist clause. That sounds kind of conservative to them, but it is.
Why do they consider that to be conservative?
Well, maybe the word defend sounds like that.
You're
maybe.
protecting a thing that already exists, while the other side is saying we need to change this in order to bring Japan forward.
And young people, not only young people, tend to think that something has to be changed.
Yes,
you know?
there's a feeling of change.
We have to do something to change. And anyway, but we say defend our constitution because it is the way to make peaceful life. At the same time, it is a way to get enough budget from the, you know, military spendings. So
I see.
even the other constitutional Democratic Party or even other progressive Labour Party do not criticize those military buildups. The MPs from the constitutional Liberal Democratic Party, well, they argue that, oh, we understand we need some kind of deterrence or kind of, you know, military.
Against China.
Well, they do not say straight because they do not China to be angry, you know.
Yeah.
So we say straightforward. That's the right answer to change the status quo. So maybe, well, you gave me a question beforehand, and what's the result we made in the dietary section. But as a whole, I think the biggest achievement of our party is we have kept our country out of war. We kept our government. We kept our government from waging war with the U.S. or waging aggression of war. So I think that's the main achievement. Of course, achievement with the people of Japan, but so we keep going in that direction too.
Oh, okay. This is the last question. I promise.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
You've been incredible. So I have this here, and I wanted to ask you.
Oh. Chavez.
So, Che Guevara. It's a popular cigarette.
Not Chavez, it's Che Guevara.
Yeah, not Chavez, yeah.
Not Chavez, Che Guevara.
So, Popular is a popular cigarette brand.
No,
No, it's not.
I saw for the first time.
Oh, really? It's not a popular cigarette brand. Okay, well, I think it's so.
Where did you get that?
Yeah.
Kombini.
Really?
Yeah.
You here?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it before. Yeah, in Japan, yeah. You got them.
Yeah. Never seen it either.
I think I've seen it before.
I've
I've just never
definitely
seen anyone
I've seen it before.
hold them.
That's why I bought it because I was like, this is crazy.
Where did you get this?
Family Mart.
I mean, where?
I don't know. Shinjuku. Yeah, Shinjuku.
I'm gonna have to check around.
Maybe for the foreign tourists, I think. No?
Maybe, I don't know. But the reason why I ask is, what's the? I've heard, at least one of my favorite Japanese auteurs is a video game producer. I love a lot of Japanese video game producers. But his name is Hideo Kojima.
Kojima Hideo.
He is a big fan of Che Guevara, and a lot of his video games like Metal Gear Solid, they're very anti-militarist. Talking about private military contractors, privatization of armies and whatnot. The reason why I asked that is because I wanted to hear what the Japanese society's overall view is of some revolutionary figures like Che Guevara or Fidel Castro or numerous others. Is there a lot of popular sentiment surrounding these figures, or is the attitude against them negative like it is in America? Because in the United States of America, Che Guevara is seen as a very bad guy. Because if you're on the right side, if you're on the right side of history, America, usually will declare you an enemy for the most part. So, is there a popular sentiment surrounding people like this, or no? Or do people just not even know?
I honestly don't know
much about it. I think they would probably just say who.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question about in terms of like martyrs, like.
But in mass media, Che Guevara is not so bad guy.
Yeah, I think even in America, there was a period where, I feel like it's the classic, like, oh, Che Guevara shirt. Like, people used to make a joke about that.
Those
but it
just
doesn't
in Japan, too. People wear those shirts sometimes.
Yeah, I don't even think it's, like, that big of a thing anymore.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, even, like, socialists wearing
I have
stuff like that.
I have seen people sell this at the JCP Sapota festival.
And I have the T-shirts.
T-shirts, yes.
Che Guevara
the JCP festival. The other thing, maybe like the only thing I can think of that's close to this is like Kobayashi Takiji, right? Who is a famous author who's still venerated in like Japanese canon, but he was one of the founders of the JCP.
And he was tortured to death by the secret police. Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of, and he is venerated in general as part of the canon of literature, right? So but that wasn't really a revolution. That was a revolutionary action. I can't think of like a figure in Japanese culture that's kind of like historical, that's accepted in that way, except I don't know.
Gundam. Anyway, Che Guevara is still hero in the in that area. People of that.
Yeah, of course.
In Japan too.
Yeah.
And thank you for telling me.
But you want it? I don't smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go.
No, I don't smoke. Okay, but thank you.
You can give it to someone else.
For memory. Good.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very edifying.
Oh, by the way, as I said, you can buy or subscribe the Akahata, digital one. So
please, if you live in Japan or not, you can like and subscribe the Akahata. Subscribe on the digital one, I guess.
We are having hard time to expand our leadership, so if you are interested in the journalism, then
that's how they fund the party is by selling the newspaper.
So. Oda also likes Che Guevara.
Oda?
Oda, Eiichiro Oda.
The One Piece author.
One Piece
mangaka.
Also,
yeah.
You know a lot.
A little bit.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me end the stream here as well. Chat. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you so much once again to Jeff, Romeo. Thank you to our gracious host and the Japanese Communist Party for showing us a different side of this trip so far. And I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that'll be it for today. I'm gonna go head back and probably participate in the other streams that are happening today. And yeah, that's it. Peace, everybody.